manage it because we don't have the air traffic controllers.
Secretary Duffy there, a new NBC News poll shows that more voters blame Republicans for all this rather than Democrats here, just ahead of obviously polls closing in tonight's elections. Sahil Kapoor has made his way, as we all have, up from Washington here to New York for election night. Two big sort of factors that have become pressure points now when it comes to this government shutdown: air travel and some of those delays we've been seeing that could be shutdown related, with an already understaffed air traffic control corps, trying to do their jobs. And then these SNAP benefits here. Start with us on SNAP, the food aid that the court said needed to be paid out. The president today threw a bit of a confusing wrench into that mix.
Yeah, the president has been all over the map on SNAP. He is, by the way, under a court order to dole out those benefits. He suggested earlier today he wouldn't do that, and then the White House seemed to walk it back. The politics really are shifting here. There are many in the Republican Party whose antenna would go to a place of Democrats care more about this program, just use it as leverage to get them to come to the table. But it's a lot of President Trump's own constituents who are very reliant on this program. He has a working class coalition now that he has to pay attention to. But what's really shaking this loose, Hallie, is the pain of the shutdown is intensifying, and both parties are determined to look for off-ramps in a way that is growing in a significant way. Now, Senate Democrats had a very long meeting on Capitol Hill today, after which the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, came out and said it was a great meeting, that they're exploring all options. Republicans seem to think that tonight's election could shake something loose. Take a listen to what they said.
I'm optimistic that we should be able to get something done this week.
There's enough Democrats that I'm friends with that were willing to vote last week, and they were assured that that Schumer would let them vote the way they need to this week if they would just wait until after the election.
Now, I would take that one with a bit of a grain of salt. I've talked to some Democratic senators who say if they do have a good election night, if anything, it should motivate Republicans to soften their stance, to back off and come to the table and grant some concessions. What Democrats see as a possible endgame here is that they can bank the Senate Majority Leader John Thune's promise of a vote on ACA subsidies, not a guarantee of an outcome. It doesn't look like they're going to get that, and a deal on some appropriations bills where they can point to the contents of them and said, we got this, that, and the other, and we're ready to move forward. And finally, for Republicans, they're under a lot of pressure from President Trump to nuke the filibuster, which they don't want to do for a whole host of reasons, and they're consistently losing in the blame game, including in our recent polls. So they are also motivated.
Let me pull up. Let me weave the thread here between the shutdown, between what we're seeing tonight and the election results, and this new exit poll that's just into us. I want to ask our team to pull this back up on screen. It was how the federal government cuts affected your family's finances, and I think the state was Virginia here. And you can see that about 59%, I think we showed this earlier, say that it affected them either a lot or a little, but to some degree affected them. Now, this is obviously, some of this predates, of course, the shutdown. This is a new one as well. 39% said not at all, Sahil. But the way that the federal government is managing its personnel and its workforce has an impact in a state like Virginia.
Yeah, and it's still a majority saying it had some impact, which is important. They are inclined to blame Republicans more, as we've seen in polls. This goes all the way back to DOGE, which infuriated a lot of Virginians because that was President Trump's own government, messing around with the federal workforce and
the Elon Musk-led push to try to cut down on the number of workers inside the government.
Exactly. So there's anger about that. There's anger over the shutdown. It's all kind of snowballing. And, let's not forget, back in 2013, Democrats won the governor's race in Virginia during an off-year election, in large part because of the government shutdown, which was then pushed by Senator Ted Cruz over the issue of Obamacare. He was trying to defund it then. Democrats this time around are trying to extend existing funding.
Sahil Kapoor, thank you very much for keeping an eye on all of it. We'll be talking again, I know, when we're both back home in Washington. Appreciate that. Back to our top story when we come back, those key elections happening across the country, including one in Pennsylvania. Why some typically under-the-radar races there are getting some national attention for a good reason. That's next.
I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
To Pennsylvania now, where 3 Supreme Court races, state Supreme Court races that might typically kind of fly under the radar, are certainly not doing that this cycle. Voters today are deciding whether to retain these 3 state Supreme Court justices. They're all Dems elected back in 2015. We shifted the court from a Republican majority to a 5-2 Democratic majority. Now, voters are going to have a choice. If they say yes to keeping them on board, to retaining them, it means they're sticking around for the next 10 years on a court that's been at the center of really contentious fights over voting rights, redistricting, elections in the swingiest of swing states. Jane Tim is joining us now. Put another way, Jane, this 2025 race has huge 2028 implications potentially.
Absolutely. This is the Democratic majority that ruled on redistricting map in 2018, tossed out a Republican gerrymander that created the lines they're voting on now, or the next other lines. And then this is the court that ruled on abortion, that said that Trump's voter fraud claims in Pennsylvania were not credible. They did not change anything about these elections. This is an incredibly important court. And part of the reason it's so important is if they are not retained, they don't just call an immediate election. They have to wait until 2027 to vote on another one. So to step back, if you say 3 justices are not retained, we're moving on, they lose their seats. Those seats are empty unless the Republican-controlled Senate and the Democratic governor can agree on temporary appointments. It's a tall order in today's partisan environment. And so Democrats, they really want this. They want this majority as a stopgap to Trump. And they want, and they're spending quite a bit of money. I just pulled the most recent spending money. $13 million has been spent in the last 34 days compared to Republicans just under $3 million. I can't overstate how much money that is in an incredibly sleepy race. This is a back-of-the-ballot race. It's supposed to be nonpartisan. When voters go to the polls today, they're not even going to see a D or an R by their names. This is a yes or no vote. It's supposed to be much less of a big deal than it is. But with the majority on the ballot, it's a big deal.
And it's so interesting because, as we talked about, listen, this PA well from the last couple of election cycles here, and the spotlight is so intense. How much has this race resonated with voters in Pennsylvania? What's your sense? Like, do you think they're in the Commonwealth? People know about this. People have an awareness of this.
They absolutely do, and I don't think people. I mean, judicial races are the kind of thing that people find on their ballot, and they don't even research before they get there. But this is one that is creating its own signs: vote yes, vote no. There's direct mailers. There's television ads. It's odd to see television ads for a judicial retention race.
Yeah.
Very few people lose their job this way. I can only think of one other justice who has ever lost their job this way. But with 3, I mean, it's a lot. And it's definitely gotten the attention of a lot of voters. I mean, you have Barack Obama endorsing a slate of retention voters. It's just an unusual year.
Yeah, that's a sentence you would never have thought was on your bingo card maybe 8 years ago or so. Jane Tim, we're so glad to have you covering this. I know you'll be doing it all night long right here in our NBC News election headquarters, right?
Yep.
All right, Jane, appreciate you. Good to see you. Thank you. Let me bring back in Hogan Gidley, Ashley Etienne, who are joining us now. Pennsylvania, let's talk about it for a second here. Jane just went through the importance of this, again, state Supreme Court retention race, basically, and the outsized level of attention that it's getting, Ashley.
No, I mean, I think, I was recently meeting with the Democratic chairman, Ken Martin, and he made this point that we're going all in everywhere on every race, even these court battles, these seats at the court level, double downing on an affordability message. So, his point is we're doing things differently. We're not going to let any race go uncontested. And so that's what we're seeing right now.
Stepping back from just the state of Pennsylvania, Hogan, and you know this well, that for years, this was more, I would say, the purview of Republicans. You look at somebody like Mitch McConnell, for example, who really pushed to get, and speaking on the federal level, more conservative nominees in the mix, basically, sort of to foster this generational change inside the judicial system.
Well, yeah, I agree, but that was in response to, I think, Democrat control. Remember, 2016, people would always ask me, why are you guys talking about the Supreme Court so much?
Because
That doesn't matter.
But wait a second, I was in the field in 2015, 2016.
Yes.
Do you know why we're talking about it? I was covering Republicans. Every voter you talked to in Iowa was bringing it up.
I know. I'm saying they would ask me why, and I would say because we lose all the cases. If we were winning them all, we wouldn't care. And they were like, "That's fair." And then now it seems like Democrats are getting more engaged because, as you've seen, the first Trump term was met with every time he tried to do something, lawsuit, lawsuit, lawsuit. It began in that first administration, continued really while he was not president, quite frankly, and it started up again. This administration's more prepared for it, but they also understood the importance of getting some judges at the local level that would just uphold the laws opposed to legislating from the bench.
In the 90 seconds we have left this hour, let me pull up a couple of new exit polls that we are just getting in New Jersey first, showing the reason for your vote for governor here. The president was not a factor in about 47% of voters' decision-making process. Opposition to the president was a factor in about 38% in New Jersey. And I think we have Virginia as well that we can take a look at. Same question, the reason for the governor vote through the prism of the presidential lens here. Trump, not a very similar numbers, not a factor in 47%, 37%. So right around the same number. Say they did it in opposition of the president here. This goes back to a way that we sort of started the conversation 45 minutes ago and some of these numbers started to come in, which is the Trump factor being clearly a part of this for some voters in these blue states, but the messaging around affordability is also tied into this as well.
Yes.
What you got to say?
You can say something about that if you like. It wasn't a question. It was just like,
I'm trying. Yeah, but by polling, that's still a very significant number that say they oppose Trump. And so in these races, of course, what you want to do is you want to strike the chord that resonates with voters. And if it's beneficial for you to slap them with a relationship with Nancy Pelosi or Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Donald Trump or Mitch McConnell or anybody else, you would do that. Again, I go back to the fact these are Democrat states electing Democrat candidates. I don't know what the problem is.
I mean, I can tell you what the problem is. I mean, if people have been saying that the Democrats have incessantly focused on Donald Trump, and these are Democratic states, and people are saying Donald Trump is not a factor, to me that seems like, as a communicator, you get this, Hogan, that's a problem for the Democratic Party. That means you're not doing something right in terms of your messaging. If you're hyper-focusing on the president, blaming him for the shutdown, blaming him for the economy, and people are saying he's not a factor, you need to rejigger your messaging.
Hogan, Ashley, thank you both very much for being with us. You're sticking around, I know, next hour and all of the hours after that, so I appreciate that. We're going to sneak in a quick pause here to reset at the top of the hour as this wraps our special coverage at 5 Eastern. More coverage at 6 Eastern begins right now. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we're keeping up our rolling coverage of these key elections happening today, happening right now. And looking at the clock, it is 6 o'clock Eastern. Polls close in Virginia in 1 hour in that key governor's race, which means we are going to see data. We're going to see vote result coming in potentially minutes after that. But even in the last hour, we've seen other kinds of data coming in as it relates to exit polls. You're looking at some of the polling locations from around the state and in other states, New Jersey and New York City. They have that key mayoral race. There's a redistricting ballot measure in California as well. Again, all of this amounts to, at least in these blue states, kind of a temperature check on the first year of President Trump's second term. You can see the poll closings there. And here's some of the info that we're getting in. You can see the approval ratings for the president as it relates to these voters in these 4 areas. He's nationally sitting right around there in the low 40s. You see that somewhat matched in Virginia, Jersey, perhaps unsurprisingly less than that in New York City, California, both obviously heavily blue locations. And this national outlook here, how do you think things are going in the country? 40% of voters say they're angry. 25% say they're dissatisfied. You can see it's only just about 30+% who say they feel good about how things are going. And that is in both of those key states where we're seeing these exit polls, New Jersey and Virginia. So some interesting dynamics at play here as we're taking a look at some of this info. What about in New York City, where you've got obviously that key mayoral race there? Zohran Mamdani looking to be the favorite based on polling. 56% of voters in New York City say cost of living is the most important issue. Listen, if you're the Mamdani campaign, this is what you want to see. You know why? He ran his whole campaign on this. He was laser focused on this issue of affordability. You see crime far back there at 22%. So an interesting note there. I bet you're coming back to that when we talk about New York in just a minute. We are in New York. We are in New Jersey. We are in Virginia. We are in California with our teams everywhere. But I want to start with Ryan Nobles, who is live for us in Virginia, where we're seeing some of these exit poll data coming in. Ryan, what is standing out to you, and what are you looking for the rest of the night?
Well, I think Democrats have to see that exit poll data, Hallie, and feel as though they made the right call in terms of their messaging in this race for governor. You know, I've covered 5 different gubernatorial elections here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I've never seen Democrats as confident as they are tonight going into where we're going to see these polls close here in the next hour. Abigail Spanberger, at the top of the ticket for Democrats in Virginia, has heavily focused her message on the economy, these kitchen table issues, the cost of living, education, all these things that you see popping as the issues that were of the biggest concern to voters as they went here to the polls today. On the other hand, the Republican candidate, Winsome Sears-Earle, she really focused her campaign more on cultural issues, heavily leaning into the transgender rights issue, which of course was successful for President Trump a year ago, but has not seemed to have resonated in the same way in this race for governor here in Virginia. And then, of course, Virginia, perhaps more than any state in the country, is uniquely impacted by the federal government shutdown. Virginia has one of the highest percentages of federal government workers in the state. Not only that, many of the folks that work and live in Virginia are connected to the federal government, even if they're not necessarily federal government employees. So every aspect of the shutdown has a very big impact on voters here in Virginia. And as we've seen in polls, it seems to be more that Republicans are taking the blame for that than Democrats are. So Spanberger's message seems to be working and honing in with voters here in Virginia. Of course, there's still a lot to be said. There's still an hour's or so left worth of voting, and we still have to count all these ballots. So until those come through, we're going to have to see how this all turns out here in Virginia, Hallie.
Obviously, Ryan, we're seeing some of those numbers here. Important that the polls will be closing in just about 55 minutes. Thank you, pal. Appreciate you staying close to a camera as we look for more from you throughout the night. The other big gubernatorial race, of course, is in New Jersey, a governor's race. It's probably the most suspenseful one of the night. Stephanie Gosk is in East Brunswick, New Jersey for us. And I say that, Steph, because the polling shows that while Mikey Sherrill has maintained at least a degree of a lead, Jack Ciattarelli is right on her heels there. This is a state that was... I'm going to call it second swingiest towards Donald Trump last November, right? In other words, saw a big shift towards the president, obviously towards the Republican candidate in that race. National races, different from state races. Let's give that as a caveat here, but give us a sense of what you're hearing on the ground, especially as we've seen some of the exit polls coming in showing the president's approval rating in New Jersey hovers right around where it does nationally, for example.
Yeah, listen, Hallie, that is a big data point for this election. And while you said you can't extrapolate a national election to a state election like this one, everyone is looking to see whether those inroads that Donald Trump made here during the presidential election, whether those hold. And let's look at some of the exit polling, specifically on the issues that matter most to people in New Jersey. And there is this whole issue of affordability. But if you look at the first 3 issues that matter most to people in New Jersey, it's taxes, 36%, economy, and health care. All of those fall under the umbrella of affordability. And so what you had is Donald Trump came in here during the presidential election and said, I'm going to help you out with affordability. People in this state, a lot of them said, well, the Democrats haven't done it for us. Maybe you will. And a lot of them voted for him because of it. Now you've had 11 months since he's been president. What Mikey Sherrill, the Democratic candidate, is hoping is that people will blame him for not fixing things. But keep in mind, you have had a Democrat as a governor in this state for the last 8 years, and a history in this state of always swapping out for the next party after, after having a governor of the same party for 2 terms. So that is what Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican candidate, has the winds at his back for that as well.
Stephanie Gosk live for us there in Jersey, in East Brunswick. Steph, we'll be looking forward to talking with you as the night really gets going here in the next couple of hours in the state where you are. Thanks, Steph. Let me bring in now Steve Kornacki, posted up at the big board. Steve, you're watching the clock, so here we are. 54 minutes now until polls close in Virginia. And I know there's a couple of key counties you're going to be looking at, right?
Yeah, let's take a look here at Virginia. And of course, the backdrop, we know this was a blue state, is a blue state that Kamala Harris beat Donald Trump in. But remember, Donald Trump made some inroads in Virginia last year. He made the inroads particularly in Northern Virginia. So these are some of the counties, big, densely populated counties outside Washington, D.C., that we're going to be keying in on. Let me show you one of the biggest right here. This is Loudoun County. Now, this was a Democratic county for Kamala Harris last year by 16 points. That was actually an improvement, though, for Donald Trump. It was an improvement that was made possible particularly by gains he made with Hispanic voters
and with Asian American voters in Loudoun County. And again, this is something we saw throughout Northern Virginia, nearby in Prince William County. That's a giant one. We saw a similar dynamic. And just take a look here. This was also a county, Glenn Youngkin, when he got elected governor 4 years ago, the Republican. He didn't win it, but again, for a Republican, losing this by only about 10 points, 11 points, was a strong showing. So you want to see, as soon as the polls close tonight, I think Loudoun, we might get a pretty early readout on, is Earl Sears anywhere in this ballpark? That would mean this is a competitive race statewide. Or are the Democrats getting the margins they're more accustomed to getting out of Loudoun County? Are they winning this thing by 20-plus points? Because this is home to a particular type of voter here. It's not the most Trump-friendly place. There's a lot of voters here, I think, who don't like Donald Trump, who are willing to vote for Youngkin. Does Trump returning to the White House make them now want to vote against Republicans again?
Can you talk about, Steve, what does a great night look like for Abigail Spanberger, and what is a win with an asterisk that maybe you're not feeling so amazing about it look for Abigail?
I mean, if we look at this statewide, again, it was just under 6 points. That was Kamala Harris's margin here. If you take a look, again, this was the governor's race, the last governor's race when Glenn Youngkin won. But if you go back to 2020, this state is, under certain conditions, winnable for Democrats by wide margins. Joe Biden won this by double digits. Yeah. The governor's race, if you went even further back in 2017, was close to a 10-point race. Again, if you looked at that 2024 election, where there was slack for Democrats was really kind of in this zone right here, Northern Virginia. There were actually counties, I can show you big counties in the rest of the state, where Harris actually improved on Joe Biden. So for Spanberger tonight, I think what she's hoping is in Northern Virginia, think again, remember, we're in the middle of this shutdown, big federal workforce that lives there, people who know, federal workers. It's a big part of the economy in the area. I think she is hoping that antipathy to Trump, maybe a shutdown effect, kind of brings back those Democratic margins in Northern Virginia. And there's room still in the rest of the state. I mean, this is a big one right here, Chesterfield County. South of Richmond. I mean, check this one out. There were not many counties in the country that looked like this last year. Joe Biden won this county by under 7 points in 2020. Kamala Harris actually improved on his. Kamala Harris was finishing far worse than Joe Biden did in most counties in America in 2024. This is a giant county where she actually improved on Biden's share. So this is the kind of place where Spanberger, there might be room for Spanberger to grow even more. So if you put that together, further growth in a place like Chesterfield, return to Democratic numbers here, that's what Spanberger's folks would love to see. And something into the double digits, I think, would allow them to say, not just a win, but a commanding win.
I know one of the races you're most interested in is New Jersey, just because of the way that the margins are, what that might tell us about the so-called Trump coalition, if you will. There's also obviously the New York City race, too. And we just showed that exit poll that I just want to riff with you about for 2 seconds, if you'll indulge me here, because it talked about what was the most important issue for voters in New York City based on the exits. And 56% said the cost of living. When you look at a candidate like Mamdani, who ran his campaign on that, what does that tell you?
Yeah, so now this is interesting, Hallie, because we'll show you one other exit poll finding that goes with that, I think, because Mamdani obviously making cost of living so central to his message. But then we also ask in this poll, New York City voters, the policies the candidates are proposing, are they realistic or unrealistic?
Okay.
And look at that. Mamdani actually 43-53. It's Cuomo, and by a considerable margin there, 58% say realistic on his plans, 36% unrealistic. So, yes, top of mind for voters in New York City, cost of living. Yes, Mamdani has made cost of living the central theme of his campaign. But this tells you that voters maybe were looking at that, and saying, I'm not sure that's the most realistic way to go about it. That could be a factor here as well, Hallie.
Especially considering that Andrew Cuomo hammered this point about pragmatism and the pragmatism of policies when it came to Zohran Mamdani's candidacy. Steve, I should note for folks, you got a whole YouTube channel that's just you all night long. You're going to be on our Karnacki cam, the whole 9 yards. So thank you for doing that. We're going to see you every minute for the next 19 hours of our lives, or until this night is over. Thank you. We'll talk again, I know, in a couple hours, pal. Appreciate you.
Can't wait.
As we talk about New York, let's take you to New York because we have a live look at what's happening right now at the Mamdani campaign in Brooklyn. Our Sam Brock is there. He is joining us now. And Sam, you just heard Steve lay out some of the interesting nuggets here from our exit polling as it relates to New York City. Tell me what you're hearing from the campaign and from voters in your neck of the woods.
Well, you know, it's so interesting, Hallie. I had a conversation with voters in Brooklyn, not far from where I'm standing at the Paramount Theater right now, about specifically what drew them into this campaign. And one woman who said she's a millennial, she was there with her husband, they want to buy a house, they want to start a family. And she said, even if you are lucky enough to be able to have financial assistance from your family, it's still not enough to be able to pay for housing in this city. So it really does speak to the fact that there is this yearning for really shortening the gap between what people can and cannot access. Another gentleman telling me, I never thought I would vote for a Democratic socialist, but I look around right now at the delta between the haves and the have-nots, and I'm so stunned by it that I'm buying into what Zohran Mamdani has been selling. This is a guy who his social media campaign, which has really connected millions upon millions of people in simple ways, managed to relate halalflation. Right, this was right at the beginning of when he became this political phenomenon. He talked to an owner of a halal cart in downtown Manhattan about the fact that he is paying $22,000 for a permit that the city says is supposed to cost $200. And as a result, the halal that you all eat, you and I, instead of $7 or $8 a plate, is $11 a plate. And he made it so simple yet so accessible. This is also a city, Hallie, where there's some 100 to 150,000 children who are homeless, and that is a figure that has been static over the course of years. When I asked the same woman I was speaking with earlier, do you think Zohran Mamdani's plans are realistic? She said, I do think they're realistic. I can understand why there would be some skepticism out there, but what we're doing, the old way of politics, has not worked. Let's shake it up. Let's try something different because this has not been effective for folks. And I will throw one other figure out there for you. NBC News recently conducted a broader nationwide poll and asked Americans, you know, has Trump met your expectations or failed when it comes to the economy? They were his worst marks in the entire poll. 2/3 of Americans saying that he was failing on the economy, failing on advocating for middle-class Americans, failing on controlling inflation. Those are the very issues that Zohran Mamdani has been campaigning on. Now, of course, we talk about Andrew Cuomo and the fact this is someone that has been in the public eye, a 3-term governor who has done incredible things for New York in many respects. Infrastructure projects like LaGuardia and the Moynihan train station. He's raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour, doing things that were transformational at the time. And yet, many people that we speak with don't feel like he has their best interest at heart. And that really is sort of where we land right now as we wait for the polls to close.
Sam Brock, live for us there in Brooklyn. He'll be with us all night as we're taking a look. Again, to Sam's point, Mamdani's campaign really laser focused on issues like the cost of housing. And look at this, nearly 90% of voters, the vast majority say it is absolutely either a major or a minor problem for them, the cost of housing where they live in New York City. Let me bring in now Rahima Ellis, who is at the Cuomo campaign headquarters for us tonight. And Rahima, as Mamdani has made that argument, Andrew Cuomo has really tried to focus on this issue of experience, or in his view, lack thereof, for Mamdani, as well as sort of the realism of the policies he's put forward.
He absolutely has, but he's also, in terms of focusing on experience, he talks about that under the Clinton administration. He was the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. He says he can get on the ground and he can begin doing the things for New Yorkers that they say that they want. The housing issue, the safety issue, the affordable issue, there are also issues that Cuomo is running under. I talked to several voters about 15 miles from here, north of the city, and one of the things that one woman said to me, she's about 30 years old, an African-American woman, she said she wants to make certain that the city of New York remains a Democratic city, and for that reason she was voting for Mamdani. A man that I talked with, he said that he wanted to make certain that the city remained an affordable city, a place that's safe. Similar issues to what we heard from the other woman, and he said that's why he's voting for Cuomo. Another man said to me he wants all of those issues that both and all of the candidates are talking about, and he said for that reason he was going to vote for Mamdani. And last one I want to share with you, Hallie, a woman, a mother of two, a married woman of two, said her issues are safety, education, housing, transportation, affordability. She said no one she is really convinced can deliver all of those things, but she said, I have to vote. And she's voting for Cuomo. So that's just one snapshot of how voters in this city were demonstrating to me today, just little old me, of how they were going to be voting. The question becomes one, does Cuomo's record, will that matter for voters who look and say, well, he has also issues against him in terms of having these charges or these allegations against him of sexual harassment? He has denied all of that. And will it matter that Trump has endorsed him? Cuomo has stepped back from that endorsement, saying he didn't seek it, he doesn't want it, that it really doesn't hurt, it doesn't help him at all. In terms of Sliwa, the Republican who's running in the race, he also says he's not so concerned about endorsement from Trump. And what Cuomo has said about Sliwa being in the race, he says he's a spoiler, and that a vote for Sliwa is really a vote for Mamdani. What voters will do, how they're thinking about all of this, Hallie, hopefully we'll know before the night is over. But this candidate, in terms of Cuomo, he's really running for his political life and trying to have a political comeback after he resigned in disgrace from the office of governor just 4 years ago, an office that he had held, Hallie, for about 10 years.
Rahima Ellis, live for us there at Cuomo campaign headquarters. Rahima in New York, thank you very much. We'll be checking back in with you as well. Appreciate that. Let me bring in somebody who it is safe to say is monitoring these races very closely tonight, and that is DNC Chair Ken Martin. Ken, thanks for being back on. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Hallie. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So 6:18 Eastern time, polls close Virginia in just about 40 minutes. Then obviously we'll see Jersey, New York, California later on tonight. Give me the gut check. What are the reports that you're getting in, if you could summarize on sort of where turnout is, what you're seeing on the ground in some of these states?
We're confident, but we're not complacent here with just an hour left until the polls close there in Virginia. We're going to keep turning out the vote. But look, Abigail Spanberger, Mikey Sherrill will be elected tonight. We feel good about the races in Pennsylvania and California as well. What we're seeing right now is that this election has become a choice between the kitchen table and gilded ballrooms. And clearly our candidates are focused on those kitchen table issues, the economic anxiety that Americans are facing right now with the squeeze that they are facing in their everyday lives, with the cost of goods going up, their concerns about healthcare access, their concerns about housing, their concerns about just putting groceries on their table, right? Most people believe in this country, as you could see by your own exit polls, that things are not going in the right direction, that their lives actually haven't improved since Donald Trump was inaugurated. And as a result, you're going to see a big night for Democrats. And what this will send a message to folks around the country is that the reports of the death of the Democratic Party were greatly exaggerated. The Democratic Party is back, and I've got a message for Donald Trump and the Republicans. We're coming for you. We're going to put a big check on your power in 26.
Okay, so I hear you obviously drawing that line between what happens tonight and what happens next year, and obviously the super critical midterms. Is there a risk, Ken, of over extrapolating the results from tonight? Do you worry about a sense of overconfidence if you do that?
No, look, I mean, one thing people know about me, and it's why I never lost a statewide election in Minnesota, I never get overly confident. We don't believe the polls. We just get out there and we fight and we organize, and that's what we've been doing all year. I've been on the job for 9 months, and we've seen a historic overperformance across the country. We are winning elections up and down the ballot. Sure, some of that's anti-Trump sentiment, but it's also the candidates running under our banner who are actually focused on the issues that Americans care about. They are focused on an economic agenda that gives people hope that their better days are ahead of them, that they can actually climb the economic ladder and build a better life for their families, right? And they're not, they're not gravitating towards Republicans because Republicans are not offering solutions. In fact, they lied to them, right? Donald Trump is more focused, and the Republicans are more focused on gilded ballrooms and fancy Great Gatsby parties than actually helping anyone improve their lives. And certainly at a time when the government shut down, they've shown no interest in the lives of working people in this country. And so I think what you'll see tonight is an embrace of the Democratic agenda, which is a working class economic agenda, giving hope to people's dreams.
To that point, Ken, and then I know you're limited on time, but to that point here, when you look at what we've seen in some of the exit polls so far, and again, it is early, we haven't even seen a smidgen of actual vote count data yet. We won't for another 40 minutes or so. But if you look at some of this, in Virginia and in New Jersey, when you ask how much was Donald Trump, was the president, a factor in your vote, almost half of voters in both of those states, Ken, said he was not a factor at all. And so I wonder, do Democrats, in your view, need to pull back on the anti-Trump messaging here when you look at the way that Mikey Sherrill, Abigail Spanberger have run their races and have put their messaging forward to get to the point that you're making on being a party for the working class?
Well, I think what you're going to see is Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill will win tonight. And the reason they're going to win is because they ran for something. They ran on a vision of how to actually bring down the cost and make it more easy for people to afford their lives and to actually get ahead, to have an opportunity, to have a shot at the American dream. And that's why they're going to win. The through line between all of our candidates, a candidate in New York City, Zoran Mamdani, Mikey Sherrill, New Jersey, Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, is that all of them are focused on affordability. All of them are running on a positive message, and they're running for something, not just against Trump. Of course, they're also talking about Trump because Trump has been a disaster. He hasn't delivered on anything he said he was going to do. But we're not just, in that space. We're just not living in that space of attacking Trump. We are offering the American people a values proposition, and the value proposition is this: vote for Democrats, and we'll help you actually achieve the dreams that you want and build a better life for your families.
Just quickly before I let you go, and I promise I will, if in fact your prediction is borne out tonight, and by midnight or whenever we're going to know the results, it turns out that both of the Democratic candidates have won in these gubernatorial races, you suggested that portends good things for Democrats come 2026. Do you think then that it would be enough of a wave that you could flip both chambers in Congress next year? Is that your sense of things based on how tonight goes?
Well, it's certainly not impossible. I'm not going to make predictions right now on what 26 will look like in terms of both chambers. But remember, we only need 3 seats to win back the U.S. House. And the average swing in the congressional midterm election for the party that's out of power is 26 seats. And it spikes to 38 seats when you have a president sitting under 50%. And Donald Trump just hit the all-time low of his second term at 37% approval rating, right? And so the reality is things certainly don't bode well for Trump or the Republicans next year, which is why, by the way, they're trying to rig the map and change the rules of the game with this mid-cycle redistricting. So I say this, look, it's not impossible that we could win both chambers back. And I'll use 2005 as an example, right? George Bush comes in, he attacks Social Security, his numbers go into the toilet, and no one thought there was a prayer's chance in hell we were going to win back both chambers of Congress in 2006, and we did, right, with a huge, big wave election that year. I'm not going to predict that. I know what we're going to work towards that. We're going to roll up our sleeves and do everything we can to win both chambers, and it certainly tonight is the first step in doing that.
DNC Chair Ken Martin, thank you very much, Ken, for being back on the show. We're glad to have you, of course, on election night. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
We've got to get to some non-election related big breaking news that's coming into us right now with word of a UPS plane crash. You are taking a look here at the scene. That is obviously a massive plume of smoke there. It crashed apparently shortly after taking off from an international airport, from the big airport in Louisville in Kentucky. You're looking at pictures of the aftermath right here. The plane had been heading for Hawaii, according to the FAA. Local officials there say that there are injuries. This is a live look now, as obviously it's gotten darker. Apparently, the plane had a lot of fuel on it when it crashed. Officials now want people around the crash for a radius of really several miles to shelter in place. You've got the NTSB now investigating. You've got the FAA investigating. We've got our teams making their way to it for more information as well. We'll stay on top of this story and bring you new details as we get them. You will see them here on NBC News. You will also, of course, see the latest as we get closer to polls closing in the Commonwealth of Virginia, with key races as well in New Jersey, New York, California, Pennsylvania, and beyond. We've got much more coming up right after the break here on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now. It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with continuing coverage of Election Night 2025 from here in New York as we're looking at races in Virginia, New Jersey, California, and beyond. And we're getting a gut check here on how voters are feeling about things like the economy, how their families' financials are doing ahead of those first poll closures, really just about 30 minutes from now, looking at the clock. You got President Trump saying today that if affordability is your issue, vote Republican. He goes on to suggest that energy costs are plummeting. Gas is getting close to $2 a gallon. We've got a reality check on that coming up in just a second. This, of course, is after the Treasury Department said just 24 hours ago inflation is running above target. Christine Romans is joining us now as we're seeing some of the exit polls now coming in from tonight's races here. People care about the economy. This just feels like such a headline coming out of some of the early data that we're seeing so far.
You know, affordability and cost of living are really high on the list here. When you look at New Jersey in particular, it's electricity. That's a big problem there. Now that, you know, do they blame the Oval Office for that? Probably not. But it is a big kind of grinding expense that has been a problem there. Taxes and the economy and healthcare. Those are the most important issues there in New Jersey. And cost of living and affordability, again and again, are on the top of the list. When you look at New Jersey and Virginia and a lot of these other places that we've talked to, NBC News did some polling over the weekend that was just really fascinating that showed that people just aren't getting the positive messaging from the White House here. They say when asked how things are going, right, in terms of how Trump is going, things are going in the country, they're saying that things are not going well. 66% of people said this is not going the way that I wanted in terms of inflation and cost of living. 65% were disappointed. They did not think that Trump had lived up to the expectations of looking out for the middle class. And again, the economy overall still just top issue.
Can I do a little throwback, Christine? Because when you're talking, it's reminding me of a story that you and I did together last year, right before the election, where we went out with a big whiteboard and we asked people, how do you feel about the economy, right? The economy is, and they would fill in the blank. And you and I talked about where the raw numbers were. This was, again, before the election last year. We're doing pretty good. Unemployment rate was coming down. Inflation was coming down. People still felt bad. Sucks was the number one. The economy sucks is what we got again and again. That's how people felt, even when it didn't necessarily match the numbers. So talk about those numbers. When the president says gas is $2 a gallon, listen, the national average is closer to 3, right? It's a little bit above 3. The electricity prices in a state like New Jersey going up, in a state like Virginia going up, a fraction of what people spend in their budgets, right? It's not your mortgage, but that's a particularly visceral one because you're running your heat or not based on what that bill number is.
Those gas prices are lower today than they were a week ago and a month ago and a year ago. So they're going in the right direction. The president, he loves a big number. He loves a superlative, right? He's like, it's going to be 2. It's going to be 2. Well, a lot of the experts say it's going to continue to drift down. That is real savings. The stock market, the president uses this a lot as well. It is record highs.
100%. It's going gangbusters
and
if you got money in the markets.
40-some% just over the past year, up 95% in 5 years. That's fantastic. So why do in this polling and this exit polling, do people still feel like things aren't going in the right direction? It's because childcare costs are very high. Food prices, I mean, I wrote down a lot of these things. Shelter prices up 23% over the past 4 years. Car insurance up 56% over the past 4 years. Food, you know, all the food categories are up, 19, 18, 20%. The S&P is up 40%. That's true, but it's those daily bills, I think, that accumulate, again, on how people feel.
Also, not everybody has a 401k. Not everyone is invested in the stock market, Christine, and that gets to something else, too, that, we have seen the wealthiest Americans, they're spending money. They're digging the economy. They're going on their vacations. They're booking their, they're booking their trips, et cetera, in a way that less wealthy Americans are not.
And I've been watching the fast food earnings and the fast casual company earnings. You can tell a lot about the economy when you see how people are behaving. And it was Chipotle just a few days ago said the 25 to 35-year-old cohort, something had happened there. They were pulling back, and in a notable way. And that's what a lot of people are calling the K-shaped economy, where you've got it's just up and away. If you've got home equity, you've got a job, and you've got
money in the markets.
Money in the markets. It's great. These are the best of times. If you suddenly had to resume your student loan payments, which happened over the summer, right? That's $200 or $300 or whatever less a month that you have to spend. At the same time, that there's the accumulated effect of 5 years of higher than normal inflation, and that starts to be a bit of a drag. But the bottom line, the job market's still sturdy, but not growing gangbusters anymore. We're watching for signs of weakness. The housing market, really hard for young people to get into.
Yeah.
I just told you that stat. The typical age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old. Imagine. I mean, that's so interesting.
I mean, that's young, babe. That's young in life. But for buying a home,
40 is great, but that's the oldest in history. You know,
100%.
usually, family creation and that family dynamic starts a lot earlier, but people just can't afford to get in it yet. So all of those are just like grinding things in the backdrop. And who will they blame? Who knows?
Christine Romans, we're so glad to have you tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're
Good
welcome.
to see you here. We've got a lot more to get into, not just the economy, not just these governor's races, but this redistricting arms race, you could call it, with the spotlight on California. You see Liz Kreutz, she's getting ready for her live shot right there. We're going to talk about it, not just in California, but in states coast to coast that are looking to try to get in the game when it comes to 2026 and beyond. That's next.
lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in. The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
So it's not just these key state races in Virginia, New Jersey, the mayoral race in the city of New York that are popping off tonight. It's also this question about redistricting. You saw it already in Texas. You've seen it in some other red states. Now you've got California looking to make a push into figuring out how to potentially win Democrats some seats in the House of Representatives back home in Washington. There are major implications on this. I don't care if you live in California or not. This matters to you potentially, depending on which side of the aisle you sit on. Let me bring in now Hogan Gidley, the Deputy White House Press Secretary in President Trump's first administration, along with Ashley Etienne, former Communications Director for Vice President Kamala Harris and former Senior Advisor to former Speaker Nancy Pelosi with us now. You will be with us all night long. Hope you had your Wheaties. I know you both did. Ashley, let me start with you as we talk about California here, because you've got, it's so interesting to me. I see it as really a two dynamic thing going on here with Prop 50, which obviously polls close way later on tonight. We'll see what kind of results we get out of that. It's not just about redistricting. There's also a real Newsom piece to this. He has become, in many ways, the face of the opposition to President Trump, the California governor, obviously. There's big 2028 vibes around all of this, in addition to the sort of meat and potatoes of this ballot measure, which is trying to redraw the congressional maps in California.
Absolutely. Did you see me smiling? I'm excited about Gavin Newsom. He's figured out the secret sauce here and how to oppose Donald Trump. He's doing it in sort of a three-tier strategy. One, he's going after him in the courts. He's going after him in terms of legislation with the redistricting. And he's turning the mirror on Donald Trump and having a lot of fun with him. And so I think he's really setting the new playbook for how Democrats need to go after and sort of mount an opposition to Donald Trump. And it's incredibly impressive. So I will say this, though. Interestingly enough, I find that the governor is really, I would say, is catching his stride. And I've seen him most recently. He did the interview this past Sunday with Kristen.
That's right.
He clearly has caught his stride. I think he's feeling comfortable. He's definitely going to run. And he's increasing his appeal and really motivating the base and generating some energy among the base.
You're also smiling, I assume, for different reasons.
For different reasons.
Ashley.
All night we've been here, and my friend Ashley keeps talking about how the Democrats have to have something more than just going after Trump. And then when she talked about Gavin Newsom, all she talked about was him going after Donald Trump. What has this guy done to improve the lives of Californians, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed? How good is his state doing? That is going to matter on the national stage because typically governors use what they have done to run for president of the United States. Now, while he is the hot candidate right now, and thankfully he came out and said what everyone knew, which is, yeah, I'm thinking about 2028. It'd be disingenuous if I didn't talk about it. He still, by a large measure for the American people, is an abject failure in that state because it is a serious haven for crime, for homelessness, and high taxes, which people do not like.
Let me bring it back to the redistricting issue because there's another piece to this too. Because I said it and I mean it. If you don't live in California, this is still really interesting and important potentially if you care about what happens in Washington, and I think everybody does, which is the way that you're seeing some of these red states. President Trump wants this to happen, right? He has made these calls to try to get some of these states to redraw maps. But you're seeing in some of these states, and I think about Indiana, not all Republicans are jumping on board with that in a full-throated way, Hogan. And I wonder how you see that because we don't often see pockets of resistance to President Trump inside the Republican Party. It's his party. He's made that super clear. He's the leader 100%. How do you see these sort of pockets of resistance and that playing out when it comes to these redistricting fights in some of these red states?
I mean, look, again, redistricting, dealing with these issues at the state level, I think in large part the last census was problematic because when you take...
And just to explain, typically, obviously, we redraw congressional maps depending on the census, which comes out every 10 years. Here we are sort of mid-cycle, if you will. That's why this is so notable and different and unusual.
It's different in large part, too, because what people don't know is you count people in this country who are here illegally in the census, and that often determines the number of seats you get in some of these states. And so if you shift and change, raise or lower the number of seats someone gets in a given state, it can change the entire outlook, not just for the presidential, obviously, but for the congressional districts, too, and who has representation in Washington, D.C. So both parties have gerrymandered over decades. Both parties have done this for a long time. The question is who wins out and what does it do to the political landscape, changing the numbers?
Then you think those pockets of resistance go away? You don't think that? You think in a state like Indiana, the governor there is going to...
I don't know that it matters that much.
Okay, that's
this has been my theme tonight. I just don't know that it matters all that much.
Okay, well...
I know we have to talk about things that matter.
You got 7 more hours, bud, so I'd workshop
You have enough intensity and fire for the whole set this evening. We were just talking about how excited you were tonight.
Because it does have implications. I do think there's a... Can I just say, I think there's a risk that sometimes when we look... Let's be honest, these are 4 blue states that we're looking at here in terms of these marquee races. Obviously, there's Pennsylvania and the state Supreme Court races there, retention races. But there is an implication potentially, especially when it comes to redistricting for people all across the country. There may be lessons, Ashley, right, for the Democratic Party. We just had Ken Martin on, the DNC chair. He's feeling real confident. I mean, he's predicting a win. He thinks this could be a wave come 2026. You know, and I asked him, are you worried that maybe you're getting a little bit overconfident here? That there may be a risk, not tonight, but that when you look ahead to 2026, Democrats could over-extrapolate what tonight's results mean for the midterms. Bringing up, Ashley, a point that we talked about an hour ago, which is that about 47% of voters in these states, about half of voters say Donald Trump is not a factor, and the messaging on the economy, perhaps for Democrats, needing to take precedence. And I wonder how you see that, and then we'll hear from voters in a second.
No, so as I was mentioning earlier, I met with Ken Martin, who's the head of the DNC, and he made the point that each one of these gubernatorial races are hyper-focused on the economy, that they're not talking about Donald Trump. Now,
they're talking a bit about Donald Trump.
They may have, right, but in the context of the economy, that they're not focused on democracy and corruption, all of these other issues that we know he's underwater on in the polls. And so although national Democrats might be talking incessantly about Donald Trump and leaning in, these two particular candidates are not doing that. And that's what you're seeing in the polls, where people are saying Donald Trump is not registering, but the economy actually is. It's because they've been hyper-focused on an affordability message.
One Democratic strategist put it to me this way: it's about what's happening in these states at your local mall and not on the national mall, which was perhaps a pithy way to put it. I'm going to ask both of you.
There aren't already malls anymore, though.
Gen Z's bringing them back, haven't you?
Good.
I want you two to stand by for a second. Thank you. We're going to have much more on election coverage, but we got to get back to that big breaking news we told you about just a couple of minutes ago out of Kentucky. This UPS plane that crashed right after takeoff from an airport there in Louisville. Want to pull up a live shot here. It is dark, but can you see that kind of red glow there? We had an image earlier, too, of a huge sort of plume of smoke. This plane was headed for Hawaii with 3 crew members on board, according to UPS. There is now a shelter-in-place order for some places around the airport here. We want to show you some brand new and frankly stunning video we're getting just in of the plane as it was going down the runway. There it is. Did you see it? The fire on the side of the plane as it was speeding off. Look, and then this fireball that just exploded. It is just horrific to see. Oh, God, it's terrible to watch. We're going to cut away from this, and I want to bring in Tom Costello, who's got more on this. And Tom, obviously, we know that officials have said there are injuries here. What else are you learning as this is very quickly developing?
Yeah, it's very, very quickly developing. The mayor's office says that there were multiple injuries, and our local affiliate there is suggesting that 4 people have been transported, at least 4 people, transported to area hospitals. This happened at 5:13 p.m. Eastern Time. This was a UPS cargo flight 2976 leaving Muhammad Ali International Airport on its way to Honolulu. We're told 3 crew members were on board. We do not know their conditions at this hour, but UPS is confirming that this did occur. A crash did occur there, and 3 crew members were on board. This is an MD-11 cargo plane. So this used to be a very common wide-body passenger plane, but over the last 10 to 15 years, it's really transitioned to more of a cargo plane. Candidly, it has some reliability issues and a kind of a sordid past in terms of previous incidents and crashes around the world. There, as you could see, if you're departing and you're leaving from the UPS Worldport, that is that's a critical piece of video right there. Can we put that into a loop or back it up and drop the banner? Because look at that engine. As this plane is rolling down the runway, it appears that one of the engines may already have flames coming out of the engine. There you go. Look at that on the left side. It would appear there was already fire on that engine. So that's going to be critical as the NTSB, as the FAA try to determine what happened here.
And Tom, can I just throw in, too, just to make the point as we're seeing it take off, it would have had a lot of fuel on board, right, if it's making that trip.
38,000 gallons. Yeah, 38,000 gallons of fuel on an MD-11 going all the way to Honolulu. At the end of that runway near the UPS Worldport, we're told that there are some businesses at the end of the runway. I can't tell you what types of businesses, and we don't know if anybody on the ground there has been injured, but clearly that's a high priority. There's been the shelter-in-place order in a 5-mile radius, in part because you've got just a massive amount of jet fuel that's on fire right now. That's a toxin. On top of that, we don't know if there were any hazardous materials on board that plane that could also be a toxin. So this is a major aviation incident right now. Multiple fire departments responding to assist the Louisville Fire Department. In addition, NTSB and FAA, as you would expect, also responding. But at this hour, it is still very much a fight against the flames and heavy smoke there you see in Louisville at the UPS Worldport. The UPS Worldport, if I didn't say it already, this is a huge, a very important cargo hub in North America for UPS. And it's right there in Louisville.
Yeah. Tom Costello, I know it's going to be a long night ahead for you as we're working to report out what exactly happened here, the injuries, et cetera. So, Tom, thank you for being close to the camera. We'll be checking back in with you. Appreciate that. Okay. We'll have more on that as Tom and his team get more information from the aviation perspective. We're also going to have more on the political landscape, too, with a live look at both campaign headquarters in Virginia. That's next.
are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news,
Utter devastation.
telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building.
Putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
We are back with our continuing coverage here, rolling right now on NBC News Now on those major elections out of Virginia, New Jersey, California, New York. This is a live look here. Gang, we are 12 minutes till polls close in Virginia. You know what that means? Vote result coming in minutes after that. This is a big deal, right? And so we are going to be counting down every second until that happens. We are taking a live look now at both the Spamberger headquarters, the Earl Sears headquarters as well. And I want to bring in somebody who knows this state extremely well. That's because he led it for a bit, former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe, who is joining us now. Gov, it's good to see you back on the show. Thank you for being here.
Great to be with you.
I would have to start off by asking how you think it's going to go tonight. We're 12 minutes till polls close. We may know more very soon. Kornacki is fueling up, getting ready for all of this. What's your sense of where things stand?
So we got great candidates on the Democratic side. You got President Trump minus 15 in Virginia today. We've had the Doge cuts. We've had federal contractors cut. And we have a government shutdown. Virginia is the #1 state in America for federal workers. And we have thousands and thousands of workers out of work, not getting paid, and Donald Trump owns this. So here, I'll make a prediction. I think Abigail Spamberger, great candidate. I think she wins by 10 to 11 points. I think we win the lieutenant governor, attorney general, and I think we have a chance of picking up 59 to 60 total seats in the House of Delegates. We're at 51 now. It's going to be a big night. Listen, people worried about affordability. They're worried about their health care costs, which are going up an average of $2,000 for Virginians. Grocery prices are up, and their energy prices are up. And Donald Trump owns us, and Republicans have been so scared to take him on that they have decimated our economy. Our GDP third quarter went from 6 to 1.7. 7 straight months of unemployment has gone up. It's a disgrace for the Republican and Donald Trump.
So then, Governor, if it goes the way you think it's going to go tonight, and there is a decisive win for Abigail Spamberger, let's say, and again, obviously we don't know yet, what do you think then the lesson would be? Is there one that's not an over-extrapolation for 2026 and the midterms for other Democrats in other places as well, who are looking to, replicate those results? Is it that you lash, the economy to President Trump? How do you see that linkage, if there is one?
Yeah, good question. I think it's going to come down to the issue of affordability. I think Donald Trump ran on helping your life, and you've now seen grocery prices go up. You've seen energy prices go up. And now with that horrible bill that they passed, like just in Virginia, an average Virginian is going to see their health care costs go up by $2,000. Their energy prices are up. And I think for candidates out there talking about affordability and dealing with all the issues of the crazy Trump administration, we have a shutdown now, and I think it's a good message. But listen, every race is unique. Abigail's run a great campaign. I've known her well. She is a great member of Congress. She's going to focus on jobs. She's going to focus on affordability. And the Trump insanity, let's just take tariffs. In Virginia, our rural farmers, many of them are going bankrupt today. They can't sell their soybeans to China. China has not bought one soybean. They used to be our biggest buyer. And people who voted for Trump are now saying, listen, the gig's up. You've done nothing for us but hurt our lives. So I think we're going to have a good 26. I think we win the House. I think the Senate's in play. But this year we win both governors. I think the California proposition probably passes 2-1. I think it's going to be a good night for Democrats because we're focused on affordability issues.
The historical headwinds are behind Abigail Spamberger here. We've talked about how the candidate whose party controlled the White House has lost 11 of the last 12 governor races in Virginia. They call it the Virginia curse. You know this because you were the exception to that, of course, when you won.
Who is the only one to break that curse?
It was you. What do you attribute that to?
Now you're on message. Very good. But it's hard because we're so tied to the federal government.
That's right. That's right. And you look at that, and that gets us to some of these exit polls we're seeing. We showed, as you were talking about the economy, that Virginia voters, based on these early exits, and again, we'll have vote data in 7.5 minutes here. So we'll be, starting to get vote data after polls close in 7.5 minutes. But when you look at the exits here, economy was a huge issue for Virginia voters. And then you look at some of the shutdown questions, or at least let me call them the federal government cuts questions. The exit polls did not specifically ask about the government shutdown. They did ask about those, the so-called RIFs, those layoffs, the federal government cuts, for example. And you saw that for some voters, it was a factor. In Northern Virginia, for example, I'm thinking of, over by Hampton Roads, et cetera. How do you see that nexus in a state like Virginia, which has 147,000 federal civilian employees, second most of any state in the country?
Yeah, and great question. And you can't. I live in Northern Virginia. You cannot go out, and someone doesn't come up to you that I've been furloughed. I have no income. How am I going to pay my rent? How am I going to put groceries on the table? And that is the big issue as we go forward. And the big issue is going to be Republicans here in Virginia. Now, one Republican in our state, one elected official, has had the courage to take on Donald Trump and to say, no, the Doge cuts were wrong. No, cutting the SNAP benefits were wrong. No, all these federal government contracts you cut were wrong. Now, one of them has the courage to take on Donald. They're so scared of him, and they've been weak. And our economy has suffered greatly, as I mentioned. And we want elected officials who will stand up and do the right thing. Shame on the Republicans in Virginia, all of the statewide elected officials and the members of Congress who have been so terrified of Donald Trump that they will not say, no, these cuts were wrong and you need to stop it. But they're terrified of them. And I think that's the message as we go forward into 2026. Who's willing to step up for their citizens and their voters and take on Donald Trump and say you're wrong? The tariffs are wrong. The cuts are wrong, the Doge cuts were wrong, and now government shutdown is wrong. And I think that's going to be the message going forward. I'm fighting for you. I'm not fighting for Donald Trump. I didn't run for Donald Trump. I ran for you. And that's the message for our party going forward in 2026.
Worth noting, too, though, that, Governor Youngkin, he's not unpopular in the state of Virginia, to the point that you're making here. Governor Terry McAuliffe, Gov, where are you going to be tonight? Where are you watching the results roll in? On NBC News, I assume.
I'm going to be up here in Northern Virginia doing some radio and TV, but listen, Governor Youngkin's underwater. He's under 50%. No governor's ever been under 50% leaving office. And the reason is he sucked up to Donald Trump and refused to do the right thing for the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia. It's disgraceful.
Governor Terry McAuliffe, former governor of Virginia, thank you very much for being on the show.
Great.
We appreciate it as our election coverage rolls on. Thanks, sir. Let me bring in Hogan Gidley, Ashley Etienne back. Let me also bring in Ryan Nobles, who is at one of the locations. I think you're in Richmond, right, Ryan? You're at Spamberger campaign headquarters. Here we are, 4 minutes until polls close. I see the room maybe starting to fill up behind you. Could be just reporters, I can't tell. Give us a sense of what it's like where you are.
Yeah, they haven't quite opened the doors yet to rank-and-file supporters of Abigail Spamberger. We see a lot of elected officials have arrived. The Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan has arrived. The Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates, Don Scott, has also arrived. And he said very boisterously to the group of assembled reporters that he sees a Democratic sweep across the board tonight. And that he is expecting to expand his margins in the House of Delegates, much of which you heard the former governor tell you as well. And that's been pretty consistent, Hallie, from the Democrats that I've talked to, not only publicly, but privately as well. They do remain cautiously optimistic, even, I would say, cautiously confident about the results here tonight. They feel as though the economic message that Spamberger has focused in on has really resonated with Virginia voters. And of course, these are always local elections, but the government shutdown uniquely impacts the voters of Virginia. And Spamberger has really tied in to that message and explaining how she would respond as governor of Virginia to this shutdown in perhaps ways differently than what Glenn Youngkin has done, which is not necessarily criticize the Trump administration or try and find ways to help out federal government workers who have lost their jobs as a result of the Trump cuts and then, of course, are furloughed or working without pay because of the shutdown. So Democrats remain confident here tonight as those polls close in the next couple of minutes. We'll have to see if that confidence bears itself out, Hallie.
Also worth noting, as we've talked about the degree of any kind of so-called Trump factor in some of these races, including in Virginia, that President Trump stopped short of endorsing, of course, the Republican candidate in this race, Winsome Earl-Sears, at a tele-rally, didn't mention her name. And they've had a bit of a, I don't know, semi-complicated history dating back over the last few years.
Yeah. Hallie, it is such a good point because even in areas where Donald Trump isn't necessarily popular, it is impossible for a Republican to win at all without a full-throated endorsement from Donald Trump. Because if Donald Trump doesn't endorse your campaign and you are a Trump supporter, there's a very good chance that you're just going to stay home. And I saw some estimates that if Earl Sears had any shot at winning tonight, that she needed to draw in 75, 80% of the Trump voters that came out in 2024. And you remember Donald Trump lost in Virginia in 2024, but it was by a closer margin than he had lost in 2020. So there was some sense that perhaps Republicans were making gains. But if you don't have Donald Trump wrapping your arm around your candidate, and their relationship, you're absolutely right, has been complicated. She was very critical of Donald Trump after he lost the election in 2020. She did come around and has kind of tried to connect herself to him and tie herself to him, but it just hasn't worked. Trump has never really bought into it. And the fact that he would hold a rally and kind of rally, a tele-rally, and strongly get behind the other candidates on the ballot and not even mention her name speaks volumes. And it's something that Trump supporters would be keenly aware of. And there's no doubt that it could impact the results here tonight.
Ryan Noble's live for us there in Richmond. Ryan, thank you. In the 30 seconds we have left, Hogan and Ashley, in a sentence here, what are you most watching for in the state of Virginia?
I'm looking to see some of Southern Virginia that actually does go for Republicans, how much they come out in support of Earl Sears, and I don't know that they will.
What her margins are.
Well, and I'm glad you said that, because I'm getting reporting from the ground right now from the National Governors Association, basically saying that turnout in southwestern Virginia that was critical to Youngkin winning is down, lowest turnout in the state that they've seen.
We will find out in about 30 seconds, of course, when polls close in Virginia. That does it for us for this hour, but we've got special coverage of election night picking up right now.
And good evening. We thank you for joining us for this special election coverage. We have full coverage of the races in just a moment, but we're going to come on the air with breaking news, a UPS plane crashing near an airport in Louisville. The video appearing to show the plane on fire moments before it explodes into a fireball, a massive plume of smoke shooting into the air, first responders rushing to the scene. Tom Costello has the late breaking details.
Yeah, I got you. Oh, you guys missed. That's the shot that we need to
There's believed to be a plane crash.
Near the Louisville, Kentucky airport tonight, a massive fire on the ground after a reported plane crash. Witnesses report seeing a UPS MD-11 cargo plane going down at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Louisville is home to the UPS World Port, a major North American cargo hub. With thick smoke and reports of explosions near the scene, authorities issued a shelter in place for the immediate area. At this hour, it's not clear what cargo the plane might have been carrying. The FAA says UPS Flight 2976 was departing for Honolulu when the crash occurred. The FAA and NTSB will lead the investigation. In a statement, UPS says it has been notified of an accident involving one of our aircraft in Louisville. Muhammad Ali International Airport tonight is closed.
Again, there is no movement on the runway whatsoever.
All right, Tom Costello joins us now live. Tom, talk to us about what happened exactly at the airport. Do we know if there's any more injuries? And what do we know about this cargo plane?
Let's start with the injuries. Our local affiliate there is reporting that 4 people have been transported, at least 4 have been transported to another hospital, and UPS says 3 people were. Look at that right there, left side of the plane. Look at that engine. It appears to have already been on fire just as this plane was about to take off, and then, as you can see, exploded into a fireball. So UPS saying that at least 3 crew members were on board. This flight was headed to Louisville, Kentucky. Again, Honolulu from Louisville. 2976 is the flight number. A cargo plane and an MD-11. And Tom, as you and I know, that used to be a mainstay of many fleets back in the 90s and early 2000s. It originally was built back in around 1990, 91 or so. And then about 15 years ago or so, they started transitioning more to cargo flights, in part because the MD-11 really had kind of a storied and a sordid history with several incidents and crashes along the way. This is the plane that has the engine on the tail, so 3 engines, including one on the tail, a wide-body plane that for years carried passengers long distances, but lately has really been only used for cargo and a mainstay of UPS. And Tom, as you and I have both been there before, this is the major hub for UPS operations in Louisville at the World Port there in Louisville.
All right, Tom Costello leading us off tonight. Tom, we thank you. I want to get over to Keith Mackey. He's the president of aviation consulting, Mackey International. Talk to us about the video you've seen so far, and what do you think has happened here? Can you tell at least, was it a problem with the engines? Was it a problem at takeoff?
Well, we know there are no passengers. There's only a crew. And the MD-11 is an airplane that was a passenger airplane at one time, but primarily it's used for cargo. That's probably the use of it as best it can be utilized now. The MD-11 holds quite a bit of fuel, and going nonstop to Honolulu, it would have been nearly full. Consequently, all the flames. Now, once the crew has been saved or the injured treated, the next effort will be to recover the black boxes, the flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder. Another thing that's going to be of great interest is in determining the consist of the airplane. What was the cargo? Was there anything flammable or hazardous on there? That'll be a big place to look. Once they do those things, the cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder will be analyzed to see what happened. Hopefully the crew survives and we're able to get a first-hand story from them. But at this point, we're only speculating. We don't know the cause of the crash, but we soon will have information that'll lead us in that direction, I think.
Keith, we thank you for your information and your guidance tonight. For more on the ground, I want to get right to Alina Noakes from NBC's affiliate, WAVE Wave in Louisville, Kentucky. What can you tell us tonight about what you're seeing there on the scene?
Well, so far we've seen the smoke really kind of die with the night sky. As it's gotten darker, it's become harder to see, but the flames as well kind of dying down. I want to give you a live look behind us. We right now are in the Bay Area of the Muhammad Ali International Airport. So behind me, you can actually see the faintness of those flames as the crews continue to work. We've been seeing from a lot of our cameras, crews continue to spray water on this fire. We are going now into the 2-hour mark when the plane crash was first reported. We still have crews actively working road closures in that direction. That area is inaccessible. So this is where we are at tonight. Really difficult to see, but the smoke still, you can smell it. It's become a little fainter as that last hour has gone by, but crews are continuing to work, and the smell is continuing to cause a shelter-in-place warning. We still do have sirens that can be heard, even from over here. That's quite a distance from where we're at right now, where they're working the scene, but you can still hear crews. We do know that they, again, had 3 people confirmed that were on that plane, and the thing that's unclear tonight is just how many people may have been impacted on the ground. Our local crews around here have been trying to get as close as we can, trying to talk to people who were witnesses to that crash. It's become really unclear just how many businesses or homes may have been impacted that direction. Where the plane crash happened, there are some smaller businesses, a mechanic shop, things of that nature that we do know from witness video were involved in this incident. So it's still unclear the impacts on the ground as well as with the plane.
And Alina, just remind our viewers, is there still that 5-mile perimeter? We know immediately after the crash, emergency response units were very concerned about with the people around that airport.
Yeah, this plane was carrying 280,000 gallons of fuel tonight. So there is still that shelter-in-place warning. I believe they adjusted it from the 5 miles to rather a perimeter around the roads that were of concern for them. So that is kind of still in place tonight. You can still smell it. We are taking precautions ourselves. I'm talking to you right now without a mask on, but we are taking those precautions ourselves. And people in the area are still advised to take those precautions as well because that shelter-in-place warning has not been lifted.
All right, Alina Noakes. Again, we thank you for all your reporting there. The other major story tonight, of course, those big elections that are happening across the country tonight. Our special coverage starts right now.
Tonight, the elections across America.
Vote for your future. Vote for your children.
Set to make a major impact on the country as a whole.
You cannot sit this one out.
In New York, the mayor's race that has captivated the nation.
New York is not for sale.
Will the Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani ride a surge in young voters to victory?
Mamdani!
and become a defining face of the Democratic Party? Or will former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo get enough Republicans to join his coalition to stop Mamdani?
He is an extremist. He is a radical.
In California, a vote that could shift the balance of power in Congress.
Hell no, we are done.
The governor there leading a push to create more Democratic seats.
They poked the bear, and we have woken up.
In response to redistricting efforts spearheaded by Texas.
There's this war going on all over the United States. Who can out-cheat the other one?
And a major test for the growing GOP vote in New Jersey.
It's time.
Can the Republican candidate win the governor's mansion in a state that President Trump nearly won in 2024?
Are you ready to fight hard for our future?
And how will the government shutdown affect Virginia?
Vote!
With several key races. Tonight, the voters have their say. Will they send a message to President Trump or demand Democrats change course? Our live coverage begins right now.
This is an NBC News special, Election Night 2025. Live from NBC News election headquarters in New York, here's Tom Llamas.
And good evening. Tonight, millions casting their votes in the first multi-state test of President Trump's second term. The Democrats' potential strategy for the midterms on messaging and the future of American politics. Right now, polls just closing in one of those key races. Early data in just a moment. President Trump facing major headwinds on the economy and the cost of living. And despite not being on the ballot, it's something many of the candidates are capitalizing on. We're also just hours away from the longest ever government shutdown. Federal workers going 5 weeks without pay. A shutdown the president has done little to stop, even with Republicans having control of the House and the Senate and Democrats refusing to budge. Will that play a role for voters at the polls? One of the biggest races the nation is watching happens right here in New York City. The contest for mayor taking dramatic twists and turns. Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani thrust onto the national stage with his grassroots campaign, firing up a younger base and pushing former Governor Andrew Cuomo to run on an independent ticket. This is a three-way race, so Mamdani doesn't need to win a majority of the vote to come out on top.
What I don't have in experience, I make up for in integrity. And what you don't have in integrity, you could never make up for in experience.
Yes. And this is not a job for someone who has no management experience to run 300,000 people, no financial experience to run $115 billion budget. He literally has never had a job.
And in the final moments of this race, President Trump attempting to knock out the young socialist upstart, posting on Truth Social, writing, whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope he does a fantastic job. And earlier, saying this.
If it's going to be between a bad Democrat and a communist, I'm going to pick the bad Democrat all the time, to be honest with you.
For the record, Mamdani is not a communist, but as we mentioned, he is a socialist, a term many Americans are sour on. A new NBC News poll shows nearly half of registered voters view it negatively, but 35% of Democrats, look at that, in the same poll, feeling positive about socialism. And just outside of New York, one of the tightest and most expensive races playing out in New Jersey. Democrat Mikey Sherrill going up against Republican Jack Ciattarelli. They're neck and neck in a state where President Trump made significant inroads in 2024. The question tonight, can Democrats hold on to the governor's mansion? It's a really close for a race that shattered ad spending records. We're talking more than $100 million, the most expensive New Jersey race in history.
100% MAGA. That's what Donald Trump calls Jack Ciattarelli, because Ciattarelli wants to be the Trump of Trenton.
If you could pass one piece of legislation, what would it be?
Wow, I would love, that's a really good question because there's so many that are coming to mind right now.
Former President Barack Obama joining Mikey Sherrill on the campaign trail, urging Americans to reject the president's vision for America.
You deserve a governor who's going to think for herself and work for you. A governor who will create jobs and not cut them. A governor who will lower costs and not raise them.
President Trump endorsing Chitterelli, but not hosting any major rallies for him, just appearing virtually, a move possibly not to energize anti-Trump voters in the Garden State. Also tonight, one state Democrats are feeling confident in is in Virginia, where the polls just closed. Democrat Abigail Spanberger, a former CIA officer and U.S. rep, and Republican Winsome Earl Sears, both vying to be the first woman governor in the state. President Trump has notably not backed Earl Sears, refusing to even mention her name. The race is considered a political bellwether for the midterm election. But there could be a split-ticket win, and here's why. The contest for Attorney General increasingly narrow, with a texting scandal involving the Democratic candidate triggering significant backlash and calls to push him off the ticket. And tonight, California working to level the playing field as the battle over redistricting takes center stage. Prop 50 is a move for Democrats to fight back against Republican-led states redrawing congressional maps, which could reshape the midterm elections. Right now, Texas, Missouri, North Carolina, and Ohio have signed new maps into law, giving Republicans potentially 8 or 9 seats in the House. At this hour, California is swinging back, hoping to put 5 more seats into Democrats' hands. It's all a play for a balance of power in the House and could ultimately help decide who takes control. But tonight it all comes down to the voter, what they think is at stake, and what matters most.
Things are getting really ridiculous in terms of pricing. Food is astronomical.
We just want everyone to be on the same page when it comes to fighting crime, bringing our bills down, and helping out the communities.
Food prices, gas prices, inflation, nothing is being done.
And tonight, right now, here's a look at our REM wall. This is our team of reporters spread out at campaign events and polling sites across the country. We'll bring you there as several states continue to cast their ballots. And of course, our own Steve Kornacki, he is in the House tonight, breaking down the results and exit polls as they come in. Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker also standing by. We begin tonight in Studio 1A as the history-making night is just underway. Steve Kornacki, you already got data for Virginia. Walk us through what we're seeing here.
Yeah, Tom, polls just closed in Virginia. You can see it's a small amount that have come in so far, sort of a scattering around the state. I can tell you in the next few minutes, one place we're going to be looking very closely at here is Northern Virginia, just D.C. here, geographically a small area, but a ton of vote is going to come out of here. In fact, this county right here, Loudoun County, many people looked at the results in this county in last year's presidential election, and when they saw it, they knew Trump had won nationally. Those results came in at about 7:30 last year, so we're really going to be keying in to get those numbers out of Loudoun County. But you could see sort of a scattering here. This is actually the biggest county where we now have vote, and let's see if there's much from it. This is Chesterfield County, so again, we're just getting some early precincts out of here. This is a massive, massive suburban county I just circled here, just south of Richmond. This is the kind of place where Abigail Spanberger is hoping to do very well tonight. And again, so we're going to see this really light up, I think, over the next 30 minutes or so. Spanberger certainly entered today as the favorite in this race. Winsome Earl Sears, she doesn't even have the endorsement from President Trump in this campaign. So if she's going to pull off an upset, we will see in some of these early returns, she's going to have to overperform what the polls have been suggesting.
The night is just getting started. The excitement is starting, but we only got 1% in it. It's still going to be a long night, but as soon as we have more results, we're going to bring them to you. You're covering races coast to coast. We want to know sort of the temperature of politics right now. Are the exit polls tonight showing us anything?
Yeah, let's take a look here. I mean, one thing we were trying to find out here was the role that Trump may be playing, President Trump may be playing in these states. Now, keep in mind, states and New York City here. These are blue states, and New York City is a blue city. In our national NBC News poll that came out on Sunday, Trump had a 43% job approval rating. And you can see right here, 43 is the best he does in any of these. 43 in Jersey, 42 in Virginia. We were just showing the results there. Not surprisingly, New York the lowest. In California, they've got that ballot initiative that the Democrats have tried to make all about Trump and the Republicans to redraw the congressional lines, to give the Democrats more seats out there. Only a third of the voters in California approving of Trump's job performance. This is the one where it's going to be particularly interesting, though, New Jersey, because this is the state where Republicans think they have a shot to win tonight. And the Democratic effort, Mikey Sherrill's campaign in New Jersey, has been all about tying Donald Trump to Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, and trying to take voters who might kind of like Ciattarelli or might have a problem with Democrats in New Jersey, and to make them say, well, you know what, you really don't like Donald Trump, and this election's your chance to take it out.
And Republicans saw things in 2024, right? They saw a 6-point spread, the closest in years in presidential elections. So they think Ciattarelli could possibly have a case today. Well, we're going to have to wait and see. That vote's still coming in. We're waiting to see what happens there in New Jersey. Steve, I know you'll be with us all night. Speaking of New Jersey, our NBC News correspondents are fanned out across the country tonight, tracking every movement of these critical races from campaign headquarters, polling locations from California to New Jersey, New York, and Virginia, where, as we mentioned, polls have just closed. Democrat Abigail Spanberger, former congresswoman and intelligence officer, facing off against Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears. That governor's race too early to call, with 1% of the vote in, as we just saw literally seconds ago. This is a contest, notably, in which President Trump has not endorsed either candidate. Also of note, the so-called Virginia curse could be at play here. That is, since 1976, with just one exception, the party that wins the presidency loses the Virginia governor's race the following year. Ryan Nobles is at Spanberger headquarters in Richmond, a campaign hoping that that curse comes to fruition tonight. Ryan, also important to note, Virginia is home to many federal workers who have been impacted by Trump spending cuts and by the shutdown, of course, all those federal workers. That's going to hurt Republicans in this election.
Yeah, there's no question about that, Tom. Virginia is uniquely impacted by the federal government because of the percentage of Virginians that are connected to the federal government in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, there are tens of thousands of federal government workers that live in Virginia, but then also a long list of federal government contractors and people who work in subsidiary businesses that rely on the federal government workforce to keep their business going. And obviously the government shutdown that's dragged on now for 35 days has been a real impact on Virginia voters. And Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat in this race, has made that a focal point of her campaign, criticizing the way Donald Trump and House and Senate Republicans have handled the shutdown. But even before the shutdown, Spanberger was talking about Donald Trump's wrecking ball that he's taken to the federal government workforce, the thousands of government workers that have been subject to the reduction in force notices and losing their jobs. And that seems to have resonated with Virginia voters. She's been ahead in almost every single poll that has come out. And Tom, I have to say, every Democrat that I've talked to, both publicly and privately, seems very confident that it's going to be a very night for Democrats here in Virginia.
All right, and as we can see there on the right hand of the screen, too early to call so far. Ryan, stand by for us. We appreciate that. Here in New York City, as we mentioned, the race for mayor that has gripped the nation. Democratic Socialist and New York State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani leading a record-breaking grassroots campaign, casting his vote in his home district in Queens earlier today. He's facing off against former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, forced to run as an independent after losing in the Democratic primary to Mamdani. And Republican candidate Curtis Sewell, the founder of the Guardian Angels, sticking in this race until the very end, visiting a polling place with his wife today. NBC's Sam Brock is live at Mamdani headquarters in Brooklyn. So, Sam, what's the mood at campaign headquarters? How confident is his team right now?
Tom, good evening and good to be with you. As you look over my shoulder right now, you'll see an empty ballroom here. The reason why at this venue in Brooklyn is because the polls don't close until 9 o'clock. That is when we're expected to see Zohran Mamdani. But we are getting some pretty incredible figures just about the voter interest in electricity right now. The New York City Board of Elections just reported they have about 1.85 million people who have already cast votes. Right, that is still with 3 hours to go. For comparison, in 2021, when Eric Adams won, it was 1.1 million. The highest this quarter century had really been Mayor Bloomberg in 2001 with 1.5 million. He's at 1.85, or this contest, I should say, is going back likely to the Dinkins era for the high water mark in modern politics, which is to say there's a ton of interest right now in this race. As far as what Zohran Mamdani represents and where we are right now, think about the political phenomenon that we've seen unfold, Tom. You have the scion of this political dynasty in New York with Andrew Cuomo, someone who served 3 terms as mayor, had been the head of federal housing for HUD, but he did have to step down amidst allegations of sexual harassment. He is running against Amanda Mamdani, who's 34 years old. He's only spent 4+ years in the state assembly. Zohran Mamdani's previous job prior to that was advocating on behalf of homeowners on the verge of losing their homes to foreclosure, and that is his job description. They are vying for what many consider to be the hardest job in America after the president of the United States, one that is responsible for basically a $115 billion budget, 300,000 municipal workers, just the extent of the feel of how many people you're affecting is immense. And cost of living, according to the exit polls right now, and this would excite the Mamdani folks, is clearly being emphasized. 56%, by far the highest figure of any of the questions asked, was why people were voting, according to the exit polls. 16%, fewer than 1 in 5, felt like they were getting ahead financially. And I can tell you anecdotally, the conversations I had with people today, one woman said, look, I'm a millennial. My husband and I, we want to get married and get a house, have kids. We can't afford to do that right now unless we're lucky enough to have money from our parents. Her words speak to an entire generation of people. It really is what is resonating with Mamdani supporters. We'll see how Cuomo has been able to paint his potential mayoralty in this dystopic vision of what it would mean for democracy as we know it. That's the other side of the coin, and we're waiting to find out on the results of this race.
All right, Sam Brock for us tonight. Sam, we thank you. Next tonight to the high-stakes governor's race in New Jersey, where Democratic Representative Mikey Sherrill is facing off with Republican Jack Ciattarelli. The closely watched contest has generated national attention and shattered ad spending records. Both candidates, as we reported earlier, spending more than $100 million just in the general election. That's triple the ad spending in the last governor's race back in 2021, and neither side is holding back.
Jack Ciattarelli, 100% MAGA, 100% wrong.
Politicians like Mikey Sherrill and Phil Murphy just don't get it. They're making New Jersey unaffordable, especially for the middle class.
And just this morning, multiple false alarm bomb threats called into polling sites, disrupting the voting process at some of those busy locations. That, according to police. Let's go to Stephanie Gosk at Sherrill headquarters in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Stephanie, Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill got a boost of support ahead of the election from former President Barack Obama. Here's some of what he had to say today.
If you believe change can happen, you will not just elect Mikey Sherrill, your next governor. You will not just put New Jersey on a path to a brighter future. You will set a glorious example for this nation.
This is a big endorsement from a major figure in the Democratic Party, obviously. How is the campaign feeling tonight?
Well, you know, Tom, I matched up with Mikey Sherrill earlier today. She had just voted. She was in her hometown of Montclair, New Jersey. She had just had breakfast. I think it was French toast and whipped cream with her family. She seemed really confident. And that's what they've been saying publicly. But there is, at a bare minimum, a reason for things to feel a little shaky in the Mikey Sherrill campaign. And that's because how narrow this race has become. Over the summer, she was 20 points ahead at one point, and that has narrowed considerably. A couple of things to keep in mind. You've already mentioned it, the inroads that Donald Trump made in the presidential election in 2024. But I'll bring up another data point for you as well, and that is Jack Ciattarelli ran for governor in 2021, and he almost unseated Phil Murphy, the Democrat, came within 3 points of doing that. Those two things showing that there have been some political winds shifting here in New Jersey. And now both candidates are trying to tap into what matters to voters most. And we have some exit polls here that tell you exactly what those reasons are. Top three: taxes, economy, and healthcare. Those things taken together are all about affordability. Jack Ciattarelli saying, hey, the Democrats have been in office now in this state for 8 years. They haven't made it any better. Mikey Sherrill is saying, well, Donald Trump is president. He's been president for 11 months, and things have not gotten better. So ultimately, to some degree, it comes down to who are you going to blame for things being so unaffordable? Tom?
All right, Stephanie Goss for us. Stephanie, we'll check back with you later in the broadcast. Our special election night coverage just getting started. When we come back, what the races could tell us about the state of both political parties right now. Stay with us. top story, live from the Vatican. Live tonight from Tel Aviv. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
We are on the brink of making history in our city.
I voted for Mamdani.
People want progressive policies.
You feel the energy?
Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah. New Jersey will make news tonight.
We are drawing a line.
The left and the right are so at each other's throats.
She doesn't have a clue on how to run the state of New Jersey.
We hope that Jack wins, and he's going to do the right thing.
I'm voting for Mikey Sherrill.
I definitely think it's a referendum on Donald Trump.
Abigail's going to get my vote.
I want to see the next governor be Winston Sears.
Proposition 50 is important.
It is about holding the line.
I'm a solid no. This is bad governance.
You gotta fight fire with fire.
All right, those were voters across the country tonight. Let's get right over to Steve Kornacki. We have a race alert there in Virginia. Steve, you look at that map, it could be a little bit of a red mirage. Talk to us about the vote that's in statewide in Virginia, what we know so far.
Yes, you see there's about 200,000 votes in, a little bit shy of that right now. Spanberger leading the statewide count here, but this is obviously a scattering, small numbers in most of these counties, except I'll give you one of the biggest counties in the state. This is the fourth largest county in Virginia, Chesterfield County. These are big, sprawling, fast-growing suburbs right outside of Richmond. And here we've got about a quarter of the vote in right now. Now, remember, people are voting in different ways in these elections. Some people vote by mail. Some people vote early in person. Some people vote same day. The folks who vote same day, and we just, excuse me for that glitch there, the same day vote tends to be the most Republican-friendly type of vote. And what you're looking at in Chesterfield County right now, what you're looking at in Chesterfield County, if I go back in there, this is same-day vote. And that is significant because look how Chesterfield County went in last year's presidential election. Remember, Kamala Harris won Virginia. She won it by about 6 points over Donald Trump last year. This is how she was faring in Chesterfield County. Now, with some of the more Republican-friendly votes that we expect to see out of Chesterfield County now counted and now tallied up, Spanberger is leading by a wider margin. That's about a 4 or 5 point improvement for Spanberger over what was already statewide a winning margin there for Kamala Harris last year. So that's a very encouraging early sign for Spanberger. Of course, she did represent part of this area in Congress. She might have a little bit of a home field advantage there, but it is consistent so far with a lot of the expectations we had going in. Now, again, we're going to look to see if that continues elsewhere. I'm just clicking to make sure I don't miss a big one right outside D.C. right now. I've been looking for Prince William County right here and Loudoun County right here. Well, that is Loudoun County. Let me just see if we got, wow, there it is. Okay, 3/4 of the vote in Loudoun County. We just got all in one batch. This was the moment last year that the country said Trump had been elected president when we got Loudoun County in. And let's put this in some perspective here because this is the majority of the vote now in this giant county in Virginia. This is, again, one of the largest counties. This was a 16-point margin in last year's presidential election. That was a low margin for Democrats. That was an underperformance that got people's attention. One thing that happened here was Donald Trump did very well in Asian American neighborhoods and Hispanic neighborhoods in particular. This 25-point margin that you're seeing here, obviously a significant improvement for the Democrats from how they did in this county last year. This is also the same margin at 25 points that Donald Trump lost Loudoun County by in 2020, and that's when he was thumped statewide by double digits in Virginia. So we now have two powerful pieces of early evidence in the returns in Virginia. Again, returning to the statewide, we've doubled what's in, 10% in right now. You see what that did to Spanberger's advantage statewide. It's now moved double digits. And again, the fact that now in two different parts of the state, major population centers, Chesterfield County and Loudoun County, you're seeing significant vote and you're seeing improvement in Spanberger's numbers over what Democrats did last year.
Let's put some perspective in here, right, Steve? Go back to Loudoun County if you can for our voters there. You got a suburb of D.C. here, right? You have the Doge cuts, you have the shutdown, and you have a Republican candidate that was not endorsed by the president. I mean, this was going to be a tough race for Republicans, for any Republican.
No, absolutely. Look, Winston Murrells here is certainly the underdog coming into this race, and I just wanted to go back there and make sure. I thought I heard a thing that we might have some more there. Yeah, she was certainly the underdog coming into this. One issue that Earl Sears leaned into and thought might get some traction for Republicans that they've had some political success with in Virginia, controversies with schools in Northern Virginia that have sort of become national news over the last few years. Controversies about transgender students using bathrooms, controversies about testing standards, these sorts of things. So I think there had been some hope on the Earl Sears campaign front that those local issues might resonate and deliver the kind of result that Republicans were able to get last year. But again, this 25 points here, again, this is the bulk of the vote that's going to, we'll have some more, but this is the bulk of it. That is a number Democrats are very comfortable getting out of Loudoun County.
All right, Steve Kornacki, we're going to check back with you. Just signals. I can see you. Throw up the smoke signal, whatever you want to do. I'll come right back to you. I want to get to our political pros tonight here on set. We have Hogan Gidley, former Trump White House Deputy Press Secretary. Ashley Atan, she's former Communications Director for Vice President Harris. Julie Roginski, Democratic strategist. And Krisha Lenzo, she's a Republican strat as well. Welcome to you all. Hogan, let's talk about Virginia right there. Look, no surprise there. Explain to our viewers, why didn't the president make an endorsement here?
I think there was some rocky relationship early on with the criticisms coming from Earl Sears against Donald Trump, and I think he remembers stuff like that. You'll also notice when he does embrace fully a candidate, he does so strategically, and a lot of times those people perform better in the counties where he performed better. It's clear tonight that was a problem for her, but at the end of the day, what we're seeing is what Steve pointed out beautifully, which is this is a Democrat state electing a Democrat candidate who's going to be a Democrat governor. I don't think that's really news.
Yeah, Ashley, Virginia is a state made up of a lot of federal workers. As I was pointing out with Steve there, you got the DOJ cuts, you have the federal shutdown as well. A lot of those politics play into how people vote in Virginia. I want to put up a stat here that we're getting from some of the exit polls. The economy, the #1 issue at 49%. Followed here, what else do we have here? 46%. This is a different graphic than we were talking about, but we should jump to the next one about the economy in the second question, but it's okay. Anyways, the economy was the reason people were voting. What can we draw from that with President Trump?
Well, I mean, what I'm looking and what I'm seeing is that this is a 5-alarm fire for the president. Not only are people in Virginia, but in New Jersey as well, saying that the economy is not only tanking and bad, but it's their driver for turnout. I mean, NBC's poll just recently showed that the president is down on every category, every issue from corruption to cost of living to tariffs to electricity cost. He's down across the board as it relates to the economy. Hogan and I were just arguing about this back and forth. Republicans usually beat Democrats on the issue of the economy. Now NBC's poll is showing that they're down 20 points. This is a problem for the president. And I will say, I won, I was on Obama's campaign in 2008, and we won Virginia for the first time then. The interesting thing about Virginia is 3 states in 1. So we now focused on Northern Virginia, which we expect Democrats to have very high turnout, which she did. But what we're seeing now, I'm hearing from the National Governors Association as well as from the campaign, that turnout is low in the Republican counties. That part of Virginia, the smaller part of Roanoke, those counties, those turnout there is low. And that really, to me, signals a much larger problem for the president. Not only do you have people saying that the economy is bad, they're voting on the economy, but now he can't even keep his coalition together, and Republican voters are not turning out.
Maybe, but maybe he couldn't motivate his base because he wasn't backing the top of the ticket in that case. Let's talk about New Jersey, though, because some of the points that Ashley just brought up, it's a different story in New Jersey. It's tightening in New Jersey, right? Republicans got the closest they had come in years. You have a tight race now. Both sides spending more than $100 million. What's happening in New Jersey? Is it the taxes? Is it the cost of energy? Is it all that?
Well, let's start by saying that New Jersey should be going Republican this year if this was normal.
Because of the
normal circumstances. You have an
historically.
Historically, you have an incumbent Democratic governor who's been there for 8 years. He's not particularly popular. Since 1961 have you had a candidate of the same party succeed a 2-term governor of that party. So by all accounts, Jack Ciattarelli should be winning. However, if you look at turnout in New Jersey today, and you look at where the turnout is, it is through the roof, exceeding 2021 in places like Hudson County, in places like Essex County, in places like Middlesex County, Mercer County, all Democratic counties, all Democratic cities. And you are seeing tremendous turnout in places where Donald Trump did not do so poorly last year. And to Ashley's point, what you're seeing right now is a huge blowback against the president. There is no reason on earth why Jack Ciattarelli would not be governor tonight if Donald Trump were not in the White House.
Krisha, speaking of President Trump, there were no huge rallies this time around. There were no convention halls sold out, and he had backed Ciattarelli in New Jersey. How come he didn't appear with him? I know there was virtual appearances, but that's not really the Trump style.
I would agree. It's not necessarily Trump style. Look, we all know Donald Trump is not on the ballot, and sometimes his influence doesn't necessarily help the voting process, especially in a state.
So you think it was calculated?
He's always calculated. He knows exactly what he's doing. I think his endorsement of Jack Ciattarelli could not have been any stronger, at least what he put on Truth Social in that respect. But I think, despite the fact that he's not on the ballot, I am optimistic that this will be positive for the midterms for Republicans. Look, it's an off year. There's low propensity Republican voters who are not enticed to get out to the polls, but I still have a lot of hope for Ciattarelli.
Let's talk about New York City, Hogan. The president sort of putting his thumb on the scale, at least trying to, in the last day of this campaign yesterday, saying, vote for Andrew Cuomo, trying to knock out Mamdani. Does he have any effect in this race, and could he have possibly hurt Cuomo by getting involved?
I don't think he hurts Cuomo, because I think Cuomo hurts himself. He was a horrific governor. I mean, his basic campaign was, I'm here to kill old people and grab ass. He was all out of old people, so he had a big problem moving forward. When you run campaigns, it matters how you run them, and it matters what issues you're running on. It is obvious that Mamdani is someone that has captivated the hearts and minds of the Democrat Party. It looks like that's which way the party is moving, into that radical left, that Marxist based. That's what they're going to be moving forward. And while they all move and support him at this point, the question becomes, once he gets elected, and I do believe he is going to get elected, what happens moving forward? Does New York backlash after the failures and go back to like a Giuliani type, someone who can actually clean up the city? Or do they keep moving forward and doubling down on socialism and Marxism? So it's more, for me, not about tonight, and more so about where the party, the Democrat Party, goes in a place like New York that is wildly Democratic. Of course, moving forward, what will his blowback be against the party should he continue to, should he fail?
When you see Mamdani, do you think he's the future of the party? I mean, I will remind you, I mean, it was just 2020 when Democrats had a reckoning with the term socialist and Bernie Sanders, and that was one of the reasons why Joe Biden won that nomination. Or do you think he has the kind of energy and he's talking about things and he has the social media strategy to electrify Democrats?
No, I mean, I think there is a commonality between Bernie, who happens to be one of the most popular Democrats in the party right now. He's not actually in our party, but he's one of the most popular, well-known Democrats. And Mamdani is because they are hyper-focused on affordability. I'm not sure what is extremist and Marxist about being able to afford your rent, being able to afford groceries, being able to live a life with dignity. And that's what Democrats are focused on. I just recently met with Ken Martin, who's the head of the DNC, and he said, listen, we're going in on all of these races. We're double downing, investing record numbers in both of these particular states, hyper-focused on affordability. We're not even talking about Donald Trump unless it's connected to the economy. And it's proven to be a winning message.
The campus protest that happened last year across college campuses all across the country didn't help Democrats. And Mamdani sort of stumbled when it came to issues on Hamas and what was happening with the war in Gaza. He had to play cleanup a couple different times. Does that worry you that he's not ready for prime time?
I'm not concerned about that at all. I mean, the reality is people aren't hyper-focused on that issue now. What they're focused on is making ends meet. They're focused on surviving. And I think that's what he's tapped into. And in fact, it's almost a playbook from Donald Trump. You know, and so the reality is it's a winning message, and we're seeing it play out right now.
But Linda Sarsour, for example, did come out and say, listen, we're holding this guy's feet to the fire. He said he wanted to dismantle the NYPD. We want that to happen. He said we want to take over a means of production. We want that to happen. And if he doesn't do that, if he doesn't try to arrest Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to town. So this is where the party's headed, and it seems like the full-on embrace of that is occurring.
Let me just say this. You guys hang out with Nick Fuentes, so I really don't want to hear any lectures from Republicans.
We don't hang out with Nick Fuentes, and we have always
the president had dinner.
You guys endorse
the president had dinner with Nick Fuentes, so don't tell me you don't hang out with him. Let me just say this. I will take that kind of advice from people that don't hang out with known anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes. What I will say is this. There is really not much difference between the affordability that Mikey Sherrill is talking about, the affordability that Zohran Mamdani is talking about, the affordability that Abigail Spanberger is talking about, and the affordability that Donald Trump talked about last year. Right. The difference is that he blew it. He was given a chance. And if you want to talk about socialism, let's talk about the $40 billion that we are bailing out your friends down in South America with. That's a big socialist bailout. Okay. The difference here is that you guys want to name call all you want, but you're not delivering on the promises that you made.
He calls himself a communist.
No, he calls himself a communist. He does not call himself a communist.
Guys, I love this conversation. Let's hold this thought for 1 second. I want to go to Steve Kornacki real quick. Steve, I know you got a new update out of Virginia and some of the suburb counties out of D.C.
Yeah, I mean, we continue to, it's really kind of pouring in right now, and the news is very good if you're a Democrat and a supporter of Abigail Spanberger. We started to tell the the story of Loudoun County, again, one of the largest in the state. We had 3/4 of the vote in the last time we checked in. We now have basically all the vote. And you can see, in fact, since the last time we checked in, Spanberger has improved her position here. This is now about a 29-point margin. So again, compare that to last year in the presidential election. This county last year was a 16-point margin for Democrats. That was considered a significant underperformance for Democrats. Now at 29 points, this is actually better how Spanberger is faring right now in Loudoun County than in 2020. Joe Biden had won this by 25 points. That was kind of a high watermark for Democrats. Spanberger has now exceeded that, again, with just about all the vote in here, leading by 29 points. That is incredibly good news for Democrats because they didn't want to see slippage up here in the big population center. We also now have a significant amount of vote in, a little bit more than 1/4, in the city of Virginia Beach, largest city in Virginia, about 450,000 people here. Now, you can see Spanberger is leading, and it's tight. But again, Virginia Beach is the kind of place that Republicans must win if they're going to have a chance statewide in Virginia. And really, they've got to win it somewhere in that high single digits. You know, Glenn Youngkin, when he was elected 4 years ago, he won Virginia Beach by 8 points. And again, with a little more than 1/4 of the vote in, you see Spanberger is leading this by just under 3 points. So again, that's what Democrats want to be seeing there. We continue to look at Chesterfield County, south of Richmond. Again, this is one of the largest counties in Virginia. Spanberger has improved her position since the last time we checked in here. So she continues to overperform. And again, how about this? This is, again, the biggest in the state, Fairfax County. We've got 1/3 of the vote in. Now, this is right outside Washington, D.C., massive, densely populated. You're looking at core Democratic territory. You talk about federal employees, shutdown implications. You're going to find an awful lot of them in Fairfax County. But again, just take a look here. Core Democratic, but it was 35 points Democratic last year. With 1/3 of the vote in, you're now looking at a 47-point margin for Spanberger over Earl Sears. Is Earl Sears overperforming anywhere? Take a look at some of these Republican counties here. This is a small county. It is a Republican county, and I'm showing it to you because it's one of the counties where we do have all of the vote in. And again, just take a look here. Earl Sears winning this by about 9 points. Donald Trump won this same county by 14 points last year. Earl Sears needed to match the Trump number and really exceed it because remember, Trump lost statewide. Here she is in a Republican county where we have all of the vote in, falling short. We've seen a few other counties where this has happened. So Spanberger is exceeding Democratic levels from 2020 and 2024 in the biggest suburban counties in the state. She is leading in Virginia Beach. And so far, the Republican counties that have reported, you have Earl Sears not quite even reaching the Trump level from last year. So if you're a Democrat, you went into this tonight looking at polls that had Spanberger not just ahead, but ahead by comfortable margins. And everything we've seen in the returns now with 25% of the vote in statewide is consistent with that.
All right, Steve, thank you. For more special election night coverage ahead, former New York City mayoral candidate Brad Lander joins me next. We'll talk about his decision to team up with Mondani. That's next. Stay with us. Story live from the Vatican. Live tonight from Tel Aviv. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with the mayoral race right here in New York City. Polls set to close in a little over an hour. And joining us tonight here live, a man who ran for the mayor this year and has since endorsed Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani. New York City Comptroller Brad Lander, we thank you so much for joining us live. Brad, you ran against Mamdani. Explain to our viewers who are not from New York City how he was able to beat people like you, beat people like Andrew Cuomo, and possibly become the next mayor.
Yeah, so first he focused like a laser on affordability and, got people excited with some simple ideas. We're going to freeze your rent, make the buses fast and free, give universal child care. People got excited about that because they're desperate about the cost of living. And then, look,
they sound like great ideas to some people. You're the comptroller. Can you actually pay for it?
Well, he's going to have to get Albany and the governor to put in the money, but she said she wants to get to universal child care as well. So, yeah, governing is, what we do in prose, and campaigning is what we do in poetry.
So are you saying you don't believe him, or?
No, I mean, I'm hopeful. I mean, look, I cross-endorsed and then endorsed him in the general because I believe those are the right ideas. And I hope the governor will work with him, deliver the money New York City needs, because parents are desperate to have their 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds someplace they can afford.
President Trump went on 60 Minutes. He called him a communist, which he's not. He's a socialist. He said yesterday, vote for Andrew Cuomo. Do you think there's a President Trump effect in this race?
Look, he said today that any Jew like me, I'm the highest ranking Jewish elected official in New York City government. He said any Jew that supports Zohran Mamdani is stupid. He doesn't get to decide how Jews make up their mind in this race. And yes, New Yorkers don't want Donald Trump telling us who to vote for. We don't want Stephen Miller telling us who to vote for. We don't want Elon Musk telling us who to vote for. We don't want the president sending troops here. We don't want him taking our money. And I think this will be a moment when New Yorkers stand up together.
You brought up your faith. I do want to ask you, Mamdani has been criticized and called out in his campaign for not condemning the phrase globalize intifada and for dodging questions about Hamas disarmament in a debate. As a Jewish American, does that give you pause? Do you know who you're getting into business with?
Let's be clear. He's condemned Hamas and the attacks of October 7th. He never said globalize the intifada. And then after listening to Jews talk about what it means to us, he started discouraging people from saying it.
He has had some hiccups, and it has been unclear, to be fair.
But look, on a primary night, he said, I'm going to go out and meet Jewish New Yorkers. He came to Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur services with me. He's talked to dozens and dozens of groups. He's going to work hard every day to keep Jewish New Yorkers and all New Yorkers safe.
He wants the corporate tax to be on par with New Jersey. That's exactly the reason why they're fighting in New Jersey right now in that governor's race. Is that a good idea? Again, you're the comptroller.
Well, it's really about what you're getting. I think if we increase the corporate tax rate in order to provide child care for 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds, then we'll see that in productivity, and employers will see it because their workers are desperate for child care.
Brad, it was great to talk to you. I'll talk to you in a couple of months. We'll see how this ends up, and then we'll talk to see how the results are. But great to talk to you tonight. Thanks for being here.
Much.
Steve Kornacki, he's still in the House. He is working that board. The votes are coming in. He's getting excited. What do you got in Virginia?
Yeah, so you can see here we've had more of the Republican areas of the state that have come in that has brought that statewide number inside of 10 points. Doesn't really change the broader dynamics that we've been discussing in terms of where Spamberger is overperforming. It just means a lot more of the sort of small rural areas that are very Republican have come in. There's still a ton of vote to come out of the Northern Virginia area and around Richmond. And one of the questions beyond the governor's race, I think, that's gotten national attention out of Virginia is the race for Attorney General. The Democrat there with those text messages from a couple years ago where he had talked about the idea of killing children and terrible, terrible things. And so the idea of would he lose even if Spamberger's having a good night? Spamberger is having a good night right now. Take a look how many voters were willing to vote for Spamberger, but not for the Democratic candidate for Attorney General Jay Jones. Well, there certainly are some of them. That race now, Jones with a very narrow statewide lead over the incumbent, Jason Miyares, about a point right now. What's interesting is we're tracking around the state. Where is Jones running the closest with Spamberger, and where is the most separation? And a pattern's emerging, and it really has to do with the counties that we've been talking about. You're seeing the biggest gap between them. I can actually, instead of circling it, I can show it to you. You're seeing it in a place like Loudoun County, a 19-point margin here in the race for Attorney General. When you look at the governor's race, a 29-point margin. So there is a 10-point gap right there. You're seeing something similar in Chesterfield County here. It's a 15-point lead for Spanberger there in the governor's race. You take a look in the attorney general's race, it's only a 3-point. Now, what do those places have in common? And we're seeing this some others. These are places that have large populations of suburbanites, white-collar professionals. These are folks who are culturally liberal, have gravitated...
Steve, I'm going to interrupt you here. NBC News can now project the winner of the Virginia governor's race is Abigail Spanberger. NBC News now projecting her as the winner of the Virginia governor's race. Steve, we were just talking about this throughout the night right now. All the momentum, all the voting, more Democrats coming out for, especially around those suburbs in D.C. You wonder how the DOGE cuts, how the government shutdown, how that all affected the people that live around D.C. and how it affected their vote. And again, President Trump, he wasn't in this race. He didn't endorse Earl Sears. He didn't even mention her name. It was a very tough race for Republicans there. Too early to call in the Attorney General's race so far. And Steve, before you go, because I want to talk to two great political minds in about 30 seconds, explain to our viewers why we're just talking Virginia and we haven't talked about New Jersey or New York City or California yet.
Yeah, Tom, it's certainly not for lack of desire on my part, but in 6 minutes, the polls are going to close in New Jersey, and this thing is going to start to light up like a Christmas tree at 11 p.m. Eastern. That's going to happen out in California. 9 p.m. That's going to happen in New York City. So, yeah, we got a storyline to follow here, the AG's race, but in a few minutes, that governor's race in New Jersey, which we expect to be the closer one and where Republicans think they have a chance, is going to take center stage.
Steve Kornacki, thank you. We got about 3 minutes left. We got two of my favorites here. Moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, and NBC News senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Real quick, guys, what have we learned up to this point?
A couple of things. Abigail Spanberger's message on the economy, affordability, clearly resonated. The Trump alliance, which included an increase in Latino voters of color, didn't necessarily hold. We saw that in counties like Loudoun County. Steve will break that down even more. And then the question that Democrats are going to ask themselves tomorrow, what can they take from this victory into the midterms?
Okay, then, Hallie, a complicated question for you. So here we go.
Oh,
you got three blue states. You got California, you got New Jersey, and you got Virginia.
Sure.
We can debate if two of those are purple, but they're blue states because of what happened in the presidential race. And then you have New York City. So can we draw any narratives from this for the midterms? Because New York City is not really the suburbs of America, and we're talking two blue states.
100%. But think about what all those three races have in common if, in fact, the Democrats end up winning, because it's a great question, and here's the through line that I'm thinking about. It's the economy. All of those candidates, the Democratic candidates, are running on affordability messages in different ways, right? They look different when they're coming out of Mamdani's mouth versus Abigail Spanberger's mouth, but that is still a through line here. So I've been talking to smart strategists on both sides of the aisle who say that may be the biggest takeaway for 2026. Can I tell you the question that I still have on Virginia, though? What's the margin going to be? Because that's going to tell us a lot about, I think, where this goes. And I spoke with one Republican who said, listen, if this is a smash in Virginia, a smash in Jersey, and Mamdani wins big, on the economy and on that kind of messaging, President Trump may have to think about how he's messaging on the economy if it's not resonating with some of these more moderates.
We're watching some of the celebrations at the Spanberger watch party. Kristen, real quick to you, the president ran on the economy. He won on the economy. He's delivered on immigration. He's delivered on crime to his voters. But the economy is the big unknown.
The economy is still the top issue for voters, Tom, and he, by his own admission, said he got elected because he was going to bring down grocery prices. If you look at the prices at the grocery store, a lot of prices have gone up, from meat to bacon, just to name a few. And so I do think that there's going to be a hard look inside the White House at how they are handling grocery prices, the prices that people are paying, inflation, and, of course, the backdrop to all of that, the president's tariff policy.
All right, Hallie, we got about 40 seconds left.
Lay it on me.
Give me 20 seconds. What do we expect tonight? What are we watching tonight from your coverage with Kristen over here?
Three big things. Number one, margins. What are they if, in fact, the Democrats do end up pulling it out? And obviously any surprises. Two, this messaging on the economy, affordability. And three, what you've been talking about with Steve, the Trump coalition. Do Latinos, do non-white voters in New Jersey, non-college educated voters in New Jersey, do they go for Chitterelli? Do they flip? Do they go for Mikey Sherrill here? And what about those low propensity voters, folks who don't turn out? Some interesting numbers we're seeing in the exits there, Tom. Let's see how that plays out.
And the big unknown, Prop 50 in California. It's going to be a huge vote. That could change the entire direction of Congress. What are you going to say, Kristen?
It could.
20 seconds.
Gavin Newsom says it's going to pass. He says it's going to be a big night for Democrats. We'll have to see.
All right, and we are just 2 minutes away from our next major poll closing in New Jersey. Hallie and Kristen pick up our special election night coverage right after this short break. We're going to have Kornacki. We're going to have the polls, the exit polls, too, where the country is headed, plus what's happening in California, New Jersey, and Virginia. It's all coming up. Don't go anywhere. Our night is just getting started here on NBC News Now. People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News. For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas, because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us. Americans woke up and they were shocked. Owning breaking news, utter devastation, telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context. For NBC News, NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas. That's what we do every night.
Election night 2025. Tonight, the first major political test since President Trump's return to power.
I've been right about everything.
Two big governor's races tonight. Virginia.
On Tuesday, we are going to send a message.
We're not going back. Forward is the only way I know.
And New Jersey.
New Jersey, are you ready to work?
We're going to win this race.
Plus, the race rocking Democrats in New York City.
Mamdani.
That could echo all across the country. And why what happens in California tonight could impact the nation for years to come. NBC's Election Night special coverage begins right now.
From NBC News, Election Night, live from Rockefeller Center. Here now is Kristen Welker.
Welcome to NBC's special coverage of Election Night. It is a huge night with millions of voters making their voices heard all across the country for the first time since Donald Trump's return to the White House. And so far, voters tonight are signaling their frustration with the president based on NBC News exit polling. And just moments ago, the NBC News decision desk projecting that Democrat Abigail Spanberger is the winner of the Virginia governor's race. The government shutdown is looming large for the state, and at midnight, it will officially become the longest shutdown in American history. Take a look. These are live pictures from Spanberger election headquarters as her supporters celebrate the news. It is now just a few moments after 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in other big governor's races tonight. New Jersey, right now, that race is too early to call. Republicans are hoping they can lock in gains President Trump made in New Jersey last November. We'll see in the next few hours if they can do it and flip that seat. We're also counting down to results out of New York City, which has vaulted 34-year-old Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani into the national spotlight. Polls close there in just under an hour. We have every single angle covered tonight. Our team of NBC reporters live at Election Night headquarters for all the big campaigns, and also covering the very latest from the White House as the results pour in. My NBC News colleague Hallie Jackson will be alongside me all night analyzing all the data from our NBC News exit polls. And we've got the ultimate election expert, NBC's Steve Kornacki. Where else? At the big board, breaking down the results as they come in. And our team of Election Night insiders here in studio. I do have to get right to NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki for a look at where we stand on the key races and what he's going to be watching for in the coming hours. And this big call, Steve, Abigail Spanberger has done it. She's clinched it. The only question now, what exactly will the margin be?
Yeah, exactly. And so you can see in the statewide tally right now, it's 10 points for Spanberger over Earl Sears. And again, this is sort of the standard Democratic victory model in New Jersey, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself here. The standard Democratic victory model in Virginia, except Spanberger is doing even better than Democrats have done lately in a lot of these places. Chiefly, here we go. All the vote is in now in Loudoun County up here. This is one of the biggies in the state. Spanberger is going to win this by 29 points. You know, big bedroom communities, suburban, exurban area just outside Washington, D.C. The key here, when you look at this statewide margin, statewide tally, and you ask about the margin, what we've seen happen in the last few minutes is all the red you see, sort of rural areas, Southwest Virginia, South Side, that have started to fill in. They've allowed Earl Sears to chip away a bit at that statewide lead. But I want you to keep in mind, so much of the population is right around here. And you go into a county like Prince William County, there's still 150,000 votes that are going to come out of this county. Look at Spanberger's lead right there. You can imagine what that's going to do to her statewide total. This is the biggest of the big. Fairfax County, we don't even have half the vote in here right now. And Abigail Spanberger, with a 50-point lead. So you expect her, I think, certainly to maintain and maybe even build on that lead a bit. And the suspense here in Virginia really is going to be, does she have a big enough pad that she can carry over the top the beleaguered Democratic candidate for Attorney General? And you can see that one is a squeaker right now. Jay Jones with those text messages, those inflammatory text messages that came to light. He's barely up right now in the statewide tally. So that one of the reasons why that Spanberger total becomes so important. And I just wanted to check in because the polls closed in New Jersey, and we did just get a whole bunch of votes here statewide. Look at that. More than 200,000 votes just came in. This is a big one. Now, this is interesting. So this is Hudson County. Okay. We're talking about directly across from New York City, the Hudson River. You're talking about a bunch of mid-sized, Jersey City is the biggest city here, and a bunch of mid-sized cities with very large Hispanic populations. Union City, New Jersey, West New York, North Bergen. This is significant because this is one of the counties, one of the biggest Trump surprises in the entire country in 2024 was in this county. He cut his margin. He still lost it, but he was closer than anybody thought they'd ever see a Republican come in this county. Well, you can see tonight with 40% of the vote now, we think this is the early and mail vote, so this is probably going to be more friendly, a little bit more friendly to Democrats than the same-day vote, but a 58-point margin here right off the bat for Mikey Sherrill. Again, you take a look here. This was 28 last year. This was an incredible performance for a Republican. One of the major questions in this race in New Jersey, and one of the major questions for American politics coming out of the 24 election, was the Hispanic inroads that Donald Trump made. Could another Republican take them and replicate them without Trump on the ballot? Here's a test tonight. Jack Ciattarelli in Hudson County. We got 40% of the vote. Again, I think a lot of this is going to be early vote and mail-in vote. So we'll see if the same day changes the complexion of this vote at all. But you're seeing a 58-point advantage here from Mikey Sherrill early. So Ciattarelli not generating that Trump-level support here. Just taking a quick look. Bergen County, big classic suburban county here. This is one that we can show you, in fact, last year, Kamala Harris won this by 3 points. We just got in one big batch here. So, again, you can expect this is early vote. This is mail vote coming in right now. Sherrill matching that. We take a look down here. Ocean County. This is one of the biggest Republican plurality-producing counties in the United States of America that you're looking at right here. Look at this margin Donald Trump got. Look how many people live in Ocean County. A lot of Republican counties around the country are small and they are rural. Ocean County is very big for a Republican county. This is an area where Jack Ciattarelli wants to absolutely run up the score. Now, again, you're looking at early vote. You're looking at vote by mail here. The Republicans are hoping that on the same day today, they're going to get massive turnout to be more Republican friendly. Ciattarelli's going to need that. He doesn't need 27 points out of Ocean County. He needs 40 points out of Ocean County. So let's see as the same day comes in if it moves in that direction. We just got one more here in South Jersey. Again, Gloucester County. Well, let's see. This is early. This is a low number right now for Ciattarelli, but again, same day to come in. So let's see if he gets that up there. But so far already in New Jersey, more than 10% of the vote is in, and you see the tally right there.
And Steve, just to follow up with you on what we're seeing in New Jersey and what we're watching for in New Jersey, we talk about the Trump coalition, which does include the fact that he was able to bring out more Latino voters, more voters of color. Passaic County is going to be critical tonight and a big test of that question.
Absolutely. I have been eyeing this every time as we're talking to see. This is Passaic County right here, and I can't wait to see that one, Phil, and no results. But I could just show you. Donald Trump won this last year. You ask anyone in New Jersey if they ever thought they'd see a Republican presidential candidate carry Passaic again. This was an unthinkable result. 40% Hispanic in this county. We'll get a very interesting result when this comes in.
All right. Can I just talk about exit polls, too, when it comes to this issue? Because we're seeing some interesting stuff on that front. Steve, first of all, love you, obsessed with you. It's going to be such an interesting night as we're looking at all this stuff coming in. But when you look at what we're seeing in the exit polls, again, caveat, it is early. We're going to see more of these numbers come in. But in New Jersey, when you look at some of this, 65%, I don't know if we have the graphic we can pull up here, but you saw the vote breaking, obviously, for Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, the Latino vote. Same thing. Jack Ciattarelli was sitting at about 30% on that in the early exit polls in New Jersey. So it's an interesting tell. I think the more interesting data point is going to be what happens in some of those counties you're talking about here. But when you look at this question of the Trump coalition, it's in talking with Democratic strategists who've been involved in this race and Republican strategists. Low propensity voters as well. Are they showing up when Donald Trump is not officially the name on the ballot there?
And it's the impact on the economy, which is still the number one issue for these voters that we're seeing in these exit
polls. We'll talk about that more, too. I'm gonna do some walking here, Chris. I'm going to walk over to that wall and talk you through it.
Yeah. Walk on over. All right. While you're doing that, Hallie, let's go out to NBC's Ryan Nobles. He is at Democrat Abigail Spanberger's headquarters in Richmond, Virginia. Ryan, the celebrations must be beginning there.
You're absolutely right, Kristen. I've covered 5 Virginia gubernatorial elections. I've been in rooms where the candidate didn't win. I've been in rooms where the candidate has won. And you knew right from the start that Democrats felt like they were going to have a good night. The second the doors opened, people came pouring in. You can see behind me, it is a packed shoulder-to-shoulder crowd. And when NBC News first made that call that Abigail Spanberger was going to be elected the first female governor in Virginia history, the crowd absolutely erupted. Happy to have the governor's mansion back after 4 years of Republicans being in charge here in Virginia. Now, there's a long list of reasons why Democrats believe that they were successful in Virginia. I don't know if they thought they'd be this successful. Many of the Democratic operatives I talked to believe that the call could come early. Few of them thought that it would come before 8 o'clock. So that just shows a sign of Spanberger's strengths. But over and over again, there were 2 issues that Democrats pointed to as to why they thought Spanberger was going to win here tonight. The first was that she's just a good candidate. She's someone that had a very strong personal story, a former law enforcement officer, a CIA officer, a very bipartisan and moderate member of Congress who served what was a very swing district for many years in Washington, and that she had a message, secondly, that really resonated with Virginia voters at a time where they wanted to hear it. Virginians have been very frustrated with the early days of the Trump administration, and in particular, the way that he has gone and worked to dismantle the federal government, which is acutely impactful in Virginia, which has one of the highest percentages of federal workers in the country. And it's not just direct federal workers, but it's those ancillary jobs connected to the federal government contractors, people that run diners outside of federal agencies. These were all people that were feeling the impacts, not just of the government shutdown, but the decisions made by the Trump administration to scale back the federal workforce leading into the government shutdown and the other decisions made by the Trump administration. So there are certainly some good takeaways that Democrats can take from what we saw here tonight in Virginia in terms of economic messaging, kitchen table issues, avoiding getting too far into the weeds in these cultural issues, which Spanberger's opponent, Winsome Sears Earle, really kind of made the hallmark of her campaign. But at the same time, it's not necessarily something that can be extrapolated out or duplicated across the country because of the way that Virginia is so heavily influenced by what happens with the federal government. So no doubt, though, Virginia Democrats had a plan. They executed that plan. And, Kristen, tonight, they were very successful.
They certainly were. We will continue to track what that final margin turns out being. Worth noting, former President Barack Obama out campaigning with Abigail Spanberger. President Trump did not endorse Winsome Earle Sears. All right, Ryan, thank you so much for that. Joining me now is Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. He has been a big supporter of the mayoral candidate here in New York City, Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic Socialist. Senator, thank you so much for joining me on this election night.
My pleasure.
So let's just set the scene. Polls close in just under an hour now in New York. How are you feeling? You think that Mr. Mamdani is going to pull it out tonight?
Well, as I understand it, the turnout is extraordinary. And as somebody who very much believes in democracy, worries about the future of American democracy, I am glad to see that the turnout, I think, is the largest in 30 or 40 years. So that's a good sign.
My question for you, Senator, if he is in fact successful tonight, what, if anything, can and should Democrats nationally take from his victory? We just called Virginia for Abigail Spanberger for the governor's race. These are very similar messages in some ways on the economy, that they want to make the life more affordable for their constituents, and yet very different visions for how to do that. What should Democrats take from it?
I think you're right. We will see what the election results are in New York City before I pontificate. But I think Mamdani has run an extraordinary campaign. And one lesson that must be learned is that if you have a message that speaks to working people, to ordinary people, that you are prepared to take on the oligarchs in New York City. They have spent millions and millions of dollars trying to defeat him. And what he is saying is that in New York, and in fact throughout the country, we need a government that represents working people, the middle class, who are having a hard time now being able to afford housing, childcare, transportation, health care. That we need a government that represents them and not the people on top. I think the message, if he does well, is that people are tired of establishment politics. They understand that in America, the people on top have never, ever had it so good, while 60% of us living paycheck to paycheck. They want real change and candidates with the courage to take on the big money interests.
Senator, it's Hallie Jackson. Thanks for being on with us tonight. Question for you, because to your point here on the working class and on Democrats appealing to them, we have seen voters today in New York City tell our exit pollers again and again they care about affordability. They think that the cost of their housing is a problem. The vast majority said that. But they also, based on these early exit polls, suggested more than half of voters in these early exit polls suggested that Mr. Mamdani's policies were not realistic. This has obviously been an attack line from Andrew Cuomo in this race. How does Zohran Mamdani combat that perception that he is putting out some of these pie-in-the-sky ideas and doesn't have a realistic way to back that up? How does he combat that if he does do well?
To make sure that people in New York, and in my view, all over the country, in the richest country in the history of the world, can afford housing. That is not a radical idea. What is a radical idea, if I may say so, is Trump giving $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% and throwing 15 million people off the health care they have. That is a radical idea. Thinking that climate change is a hoax is a radical idea. We cannot become accustomed to a nation in which one guy on top, Mr. Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American society. So I don't agree with you. It is not radical to say that we should have the best child care system in the world if we believe in our kids and if we believe in the future of this country. It's not radical to say that we should have efficient and fast and free bus service. These are not radical ideas. What is radical is that we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. That's got to change.
Senator Kristen, again, quick question. You raised President Trump. He has threatened to pull federal funding from New York City if Mr. Mamdani is elected. Does that concern you? Do you think that that's a realistic threat? And do you think he may have shaken up this race with that last-minute endorsement of Andrew Cuomo?
We will find out. Look, it's not just New York. He's threatening not to fund programs in Vermont and California. For the first time in the history of this country, you have a president who's acting so illegally, so unconstitutionally. It is insane. What this guy is saying is, oh, you voted against me, therefore you can't get federal funds. Is that really the United States of America? Is that really the way a president should behave? No president, not Republican or Democrat before this, has ever suggested that.
Senator, if in fact Mr. Mamdani is successful, I wonder what you would like him to work on day one. What should his day one priority be? As Hallie was just noting, he has laid out a long agenda, which includes free public transportation, government-owned supermarkets, government child care. What should be issue one for him?
Well, look, this guy has run a brilliant campaign, and I have every reason to believe he's going to do a great job as mayor if he wins. So I'll let him decide what his priorities are. But I would simply say that right now in Vermont, New York City, all over this country, we have a child care system which is absolutely broken at a time when psychologists tell us that the years 0 through 4, Kristen, are the most important for intellectual and emotional development for human beings. So making sure that every kid in this country, in New York City, gets the proper early childhood care that they need, to me, is enormously important. And New York can set the example for the rest of the country.
All right, Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much for being with us on this election night. We will continue to watch the returns. We really appreciate your perspective, Senator. Thank you. We do want to get out to New Jersey now, where those polls just closed. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is at Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in New Brunswick, and NBC's Julie Sirkin is at Jack Ciattarelli's headquarters in Bridgewater. Thank you both for being here. Stephanie, let me start with you. What is the mood there? How optimistic are they?
Kristen, the mood's good. I mean, you saw those numbers coming in. People here are getting very excited. You know, it was interesting listening to Bernie Sanders talk about Zohran Mamdani and then compare that just over the Hudson River to the candidate for governor for the Democratic Party here in this state, Mikey Sherrill, former Navy pilot, federal prosecutor, moderate Democrat who flipped a red county in 2018 to go to Congress. She is a very different kind of candidate. I had a chance to talk to her today, and I said, so which brand is it? Is it the Mamdani brand, or is it the Mikey Sherrill brand? And she said that one of the things you may be able to take away from this election is which brand works better. But one of the things they are watching very closely here, and they have reason to feel good about it right now, is turnout and enthusiasm. And second to that is what is driving people to the polls. And there's a number that you should focus on from the exit polls, that 38% of people said they came to the polls because they were opposing Trump. Now that's important because Mikey Sherrill has tied this campaign and her criticism of her Republican opponent, Jack Ciattarelli, to Donald Trump, accusing Donald Trump of making the affordability so difficult in this state. That's the principal issue for people in New Jersey. On the flip side, you have the Republican candidate saying, well, hang on, there's been a Democrat at the governor's office in this state for 8 years, and Donald Trump has been in office for 11. So they really do believe in a lot of ways that their success tonight hinges on whether people believe that the lack of affordability in this state is because of Donald Trump, and because Jack Ciattarelli is attached to him, that they should vote for Mikey Sherrill, Kristen.
Well, and Steph, you take me perfectly over to Julie, who's at Jack Ciattarelli's campaign headquarters, because this has been the challenge for Jack Ciattarelli. He has, in some instances, embraced President Trump. He has not campaigned with President Trump, even though there were some telecalls that took place in the closing hours of this campaign. And this is really the first referendum on how voters feel about President Trump, clearly looming large over this race in New Jersey, Julie.
Absolutely, Kristen, and that is exactly the question that I asked Jack Ciattarelli yesterday when we were at a bar in Totowa, New Jersey at 10:30 in the morning, where the Guinness was flowing. As a Jersey girl, only in New Jersey could you see that the day before the election. And he told me my opponent wants to make this race all about Donald Trump, putting some daylight between him and the president that he has backed this time around, different than his last 2 runs for governor, and also a president that has clearly endorsed him. The issues, as Stephanie laid out, are affordability. New Jersey has some of the highest property taxes in the country. I heard that from voters on both sides of the aisle, both Democrats and Republicans, telling me they love New Jersey, but they feel like they are getting priced out. They might have to move because they can't afford to live here. Sherrill has promised to freeze electricity prices. A Republican voter today telling me, what good does that do? The prices are already so high. But certainly Ciattarelli feeling like he can ride in some ways the president's coattails. As you heard Steve Kornacki lay out all night, Trump was able to really eat into the margins as far as blue states states goes in New Jersey, probably the most of any. You see the energy in the room behind me. The polls just closed. They just started letting people in here. There are a lot of MAGA hats. There are a lot of Make New Jersey Great Again hats. Chitterelli's campaign feeling positive, but today is all about turnout for him, not only in Somerset County, where I am right now, also in Ocean County, a red county, as you heard Steve talking about there, but also Passaic. That's where I was yesterday, talking to primarily Latino voters, where Chitterelli has focused a large portion of his time during this campaign, knowing that he needs to win over those voters, just like the president did in November, in order to have a shot at winning this race. One of the advantages that Chitterelli has here, similar to Spanberger in Virginia, he can present himself as the change candidate. Phil Murphy has been in office for 2 terms. Chitterelli can say that Sherrill will be a continuation of that, and hopefully in his mind he'll win tonight because of it.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. We'll continue to check back in with you throughout the night. Let's get back to NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki, who has some new insights into the results so far in New Jersey, and Republican Jack Chitterelli. What do you have, Steve?
Okay, so what we have, Kristen, is a quarter of the vote statewide, and you're looking at this and you're saying, wow, Mikey Sherrill is absolutely clobbering Jack Chitterelli. Well, what we don't have yet anywhere in the state are the returns for votes that were cast today at the polls, which we expect to be more Republican-friendly than the votes that were cast by mail or that were cast early in the early voting process. So what's been reported out in these counties is some combination of the vote by mail, which we know to be generally a very Democratic favorable type of vote, and early in person. So essentially what you're seeing here is the best that it's going to be for Mikey Sherrill in the counties that have reported so far. So I'll give you an example. Take a look down here. This is Burlington County. So you're talking about, it's geographically big, but a lot of the population is sort of along the Delaware River in here, outside of Philadelphia, Philadelphia's suburbs, bedroom communities. Okay, so about half the vote is in, and Sherrill's winning this by 31 points. That is mail vote. That is early in-person vote. What's now going to happen is the rest of the vote's going to fill in. It's going to be the vote that was cast today, Election Day. What does Chitterelli need to do here? He probably doesn't need to win Burlington County, but I can show you this was 17 points last year, and it was 7 points when Jack Chitterelli nearly won the governorship 4 years ago. So the same day vote, Chitterelli, you can see, is going to have to win it by a very big margin, and he's got to get it down at least to this level where it was 4 years ago. So we're going to be keeping an eye. What does that same day vote look like when it comes in Burlington County? Is Chitterelli winning it by a wide margin? You're going to see that up here in Bergen County. We have all the early vote. We have the vote by mail in Bergen County. That's a massive lead for Mikey Sherrill. That lead is going to come down as the same day vote comes in. How far? Well, it was a 3-point race in the presidential race last year. This is a county, if Jack Chitterelli is going to have a chance tonight, I think he wants this county to be red by the end of the night. So again, as that same day vote comes in, he's got to win it by a big margin, and I think that's the benchmark for him right there. We're seeing it, look, this is a small county right here, but this should be by the end of the night for Chitterelli. If he's going to have a chance, this should be a double-digit Republican county. Again, this is the vote by mail. This is the early vote. This is as good as it gets for Sherrill. The story of the rest of the night in Hunterdon and all of these other counties where you're seeing vote so far is going to be Chitterelli-friendly vote. How friendly is that vote? Is it enough to hit some of the benchmarks that I'm laying out for him? That's what the governorship in New Jersey is going to hinge on. And by the way, we don't see it yet. I just want to tell you, I am really looking for the results out of this county. This is a big suburban county here. You've got a mix of wealthy suburban towns. You've got some blue-collar towns as well. Donald Trump won here by 3 points. Typically, this is a key county for Republicans if they're going to have a chance statewide. The twist in this county and why I think it's so important is Morris County is what Mikey Sherrill represents in Congress. She was the first Democrat to flip the district here in a long time when she won it in 2018. Is she getting an overperformance in her incredibly crucial home county tonight? Because this is one where Chitterelli cannot afford to underperform.
And Steve, just very quickly, just to remind people, this is the third time Jack Chitterelli has run for governor. Last time he got within inches, 3 points. But he's got to outperform what he did last. Last time he had a fairly strong showing, but it's got to be even stronger than that.
Yeah, and what's interesting, Kristen, is I'll put them both up here side by side so you can see. Donald Trump lost this state by about 6 points last year, and that was for Trump, that was a big improvement from 2020. And as you mentioned, Chitterelli only lost it by 3 points. The one thing to keep in mind is they did this with completely different coalitions. Okay, so I was just talking about, Morris County. Somerset County, Morris County, places like this. Chitterelli was getting big improvements over Trump. And then Trump fell the bottom fell out for Trump last year. Trump made his gains in the urban, non-white parts of New Jersey. Between those two coalitions, the suburbs where Chitterelli did well and the cities where Trump did well, there's a winning coalition for Republicans if you can combine them. That is elusive. That's been elusive for Republicans in modern times. If Chitterelli could pull that off tonight, he would win.
All right, we will check back in with you in just a few minutes, Steve. But now we do want to turn to our next guest. Joining me now is New York Representative and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for joining us on this election night.
Good evening. Great to be with you.
It's great to have you. I'm here with my colleague, Hallie Jackson. We've got a couple of questions for you. We have to start in your home city right here of New York. You did, in the home stretch, endorse the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani. As you know, President Trump endorsed Andrew Cuomo overnight. Governor Cuomo telling me today he thinks, yes, that's going to earn him a few more of the Curtis Sliwa votes. Do you think that Mamdani can have a victory tonight?
Yes, Zohran's going to be the next mayor of the city of New York. He's run a relentlessly focused campaign on affordability. The cost of living is way too high in New York City, in the communities that I represent, and all across the city of New York. That, in fact, is the case we know throughout the country. And, of course, Donald Trump hasn't kept his promise to lower costs. In fact, he said he was going to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down. They're going up all across the country. Grocery prices up, housing costs up, child care costs up, utility prices through the roof. And now, as we've been working our way through this Trump shutdown in Washington, D.C., Republicans want to increase health care premiums on tens of millions of Americans because of their refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credit. So I think Zohran's going to win, and it's going to be incumbent upon all of us in the city of New York to make sure that he is as successful a mayor as he can possibly be.
So, Leader Jeffries, it's Hallie Jackson, by the way. Thanks for being with us. Let me ask you this, because you've also suggested that Zohran Mamdani is not the face of the future of the Democratic Party. And there are those around him who think you're wrong on that, who think he potentially has real appeal beyond simply New York City. We could talk all day about how special and unique New York is. I get it. It's not a place where you necessarily will extrapolate nationally if you're a Democrat. But can you talk a little bit more about that piece of it and what through lines you see now that you might be talking with your conference about come 2026 ahead of the midterms? If, you've seen already Abigail Spanberger sail to a win, if Mamdani comes out big in New York, if Mikey Sherrill's able to pull it out in Jersey.
Well, it's my expectation that Mikey Sherrill is going to be the next governor of the state of New Jersey, that we're going to win the statewide races in Pennsylvania. We're going to crush it in California. We've seen Democrats actually win statewide in Georgia. And, of course, Abigail Spanberger coasted to victory. And it looks like every single Democrat on the statewide ticket in the Commonwealth of Virginia is also going to win. This is a rout for Democrats all across the country. Now, as House Democrats, what we've said from the very beginning of this year is that we need to relentlessly focus on driving down the high cost of living and fixing our broken health care system that Donald Trump and Republicans are making worse by the day. And as long as we stay on these kitchen table pocketbook issues, while, of course, addressing the extremism that Donald Trump and Republicans continue to unleash on the American people, what we're seeing tonight is going to be replicated a year from now when Democrats take back control of the House of Representatives.
You think they could do the Senate as well? You just called it a rout tonight. It sounds like you think they'll flip the House. You think they could do the same for the Senate?
I think the Senate is going to be a big surprise a year from now, particularly if the trend lines continue to move in our direction. Keep in mind, listen, we've won every statewide race that has been held this year, starting with the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race in April. We've won all of the high-profile special elections, beginning in a state Senate seat in Iowa in January that Donald Trump had just won a few months prior by 21 points. And so what we're seeing tonight is the culmination of something that has been building since the very beginning of the Trump presidency, which has been a complete and total failure of Republican control of government.
Leader Jeffries, let me ask you, because, of course, this election night occurring against the backdrop of what is poised to be the longest government shutdown now in U.S. history. There has been some discussion that lawmakers, the Senate in particular, getting closer to a potential off-ramp. At this hour, are you optimistic that you will be able to end this government shutdown this week?
Well, we've said from the very beginning, listen, we want to sit down with Republicans, and we're willing to do so anytime, any place, in order to reopen the government, in order to enact a spending agreement that actually makes life better for the American people. But at the same time, we have to decisively address the Republican health care crisis. We've also said as House Democrats that we will evaluate in good faith anything that is bipartisan that emerges from the Senate. Part of the problem that we've confronted over the last 35 days, Donald Trump has spent more time on the golf course than he has in talking with Democrats who represent half the country. He's completely and totally disinterested in reopening the government that he shut down. In fact, he's trying to weaponize starvation, breaking the law, withholding SNAP benefits, can't find a dime to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, while at the same period of time can find $40 billion to bail out a right-wing wannabe dictator in Argentina. This is extraordinary stuff. And the American people are rejecting it. They know the country is moving in the wrong direction. So I'm hopeful that Senate Republicans will come to their senses sooner rather than later and sit down to negotiate a bipartisan path forward.
All right. Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for your time tonight. We really appreciate it. And
thank you.
We do have breaking news now. Abigail Spanberger is taking the stage in Virginia right now for her victory speech. You see the crowds there cheering her on as she approaches the podium.
A big moment for her, a big moment for Democrats. I spoke with one strategist who said, get me to this point, right? First, obviously, female governor of Virginia here, she is taking the stage, and potentially, maybe, depending on how things go in New Jersey, helping to provide for Democrats a roadmap in some ways on how to run, on the messaging, on lashing her opponent to Donald Trump, specifically on the issue of affordability and of cost of living and the economy, as we've been talking about so much tonight. Listen, big transition from a governor who remains popular in that state, and Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Absolutely, and you heard Leader Jeffries there lean into your question that the implications for tonight will be significant heading into the midterm elections. This is a playbook, this is a roadmap, and we should say this is also an historic moment. She becomes the first female governor of Virginia. There was going to be a woman governor regardless tonight.
That's right.
But that governor-elect is now Abigail Spanberger, and you see her there working the crowds as she approaches the podium. Let's listen in to what she has to say. Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger.
Thank you all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth, a message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth. I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race. The Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a Commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as your next governor. I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. To our campaign team, you're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. Thank you for giving everything to this campaign and then some. And thank you to my family. To my husband, Adam. My partner in everything. I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you. And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple of years bring.
Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger, the first woman governor-elect of Virginia, delivering her victory speech in front of a crowd of cheering supporters. Hallie Jackson, she talked about the fact that her campaign sent a message to the Commonwealth of Virginia. We chose the Commonwealth over chaos, she says, lowering costs, keeping our community safe, decency and determination. But at the center of that message, Hallie, was one of affordability. That's what we heard from her on the campaign trail against the backdrop of this government shutdown. She didn't necessarily mention Trump's name every single day in every single speech, but the implications were clear. She ran on an anti-Trump message.
She said it herself, Kristen, right? Pragmatism over partisanship is what she thinks propelled her to victory. So how did she win, right? Not county by county here, but big picture themes. Look at what the most important issue to voters in Virginia was. It was, to your point here, it was the economy. And our exit polls show that they broke for Abigail Spanberger 59%, right? So if it's the most important issue, you got a big vote break for you. Like that's clearly part of the reason why she did so well. You can see it here. The other piece of it is her opponent, right? Is Winsome Earl-Sears. You look at somebody like Governor Glenn Youngkin, he is above 50% approval rating in that state. The exits show he's at like 55%. Nearly 60% of Virginians think the economy is doing well. Those are good numbers.
Yeah.
The thing is, Governor Youngkin is not running again, right? But his lieutenant governor couldn't capitalize on that popularity in really any way. In fact, her approval numbers were underwater, basically 46% in these exits here. And I think that gives you a sense of sort of the strength of Spanberger's campaign, clearly in Virginia. Still, obviously, looking to see what those margins are. I know you have some Democrats that are hoping it's like double digits, if ticking up into the 12, 13, et cetera, because they would like to see, as Leader Jeffries put it to us earlier, a route in that state and for that to continue in these other states as well.
Because the margins matter in terms of the momentum heading into the midterms. And of course, it is notable that former President Obama campaigned with Abigail Spanberger. We did not see President Trump on the campaign trail.
He didn't even say her name. He didn't even say her name at his tele-rally last night, right? And you look at the importance of the Trump endorsement, that matters in Republican politics. The two of them, the president and Winsome Earl-Sears, had a complicated relationship dating back to 2022. And he called her a phony after she said that he was a liability to the party and then flipped on that and ended up supporting him. But things have been a little bit tricky between the two ever since, and I think you saw that play out. Because listen, this is Donald Trump's Republican Party, and if he wants to get out there and campaign in person and throw his support full-throatedly behind somebody, he will do that. I think he also has a sense from the people around him who looks good in a race and who doesn't look good. I mean, Hogan, you can probably speak to that. He doesn't love to back a loser. Nobody does.
Yeah, our table has just gotten a little bit bigger. Right. Hogan Gidley, we are joined by you. Go ahead and weigh in. We also have Ashley Etienne and Leanne Caldwell.
Of course. Look, I think Donald Trump's endorsement matters. I think whether or not he comes to your state and actually throws that support behind you, he's so good at rallying the people around a cause or a candidate. And you've seen him do this now for the better part of a decade. So their relationship, I think you called it tricky. Was that what you called it, Hallie?
That was semi-complicated.
Complicated.
It's a diplomatic term.
That's fine. Both of those are probably accurate.
You know how diplomatic I am, man.
That's true, and both of those are probably accurate. And so if he's not going to come out and support you, if he's not going to come out and really, really rally the troops around you, it's going to be very difficult, I think, in a lot of these races. But also, let's be clear. As we try to make a lot of this about Trump, it still matters locally how you run your race, how you comport yourself as a candidate. You're the one on the ticket. Yeah. So is it your ad campaign that's bad? Is it your issues that no one cares about? Is it your opponent than you at debates? All these things kind of go into the mix in this big stew to figure out who's going to come out as the victor. And it's very clear that Sears just didn't have it.
Ashley, what do you make of this win tonight? Hallie talks about the margin and the fact that Democrats are clearly celebrating this win, but waiting to see what the margin is. Why does that matter so much, and what are you looking for?
Well, I mean, because it shows that the Democratic base, and we need to see the exit polling. I'm sure there was a sizable number of independents and some disaffected Republicans that formed a coalition and showed up bigger than they did for McAuliffe, bigger than they did for Kamala Harris. So the trend is that turnout for Democrats is up. But here's the one thing that I think in the exit polls that is very important is that voters said half of them and a little more than half said that their vote was sending a message to Donald Trump in opposition. That message was loud and clear. There was a rejection of his failed economy. The other thing that I noticed from the exit polling is that the Republican typical playbook to leverage wedge issues, highlight, exploit wedge issues, trans, political violence and crime. None of that worked this time. Everyone's hyper-focused on the economy.
Actually, only because you played my music on the exit polls there on independents. Let me just tell you the answer to that, because it was super interesting. There was a significant shift in Virginia among independents swinging over to Democrats compared to 2021, right, compared to 4 years ago. Double digits. Democrats seem to pick up double digits to maybe 10, 11% based on the exit polls, more independents than they did 4 years ago. So
and this is the part that excites the party the most.
Yeah, and what we'll be watching very closely in New Jersey as we watch that vote come in. Leanne, weigh in. What do you make of this win, and how much can each party read into it, given that this is an off-year election? This is Virginia. Do Democrats run the risk of reading into this race?
Yeah, well, Democrats are going to read a lot into it if Democrats do really well tonight. This is obviously something that they want.
Yeah.
You know, Spanberger was expected to win tonight. I got a text from a Republican operative who said, okay, we knew Earl Sears was bad. We didn't know that she would perform this poorly. And so that was a little bit of a shock to them. But Democrats are pointing to a couple things that I'm talking to. One in these exit polls is voters without a college degree. In 2021 in Virginia, they voted for the GOP by 19 points, and this time they voted for the GOP by just 5 points. And so those tend to be kind of swing voters that go back and forth. Those are Trump voters, and so Democrats are really excited about that vote and hope that carries in, obviously, into next year.
All right, guys, stand by for just a minute, because joining us now is Senator Mark Warner, Democrat from Virginia. Senator Warner, thank you so much for being here on this election night. We appreciate it. I see this big smile you have.
Yeah, it's a great night. I mean, you know, first of all, kudos to our first female governor, Abigail Spanberger. She's going to be a great governor. And, you know, she won because she stressed affordability, because she stressed kitchen table issues, education, jobs. She also, this was a rejection, and I heard your commentary, you know, and the Republican candidate wasn't that strong, I will acknowledge, but remember, the governor, the whole Republican establishment went all in on Trump. And Virginians are saying, no, we reject that. We reject the chaos. He got elected because of affordability. He's done nothing on affordability, prices going up. And we've been kind of ground zero for his efforts to do DOGE and disrupt the federal government. So Virginians across the political spectrum, and I think you're going to see a big upturn as well for us in rural and communities as well, is really important.
Senator, the fact that one of the big questions of the night is what, if anything, will happen with the Trump coalition that we saw in 2024. And this is one data point, but in areas like Loudoun County, for example, where President Trump was able to bring out more Latino voters, more voters of color, who tonight seem to reverse and go back to Democrats. What is the significance there? And how do you hold on to them in the midterms and not lose those critical voters again?
The significance is we should acknowledge, as Democrats, we screwed up the border. But you can be for border security and not be for masked ICE agents picking up moms as they drop off their kids going to school, or picking up people going to work. I mean, this is so far out of the mainstream, and Donald Trump has had this chaos theory that as long as he keeps throwing stuff at the wall, he can avoid issues that got him elected, like affordability. He's done nothing on that. Abigail ran a classic Virginia campaign. It's something we've been doing for the last 25 years, where we stick to the main issues. We don't get distracted by issues on the extreme, and Virginians reacted to that. And remember, it's not just Abigail's great win, and she gets all the credit, but we've got 3 statewide candidates. I think we're going to sweep all 3, and we've got 100 seats in our House of Delegates. We've got a great House Speaker in Don Scott. I think he has led a brilliant campaign for the House. I think we may pick up 6 or 7, 8 seats. So with all due respect, please don't blame this on a weak Republican gubernatorial candidate. This was a strong showing for Democrats across the board.
Senator Hatali, thank you for being on. To your point on that, right, because the messaging from Abigail Spanberger really also focused, as you know, on affordability, on the economy, on the cost of living. And it's interesting to me because I hear you talk about some of the ways that you see the Democratic Party pushing back on what the president's doing. But if you look at some of the exit polls, nearly half of voters in Virginia said that Donald Trump was not a factor, 46% in their vote and what they decided to do. And like more than a third of those people voted for Abigail Spanberger. Does that say to you that perhaps ahead of the midterms, the economic messaging, the affordability messaging may be more potent now than the anti-Trump messaging?
Well, I don't know how you can separate. I mean, Donald Trump got hired because he said he was going to address rising prices. Anybody been to the grocery store recently? You've seen prices go down? I absolutely believe a lot of Virginians voted on the affordability and the economy. But this is now Donald Trump's economy. You know, you can no longer blame everything on Joe Biden. He owns this. His chaotic tariff policy. I had a bunch of the farm credit folks in my office today. They're pulling their hair out. And these are people that are classic Republicans. They don't know how to deal with his inconsistency on tariffs. And I will take it whatever way you want to carve it up. affordability, mainstream politics, not the extremes. This is kind of what Virginia has been about when we have won as Democrats, because I think, we want good governance. That's what Abigail Spanberger represents. And I think she's going to have not only a sweep across the top, but she's going to have a dramatically increased House of Delegates. And a lot of credit of that goes to the Speaker, Don Scott.
Senator Warner, thank you. 10 seconds or less, because I'm getting the hook. Shutdown. Is it going to end this week or what? What's up?
Listen, I'm not part of this gang. First time I've never been, because I'm not sure the Republicans can get to yes without Trump. But we got to get this over. We're also bearing the brunt of that. They love us fighting back, and we got to keep fighting. But we are definitely the place where we're ground zero in terms of federal workers and others getting hurt.
All right, Senator Warner, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate your perspective. We do have an update here on the other races we're watching in Virginia. NBC News can now also project that Democrat Ghazala Hashami is the winner in the lieutenant governor's race. We're also watching results out of Virginia's race for Attorney General. That race is too close to call. The Democratic candidate, Jay Jones, has been playing defense in this race against Republican Jason Miyares after Jones apologized for violent messages he sent about Republican lawmakers back in 2022. Joining me now is NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach at Miyares' headquarters. What is the mood there? Because this is one of the races that Republicans feel as though they can hold on to. He is the incumbent candidate. How are they feeling there, Gary?
Yeah, there's a real feeling of disappointment from the folks that I've talked to here at the watch party. It's sort of dwindling. Folks are drinking, folks are eating. But yeah, this is a race that they thought they could pull out, and that is because of this big scandal with Jay Jones. But if you look at the vote, it is a very close race right now. People are not just going down the ballot and clicking all the Democrats today. That is clearly not what happened, because there's hundreds of thousands of people who did not vote for Jay Jones, but did vote for Abigail Spanberger, and that is because of the text message scandal from 2022. And there's a conversation to be had here about the implicit approval of that kind of dangerous rhetoric from the more than 1 million people that did vote for Jay Jones across the Commonwealth of Virginia. And then, of course, the larger issue here of the vetting of Democratic candidates. I spoke to DNC Chair Ken Martin this weekend. He said he understands they do need to do a better job of vetting candidates like Jay Jones, like Graham Plattner up in Maine, to see what kind of night this is going to be. It's going to be a positive night for Democrats, it looks like, across the board. But clearly there's work to do behind the scenes here, Kristen.
All right, Gary, thank you so much. We'll continue to watch that race very closely. As you say, it is too close to call at this point. And it is now just after 9 p.m. Eastern, and polls have just closed in the race for New York City mayor. The NBC Decision Desk characterizing that contest as too early to call. This race has thrust 34-year-old Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani into the national spotlight after he ran a fiercely anti-Trump campaign that also focused on economic issues and affordability. President Trump has threatened to cut off funding to the city if Mamdani wins. Moving to Virginia, NBC News can project that Democrat Abigail Spanberger has won the governor's race, flipping the governor's mansion back to Democrats. We just heard from the governor-elect as she delivered a victory address before an electric crowd of supporters. Take a listen.
It is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the
Fired up crowd there. We are also watching the returns in New Jersey's governor race. That race right now is too early to call, but the quick call for Democrats in Virginia perhaps boosting Democrats' hopes in the Garden State tonight. NBC's Steve Kornacki is at the big board with more results coming in from New Jersey. Steve, we are watching some of these hotly contested counties, particularly in northern New Jersey, very closely, in the suburbs. What do you got?
Yeah, we're at a pivot point in New Jersey right now with a third of the vote in statewide. Cheryl continuing to lead the tally here. But again, what you are almost entirely seeing right now are votes that were cast by mail or votes that were cast in the early voting period. So these are the most Democratic-friendly votes in these counties. The question now is, how Republican-friendly? How much does Chitterelli get out of the vote that was cast today, the Election Day vote? Because he's going to need it to be extremely Republican friendly. Democrats had been talking for the last few weeks in New Jersey about being very encouraged by the early voting numbers and statistics that they were seeing, and that has certainly borne out in the results that we're seeing so far. I'll give you an example because we do have some of the same day, and this is Gloucester County here. This is blue-collar, middle class. This is south of Philadelphia here. Now, about half the vote is in Gloucester County. You see Cheryl leads the tally by 15 points. Gloucester County, 4 years ago, when Jack Ciattarelli nearly won the governorship, was one of the big surprises in New Jersey. In fact, there was talk that there was a red wave in South Jersey in 2021. If it had extended fully to North Jersey, Ciattarelli would have won in 2021. Well, Gloucester County, in many ways, was the epicenter of that red wave. He won it by double digits. That was a big surprise. He's down 15 in the tally right now. And why that's important is because we have gotten a little. I don't want to say it's a ton, but it's one of the few places where we do have some of that same-day vote that has now been tallied up. And Ciattarelli is doing better in the same-day vote, although with the same-day vote that we've gotten so far, it's not at the kind of margin that it needs to be better. The same-day vote that we've seen so far from Gloucester County is pro-Ciattarelli, but it would not, if it becomes the trend, be pro-Ciattarelli enough to lift him past Cheryl, let alone to the 10-point margin that he got out of this county. So again, let's see. There'll be more same-day vote to come there, but it's going to have to get a lot more pro-Ciattarelli. And we're seeing that in counties, around the state. Here you go, Monmouth County. I mean, this is a big one. There's a big debate. Do you believe Central Jersey is a place or not? Well, if there is, Monmouth County is the capital of Central Jersey. About half the vote is in. And again, most of this is early same-day. But to give you a sense of the scale of the challenge for Ciattarelli, he leads by about 3 points. He wants to win this county by 20. He won this county by 19 points 4 years ago, and it was a near miss statewide. So this won't do. He is going to have to absolutely romp in the same-day vote. Those are the kinds of margins Democrats have amassed in that early vote. I could just show you again, Hudson County, we do have some same-day vote here. We started the night with this one, and we're watching this one because this has a very large Hispanic population, and Donald Trump did extremely and surprisingly well for a Republican in Hudson last year. The question was, could Ciattarelli tap into those gains Trump made with Hispanic voters? And again, the same-day vote that's coming in here, it's a little bit better, a little bit less bad for Ciattarelli than that initial batch of early vote and mail vote was. But again, this is what Trump was able to pull off in Hudson County. This is what Ciattarelli is looking at right now. So he's got a mountain to climb in the same-day vote. It's coming in awfully slowly, but trust me, when we start getting big batches of it, I'll scream. And I'm just going to check in here in New York City because I just want to tell you the way there it is. It all comes in at once, and there it is. Okay, we just got more than a third of the vote. How about that for timing?
How about that?
We just got more than a third of the vote in. Now, what you're looking at, these are votes that were cast early, and this is vote that was cast by mail, stay with me here, and received by last Friday. So there is still more vote by mail that came in over the weekend, came in today, will come in, that's yet to be counted, but you're getting all of the early vote that was cast in New York City. I heard so much about, was this a good demographic for Mamdani? Was it a good demographic for Cuomo? And you're getting a lot of the mail. And there it is for Mamdani, a 12-point advantage with that. So what's left now heavily is going to be the vote that was cast same day today. And we're seeing lots of reports of heavy turnout around New York City today. But this is very similar to what we were just talking about in New Jersey, where the same day vote doesn't have to be pro-Ciattarelli. It has to be really pro-Ciattarelli. The same-day vote in New York City doesn't just have to be pro-Cuomo. It has to be really pro-Cuomo to overcome now a 12-point deficit here. Now, again, it is interesting when you look at this. One of the things that Cuomo needed, and this was the story at the 11th hour, was that Trump weighing in, saying, hey, you got to vote for Ciattarelli. The idea there was to marginalize the Republican candidate, Curtis Sliwa. And that number for Sliwa at 8% is lower than he was getting in the polls. You saw polls with Sliwa 15, 20% right now. He got 8%, at least in this early and mail-in portion of the voting. And again, that's why I think this, the polls were all over the place here. There was one last week that had it at 25. There was another one that had it at about 5 points. So it was all over the place. But it does look like there was some consolidation here of Sliwa slipping in this voting process and Cuomo benefiting. Not enough to catch Mamdani here. Cuomo wants that trend, though, to continue and maybe accelerate on the Election Day vote. Because remember, Trump said it only last night So does this Sliwa vote actually go down further on Election Day? Is there more consolidation in that vote? Would that provide an avenue for Cuomo to come back? But he's going to need a big, big Election Day.
Steve, you talk about reports of gangbusters turnout in New York, and the Board of Elections has said they now have 2 million votes in the city, which is the most since 1969. Obviously, this is a super competitive general election mayoral race, but I wonder how you see that and how that would be a factor here.
Well, no, and that's why I thought there was volatility. That was the word I kept using talking about this. When you saw polls at 5, you saw polls at 25, and you face it, we've had a bunch of interest of general elections in New York City that are pretty low interest blowouts lately.
This is not low interest, pal.
Exactly. and the extra piece of volatility, and I can't wait to dive into the neighborhoods when we can do that, because the thing that makes that so volatile is this. The cutoff line, and we see this in the exit poll, is about 45 years of age. Voters over 45 are a pro-Cuomo demographic. We see him winning those voters. Voters under 45, Cuomo falls off an absolute cliff. And especially when you get under 30, he's being trounced, lapped 3 times by Mondani. So the question becomes, critically, what's the median age of this electorate? Is one group turning out more than the other? Cuomo's hope today is that older voters in New York City, older voters in the outer boroughs, flooded the polls, are anti-Mamdani, decided Curtis Sliwa didn't have a chance, and rallied behind Andrew Cuomo in massive, as you would say, record-shattering numbers. That would be his hope, because he doesn't just need big turnout. He needs the turnout to be disproportionately older, because Mamdani is clear. I mean, you see these in the polls. We've seen age divides before. I gasp every time I see it in New York City. It's off the charts.
Steve, if you can you break down what we're seeing in the boroughs? And we don't have Staten Island yet.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Yes, we don't now, and that is actually Kristen. That's a very important point here. Staten Island is the most conservative. It's smallest by far. It's the smallest of the boroughs, but it's the most conservative, and you can expect this to be a Cuomo jurisdiction tonight. But let's take a look here in Manhattan, and Mamdani lead. Okay, Mamdani leading here by 8 points, about 40% of the vote counted. Cuomo, I think, was hoping to do very well. Upper West Side, maybe Upper East Side in particular, Cuomo was hoping to do particularly well. Bronx, I want to see, because this is interesting. We got about a quarter of the vote in the Bronx. Cuomo's folks have been hoping to do well here. Turnout, the question also was going to be maybe lower here. I think we're certainly seeing that, 28%. Take a look at Queens. If Cuomo's going to have a chance tonight, he's going to want to win Queens. Queens is where his family is from originally. His father, who ran for mayor a few decades ago, was the governor like his son. But you can see that's Queens. Now take a look over in Brooklyn. And Brooklyn is sort of the epicenter of Mondani's movement here. Again, we talk about that age divide here. You know, neighborhoods in Brooklyn, there are some of them on the waterfront. This is the East River right here. There are some of them in Queens, but there's a lot in Brooklyn, you know, with a lot of younger voters, college-educated voters, sort of progressive, very politically engaged voters who've sort of been the backbone of this Mamdani effort. And so he's running up the score most here in Brooklyn. And again, yes, Staten Island is gray. It's great because it's Cuomo.
There you go.
It makes sense. I'm looking at it like you are, saying, why isn't Staten Island on there? Oh, man, we chose a very confusing color here to use. Okay. That makes so much more. I'm trying to figure this out in my head as we go through it. Why would Staten Island not report with the entire city? It did report. Cuomo's winning it. Sliwa was in second place here. I mean, this is the most Republican-friendly by far. So, again, that actually clarifies the picture again. We're not waiting on a piece of the mail and the early vote that would make this closer. We have the mail vote. We have the early vote, most of the mail vote. We have the early vote, and this is the gap that Andrew Cuomo is looking at. And, you know, again, this is okay. We've got some same-day report now, and I'm going to ask my producer's going to keep tabs on this. Now that we have the benchmark of that early vote, what clip is Cuomo winning, or what is he getting as the same day comes in? Because he's got to win it. He's got to win it by double digits. That would give him a chance here against Mamdani.
All right, Steve, if you get any more votes, yell loudly, and we'll come right back to you. Thank you so much. We do want to head out to our reporters now. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Sam Brock at Mamdani campaign headquarters, and NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis, who's at the Cuomo campaign headquarters. Sam, let me start with you. The vote starting to come in. Mamdani has this early lead, but too early to call right now. The mood at the campaign, how are they feeling, particularly given that President Trump had that overnight endorsement of Andrew Cuomo?
The mood right now, Kristen, is upbeat. It's optimistic. You don't see this entire room filled behind me, though it's starting to get that way for the simple fact that polls didn't close until 9 o'clock. To Steve's point a second ago about that vote line right around the age of 45 and what was it consisted of in the early vote, the median age for the early vote was 51, which theoretically would trend toward Cuomo, and yet that big dump still showed about an 11 or 12% advantage for Mamdani, although I know it's tightened a little bit since then. I'm going to hit you with a couple of other data points, and it's important to note this comes before President Trump's endorsement of Andrew Cuomo at the 11th hour, or like at the 6 or 7 o'clock hour last night, which is that when you dig into a lot of these polls, they show incredible enthusiasm for Zohran Mamdani. I'm thinking of the Quinnipiac poll right now. The voters were asked, how enthusiastic, excited are you about the candidate? More than 90% were enthusiastic about Mamdani. Under 70% were enthusiastic about Cuomo. For favorability, Mamdani was about a +5, +10. Cuomo was underwater at a -20. If I gave you all that information, Kristen, and then I told you that the New York City Board of Elections just reported 2 million votes cast so far in this, which is a figure that has not been seen in a mayoral race since the 1960s, when like 80-some-odd% of people were actually going out to vote. So it's virtually unprecedented in modern times. And all the energy appeared to be more so on one side of the equation, in this case, Zohran Mamdani. You would think that would be a good night for the campaign. We'll wait and we'll see. One thing, though, that is clear, you and Hallie have been talking about this all night, some of these exit polls are showing that New Yorkers, specifically describing the cost and housing, 72% said that housing and the cost of it is a major problem for them. That speaks directly to the vein of the Mamdani campaign that really singled in a real tangible form, right? Whether it's talking to cab drivers in the middle of the night, those that are manning halal carts on why they pay thousands of dollars when they should be paying hundreds just for the right to sell food, talking to working class families, really is keyed in on the idea that housing and healthcare is way too expensive. Childcare has been one of his big initiatives, universal childcare, which would cost, by the way, somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 billion. But for those worried that your taxes are going to go up and this is going to cause wealthy New Yorkers to just leave New York City as we know it, I think there's some important context to deliver. To be able to generate that kind of money, Mr. Mamdani has talked about raising taxes on millionaires 2% and also making the New York City corporate tax rate match New Jersey's. That requires, Kristen, an action from the state legislature. He can't do it unilaterally. So it's really important as we have a conversation about what it means to be a democratic socialist, wealth redistribution, even as we have conversations with folks who say they're just stunned by the level of discrepancy between the haves and the have-nots in New York City. And it's an issue that clearly has resonated with Americans across the country. Mamdani cannot come in assuming he wins on day one and just change the tax rates in New York City. It's impossible. I would also add to you, and you haven't really discussed it much tonight that I've heard so far, a big part of his appeal here in New York has been sort of the empathy he's described toward the Palestinian solidarity movement. You are talking about a city that has more than 1 million Muslims thereabout, about 1 million plus Jewish Americans too, right? These are massive populations fractured on what's going on abroad. Mamdani has come in with extremely strong language toward Israel, calling what has been enacted there by the Israeli government genocide in his words, and refusing to acknowledge Israel as a Jewish state, which has been described as anti-Zionism. But he has also been extremely emphatic that he wants to combat anti-Semitism by any means necessary. This is such a delicate issue, and it really has permeated communities all over New York City. So I would say if the umbrella of his campaign is affordability and reaching people where they are, the idea of PEP, Progressive Accept Palestine, has really struck a nerve here in New York, and it's almost the soul of what he's doing. Those two things are what I would be keeping an eye on in the days ahead. But right now, there is obviously a ton of optimism here that Mr. Mamdani is going to be the next mayor of New York City.
And Sam, quickly before I go to Rahima, that has been a thorny issue for him. He's had to answer a number of questions, in some instances had to clarify some of his remarks as it relates to what's happening in the Middle East, right?
I'm so sorry, Kristen. I think you're asking about clarifying remarks. It's been a little bit loud here. I will say that at one point, Mr. Mamdani received a lot of criticism for condoning use of the phrase globalize the intifada, which for many Jews is a call to violence against the Jewish community. He said he's had conversations with rabbis and Jewish leaders throughout New York City and has come to the understanding that it had a very visceral tone, and he's since backed off of that. There are other positions that Mamdani has moderated when it comes to this conversation. But one thing that he will not change is the idea that Israel should not exist as a Jewish state. It gets to the cornerstone of Jewish identity. That is the fracture line, right? There's also comments that surfaced from 2023, which he said at a national convention for the DSA, when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's laced with the IDF. Not exactly clear what he meant by that. This was tape that surfaced. It has since been confirmed, but he has been asked about it. Hasn't really offered much other than I'm looking forward to working with people all over New York City and concentrating on a platform of affordability. He has stuck to those talking points. But this is big picture, such a major issue. And by the way, another component of this race, the Islamophobia as well. Kristen, there have been ads run by anti-Mamdani super PACs that have shown him in front of the World Trade Center towers being struck on 9/11. As you know, we won't even show that video when we're talking about the anniversary, let alone so flippantly in the middle of a political campaign. So the sensitivities around this issue are super elevated moving forward.
Absolutely, Sam. Thanks for that reporting and for powering through. And I know it is really loud there. I really appreciate it. We'll come back to you soon. Rahima, let me turn to you. Sam talks about the fact that, yes, Mamdani's views on the Middle East have loomed large over this entire campaign, as has his message on affordability, with Governor Cuomo saying he is unrealistic in what he is promising. Governor Cuomo saying he has the experience to lead. And yet, of course, he has an incredibly complicated history as well, having resigned amid a series of scandals that loomed large over his entire campaign. And the question, can President Trump's 11th hour endorsement shake up this race? What's the vibe there? What are folks saying to you?
This room has just filled up in the last 16 or 17 minutes or so, Kristen, when the polls closed here in New York. There is sort of a subdued optimism here. I was just talking to folks. They said that they are excited, but a little worried, but they are powering through with the hope and the expectation from their vantage point that they can pull out a victory here. According to the candidate just a few days ago, he said we're closing the gap fast between himself and with Mamdani. He said at this rate, we will win. We have to keep going strong. The point that they are making in all of this is that the number of people coming out, going to the polls, has gone through numbers that people had not expected. In fact, we're looking at a number that officially passed, as Sam was saying, the 2 million votes cast. And it's the first time in a mayoral election that that number has passed, that since 1969. And we know that some people were still standing in line to cast their votes at 9 o'clock. So there may be some additional numbers added to that. But the optimism is here. And to the point of how does Cuomo speak to the remarks that Mamdani makes about him and what Mamdani says he will provide for this city in terms of free buses, freezing the rent, and free universal child care. The words from Cuomo are, and this is his words, quoting, he calls it BS. And he has been campaigning, telling voters that that's not something that a mayor can do, that you need a state legislature in order to make any of these kinds of things come true. So Cuomo's attempt to appeal to voters was to say, understand what Cuomo's record has been. He was the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under Clinton. He was a former Attorney General. He was a governor of New York until 4 years ago, as you point out, when he resigned in disgrace with some allegations of sexual harassment against him, of which he has denied all of that. So he's saying that he's the guy who could get into the job and in the office and start doing work at the very beginning. But some wonder about whether that's true, and they also wonder whether his record of past accomplishments makes any difference in this particular race that he's in. And will those numbers of the accelerated folks who are out and who are voting in this particular race, where are those numbers going to fall? Are they going to be the younger numbers going for Mamdani, or will it be some other voters while Cuomo is running as an independent? Will he also get Democrats voting for him? Kristen?
All right, well, we're going to watch all of those questions very closely. Rahima Ellis, thank you so much. Hallie, I know you've been watching the exit polls for us.
Yeah.
What do you have?
So let's stretch our legs and talk about it. Because there's some interesting stuff going on here when we talk about New York. And when you hear what Sam and Raheem talked about with their respective candidates, here's a news flash, some hot breaking news. New York City can be expensive, right? Everybody knows that. Voters know that. And when you look at the biggest issue in New York, it was cost of living, and it wasn't even close. Cost of living by a mile. Look at that. 55% of voters in New York City said that was the most important issue to them. And look at how they broke here. It may not surprise you, given what Steve is seeing on the big board with Zohran Mamdani. They broke for him, right, by a margin of something like 59, 60%. We're going to show that here next. And so this is an indication that this affordability message that Mamdani was laser focused on, we heard him talk about again and again, that this was effective for the voters who felt like cost of living was the most important thing. You see it here, 63% for Mamdani. We saw it, and Sam talked about it. People think the cost of housing is too high. That was an issue that was resonant for them. So that's one of the big threads we've been following tonight. The affordability message for Democrats, the economic message for Democrats. What's the other big thread we've been following? It is, can we extrapolate anything from this race, from the other races, to the midterms ahead of 2026? And this is where it gets kind of interesting when it looks at the voting for a change candidate. Look at this. Exit polls, when you look at candidate quality that mattered most, look at what it is. 27% say somebody who brings much needed change. They wanted to see a change candidate. We've seen this in elections before, right? Especially when the economic numbers are where they are. And look at how the vote break went there. 72% at last check went for Zohran Mamdani, of people who said that they wanted a change candidate. They broke for Mamdani overwhelmingly here. So the question is going to be for Democrats nationally, if you're going to read into anything from New York City, maybe how do you message yourself as a change candidate if you're a Democrat in one of these races? Now, I will say, here's my grain of salt. I've been saying it all night, and I think it's important to remember. New York City is very specific. There's a lot of nuance that is very New York City specific that may not be extrapolatable, if you will, to other places. You heard Leader Jeffries talk about that when he was on with us just a couple of minutes ago, Kristen. So that's a dynamic at play here. But I do think those two nuggets are pretty interesting from the exits tonight.
Absolutely. And that word change, of course, has been such a big part of every election that we've covered practically for the past decade. So that's a very good point. Steve Kornacki, let me go back to you, because speaking of, you are getting more vote coming into New York. What can you tell us?
Yeah, New York and New Jersey. We got a lot of flying here at once, but we've been saying New Jersey. Look, the story is Chitterelli needs to have this huge same day. So we're getting close now to complete in some counties, and I want to show you Monmouth County. We just set this one up a few minutes ago. This is a big county, and this should be a core Republican county. Now, 90% of the vote is in. Jack Chitterelli is going to win Monmouth County. Yeah, he didn't win it by enough.
Okay, and we do have NBC News can project now that Mikey Sherrill is the projected winner of New Jersey, the governor-elect of New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill, who ran on a message of affordability, of the economy, promising to lower property taxes against Jack Chitterelli. This is his third time running for governor. He was endorsed by President Trump, but in this case, it did not make enough of a difference. Steve Kornacki, let me go back to you very quickly before I go to the panel. What are you seeing? How did Mikey Sherrill pull off this win?
Yeah, look, I mean, Democrats, they were excited about how they did in the early voting, and that certainly held up. And, you know, again, the same day is just, I was put this up a minute ago, but at 9 points, you know, Republicans want this to be a 20-point county, maybe even more than a 20-point county. So Sherrill's certainly doing well relative for how you'd expect Democrats to do here. You know, we just, Bergen County, we're still waiting a bit on. But she is overperforming everywhere that we've got results. Okay, Gloucester County, this is another one. We set this one up a little while ago. Sherrill continues to lead in Gloucester County. Now, more than 80% of the vote is in Gloucester County. This was where we had, you know, we said in 2021, there was a red wave in New Jersey, and it started in Gloucester County. Chitterelli won it by double digits. He may not even get to 500. He may not even win it tonight. So again, Sherrill outperforming certainly how Democrats, how Phil Murphy had done in 2021 there. So we're just seeing this throughout New Jersey. It's adding up not just to a Sherrill win, it's adding up to what looks like to be a very solid Sherrill win here on top of what we saw out of Virginia for Abigail Spanberger there. And I just wanted to go over to New York City because, again, this is where things are really, if I'm a little discombobulated, it's because I'm trying to juggle what's happening here right now. Now, look how quick this has happened. Remember, we got the early vote in New York City, and that took us to just under 40%. This is same-day vote that's come in since then. It's taken it up to 60% of the vote. Now, remember, Cuomo trailed by about 12 points in that early vote. You can see that margin has come down. It's down to 8 points here. So we said Cuomo needs to have a big when they count up the vote that was cast today, which is what they're doing right now, which is what most of this remaining vote is. He's got to do big. Now, the number's been jumping around, but we're keeping a close eye on it. Right before I came on, the most recent number we had was Cuomo was winning the same-day vote, 46 to 45%. Now, if he's going to actually catch Mamdani, it's got to be a bigger spread than that. It's probably got to be about an 8-10 point spread for Cuomo. So he's not currently trending at the level he needs to. He'd have to pick that up. But it is enough here for him to pull us within 8 points. That's 60%. And again, Sliwa, we talked about those voters kind of abandoning him for Cuomo. Clearly, that is something that happened here in New York City.
Okay, well, it's getting more dynamic in New York City. Steve, stand by. We're going to check back in with you in just a moment. I do want to head out to Stephanie Gosk. She is at Mikey Sherrill's headquarters in New Brunswick, where, Steph, the celebrations have begun. We can hear them behind you, waiting now for the candidate, the governor-elect, to come out and deliver her victory speech.
Yeah, well, that should be happening probably pretty soon. You know, it's interesting, Kristen, because some people are saying that this race was going to be really tight, that it could be going into the wee hours of the morning, and it is not even 9:30 yet, and we have a winner. That sounds like a demonstrative win. People in this room are realizing that right now. The feeling here is electric, and at this point, when you look at those numbers, you have to start wondering whether that referendum on Donald Trump that Mikey Sherrill was trying to have in this election, attaching her competitor to Donald Trump, whether that has worked. And if it has worked, whether there might be some way to extrapolate that out so that this result tonight is the bellwether that some people thought it might be as you look forward to the midterm elections. I don't want to overstate it, and I know it's too soon to make that kind of analysis completely, but people in this room are starting to talk about that, and you can really feel the energy and the excitement for what's happened here in New Jersey today.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much for that. We'll come back to you when she takes the podium and delivers her acceptance speech. We really appreciate it. But joining me now is former Republican governor of New Jersey, Christine Todd Whitman, who has endorsed Mikey Sherrill. Governor, thank you for joining me. Your reaction to the big news we just called this race.
I am delighted. It's been a great night for women across the board, in Virginia as well, and several other races. But this is terrific for New Jersey. It really is. It means we're going to have a governor who's going to care about New Jersey, not care about what the president wants. And that's what people want. They want someone who's going to focus on their issues, not try to please someone in Washington. And I'm just delighted. And it finally means that we'll stop introducing me as the first and only female governor of New Jersey.
You have a little bit of company now, another history-making moment, that is for sure. Governor Whitman, let me ask you one of the big questions of the night. New Jersey's obviously a blue state. It's also a state where President Trump made some significant gains in the last elections, in part by driving out Latino voters. And one of the big questions hovering over this evening was, could Mikey Sherrill, could other Democrats start to win back that coalition? Democrats potentially could draw too many lessons from these races, but what, if anything, do you think the lessons are here in this race?
Well, I mean, it's clear that Mikey had the message that people wanted to hear, because she's been outperforming in almost every county. Everywhere you look, she's been outperforming what was expected of her and what's happened in the past for Democrats or previous gubernatorial candidates. And conversely, Jack has been underperforming, and this is his third time around. So if Republicans are going to lock in the Hispanic vote, they should have done it by now. And I think it shows that Mikey, people who are in the center, can reach out to everybody. And that's what people want. I mean, that's why we have the Forward Party that Andrew Yang and I have among the co-founders, to offer people a choice of representatives who are going to really represent them, elected officials. And that's what Mikey Sherrill has said she was going to do, is go after those New Jersey issues and only concentrate on New Jersey, not worry about what Washington is saying or wanting them to do. I mean, she cares about what they're saying, and that's one of the things. Jack said he could think of nothing that Trump had done that was wrong for New Jersey, and yet he's canceled the tunnel. He's done innumerable things that have cost New Jersey money and that have hurt the state. And so people understand that.
Governor Whitman, you take me to my next question. Do you think this race is equal parts in support of Mikey Sherrill and also a rejection of President Trump and this second Trump administration and some of his policies?
Well, it's definitely a combination. I mean, all elections at the end of the day are local, but in any election this year, the president is such an overwhelming figure, has made so many decisions that are hurting so many people that you can't ignore it. It's clearly a reflection, not just on the president, though, but on this dysfunctional Congress. I mean, the House hasn't been back in session for 6 weeks, and we're paying them.
Governor Whitman, I hate to do this. I have to interrupt you. I have to thank you for joining us, but we do have another call that we want to make, which is that NBC News can now project that Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is the projected winner, the mayor-elect of New York City, the first Muslim to hold that distinction. He came from near obscurity, an assemblyman, soared to the top of the list in the primary. Governor Cuomo was beaten there and then ran as an independent, and now he has declared victory once again. Steve, take us to the big board. How did he pull this off? How did he pull off what is going to be an historic win?
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be closer, too, than his primary win. That was a 12-point margin he had in the primary. I mean, clearly, you said the polls were all over the place, but the polls that showed the closest margin here ended up being the accurate ones here, in part because that Curtis Sliwa vote, that is, 10 points, maybe 15 points lower than he was at in some of the polls, and it just looks like it really did consolidate behind Andrew Cuomo. One thing to look at as the vote continues to come in is, will Mamdani end up clearing 50%? Will he be able to say he got a majority now? In terms of where the remaining vote is coming in, the one thing Mamdani, besides the fact that he just won the race, if he wants to crack 50, the one thing he has going in his favor is disproportionately, there's a little more vote to come out of Brooklyn than the other boroughs, just in terms of the proportion of it. And that is Mamdani's best part of the city right now. And where there is the least amount of vote to come in is Staten Island. And that is obviously Mamdani's worst part of the city. So the opportunity is there for Mamdani to get over 50%. We'll see. Could he make this a double-digit win over Cuomo? We'll see. But again, you think about this. This is the Democratic nominee in one of the most strongly Democratic cities in the United States. And in the general election, you're looking at maybe, a 10-point win, maybe a high single-digit win. So there ended up being a lot of folks in the city who were not willing to vote for Zohran Mamdani, even though he's with the Democrats, and even though the Democrats typically win New York City elections, by open lengths. So there was consolidation here. I think it's noteworthy as well. In our exit poll, we asked folks if it was just a two-person race, Cuomo versus Mamdani, and it was basically dead even in our exit poll there. So if you're the Cuomo campaign, you're seeing this consolidation. One thing you're probably thinking of is, geez, hey, they got Eric Adams, the incumbent mayor, to drop out and get behind Cuomo. What if they could have actually gotten Curtis Sliwa out of this race and gotten full consolidation? This thing would be, in fact, a real nail biter right now. And just, one final point as we watch the final results come in with Cuomo losing. Probably going to be a lot of talk that this is the end of that Cuomo dynasty, that goes back decades, I should say, with his father. His father, almost 50 years ago, ran for mayor of New York City, lost the Democratic primary, continued his candidacy as a third-party candidate in the general election, just like his son. And Mario Cuomo lost that election to Ed Koch, 50 to 41%. And that might be exactly where this thing lands tonight.
Unbelievable. Well, they do say history repeats itself. Thank you, Steve. Keep us posted. We're going to come back to you with any other big updates. But this is fascinating. Hallie, 34 years old. Politically speaking, this is to some extent an earthquake, what he has just pulled off. He's a Democratic socialist. He has promised a range of socialist policies that Andrew Cuomo says are completely unrealistic, but he convinced New York voters that he was the right person for this job at age 34.
A year ago, were you talking about Zohran Mamdani? No. Nobody was, right? I mean, this is somebody who came onto the scene. Obviously, he was somebody who was known to locals there in the area. It is an incredible story. Now the mayor of the biggest city in the country, 8 million plus people here. And so it is a night to take that in. I'm so curious to see the reaction from campaign headquarters. I'm sure he will come out and be speaking at some point tonight, and we'll be listening into that. The other sort of interesting piece to this here, too, and there's so much to say, right, about the nuances of New York City in particular, about his laser focus to the point that it kind of became a meme, right, on affordability, on the cost of living, pivoting every question to talk about this and how critical this was for New Yorkers and how that resonated with so many people, obviously in New York, and so many people who had some concerns, as Steve has just laid out here, who did not back Mamdani here, despite the fact that he is, of course, the projected mayor. The other interesting component to this, and obviously we're you know, national political journalist hat on here, but Donald Trump, President Trump, now has a foil.
Yes, he does.
In Mayor-elect Mamdani here, to the degree that Mamdani has talked about, you know, looking to find areas where he can work together with them, but not so much, right? I mean, this is not an Andrew Cuomo situation here. So I think that's another interesting dynamic to watch. And the generation, the age gap piece of it. I mean, if Steve Kornacki tells you he gasps when he sees a statistic, like then you know that that's really attention getting. And that's been so striking anecdotally in the data to see the way the young people have turned out for him. A really sort of generational candidate here, Kristen.
And I think, Leanne, Democrats are scratching their heads and will try to figure out what exactly this all means. But what lessons do they take from a Zoran Mamdani victory and an Abigail Spanberger victory? Both messages on affordability, but two very different approaches. And to Hallie's point, President Trump getting ready to wrap the entire Democratic Party around Zoran Mamdani. It's one of the reasons, arguably, that Democrats were a little bit jittery about a potential Mamdani.
Yeah, Chuck Schumer still has not endorsed
Schumer mystery here.
Mamdani. He put out a statement tonight saying that this is proof that Trump's policies are not working, that people care about affordability, but he still did not mention Mamdani in that statement. But Democrats, the takeaway is that cost is the #1 issue that Democrats have to focus on moving forward. And you have to know your district, regardless of who you're talking to. Mamdani is talking to very liberal New York City. Mickey Sherrill's talking to New Jersey, and Abigail Spanberger to more rural Virginia with the D.C. suburbs, of course.
Yeah, Ashley, weigh in here, because to that point, Zoran Mamdani knew his constituents, his audience. He also, not just in terms of messaging, but strategy. He found new ways to reach out to voters on social media.
I mean, he was at the clubs last night at midnight, you know, rocking out. Like, I mean, he gets it. He meets people where they are. And we've not seen that since Obama, you know, in a real sort of authentic way. And that's, you could tell that's who he is. But I'm sorry, your question. Well, let me just say, to Leanne's point, they all were speaking to their individual states and their individual districts, but the message was the same, which is life is too expensive for you today. Here's what I think the top takeaway for the Democratic Party is right now. Record turnout in all of these races. Second, an overwhelming rejection of Trump's failed economy. Third, affordability is a winning message for Democrats, not hyper-focusing on Trump, focusing on people's pocketbook issues. The third is each one of these candidates have now built a new winning coalition. Up record numbers of independents, non-college, black males, young voters. All of those people, that coalition that Donald Trump built in this last election has now bled over and is now voting Democrat. So my top takeaway is that Trump has a huge problem. I'm curious how Democrats are going to leverage this now in the shutdown fight, because they've had an incredible win tonight.
Okay.
And a rejection of the president.
I'm going to come to you in one sec, but we do have another projection to make. NBC News can now project that Jay Jones has won the race for Attorney General in Virginia. This is hugely significant. He has unseated the incumbent, Jason Miyares, despite the fact that a controversy loomed over his campaign after 2022 text messages were revealed, showing that he had made violent comments about one of his political rivals. And yet that massive victory by Abigail Spanberger may have pulled him over the finish line in this race, because there was a lot of consternation within the Democratic Party about his campaign. And yet Jay Jones is now the projected winner, the Attorney General-elect of Virginia. Hogan, let me go to you very quickly. The bottom line, this is a big night for Democrats across the board. President Trump, if we could go back to New York for a second, again, he's prepared to say that the entire Democratic Party is now represented by Zoran Mamdani, who's a Democratic socialist, but as you know, President Trump calls him a communist, even though he is not and says he's not.
Yes. yeah, it's a big night. But again, as I've said at the outset of these elections, these are Democrat states electing Democrat people to be their Democrat representatives in a Democrat-controlled government. This isn't necessarily news, although I think there's some really telling pieces of interesting information tonight. 51% of the people in Virginia just said they want someone to be their attorney general, the top law enforcement official, who said he wanted the Speaker of the House in Virginia to be murdered and Republican children to be murdered. Let that sink in about just how dark of a landscape that paints, number one. Number two, undoubtedly, I think this night shows that the Democrat Party is now the party of Mondani. I think it's AOC. I think it's the entire left-wing base of what has been bubbling and roiling beneath the surface for quite some time now. I think they take control. And you see that, right, and you see that because Democrats like Chuck Schumer are terrified to vote for a continuing resolution until AOC says she's not going to run against him. They're terrified of that radical base. And also the issue of affordability. I think this is interesting because, as you know, prices for gas and groceries down under Donald Trump. Inflation is down under Donald Trump. Interest rates are coming down as well. The affordability issue is important in these states. New York and New Jersey have some of the highest state taxes on the planet. So they don't have anyone else to blame but themselves for high prices. And I'm going to be interested to see how Mondani decides to tackle that, considering he has made a lot of claims. I will say one last thing about him. The only thing authentic about Zoran Mondani is that he is wildly inauthentic. He has been trying to be everything to everybody from the outset, and I'm going to be interested to see who holds his feet to the fire.
Actually, I'm going to let you respond to all of that because what Hogan just laid out is the argument, I think, that you are going to hear from Republicans heading into the midterms, which will officially start tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, they have to be sweating it out after tonight. I don't know how any Republican is feeling good about...
To this argument that Hogan is making, the Democratic response should be what?
The argument about Mondani being the face of the Democratic Party? I mean, I think the answer is, and the people want it. I mean, the message has been the same for each one of these candidates. I mean, you take out this issue of socialism and this hyper-focus on how to label Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, though, the message in each one of these races has been the same, which is, again, life is too expensive. The president came in, he said he's going to lower your costs. He's failed to do that on multiple different fronts.
Some groceries have gone up. There are a number of groceries that have gone up.
Oh, absolutely. Electricity bills have gone up. I mean, everything has gone up. I mean, the reality is, I don't care what the spin is. People are experiencing this in their everyday lives, me included. So the reality is these polls aren't lying. The votes don't lie either. You've had record turnout. A new coalition's been built tonight, all based on the fact that the Trump has produce a failed economy.
Let's just make the point that it is presented differently in each of these races. When you talk about affordability in the economy,
that's the key.
Right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Abigail Spanberger is not Zoran Mondani, right? They're not running the same kind of campaign.
But the reality is, that has been the problem with the Democratic Party, is that we find a cookie cutter issue and then we think and expect each candidate to present it the same. To Leanne's point, that's not how it works. It all has a ladder up to the same message, which is life is too expensive, but everybody communicates it differently based on their local base.
You look at the key groups too that drove this victory, this projected victory here for Zoran Mondani, and it's interesting because we talked about, we're showing it up on screen here, people under 30, right? That's that age gap, the sort of generational piece of it that Steve's been talking about. Asian American voters, college grads, and listen, renters. Yeah. He said again and again, you're paying too much for your rent. The median rent in New York City is about $3,500, right now across the city. And so his point is it's too high.
I can't believe Cuomo didn't do better amongst the 45 and under bracket, because I think the picture you have of him is like from the 80s.
Picture? We'll have a graphics discussion later. We're clearly making a list.
I saw that picture. I was like, wait, what is this?
Though, the last thing I'll say on the economy, it's so interesting for me to hear this conversation, as Chris and I have sat last year, talking about the economy, and 2 years before that, and the year before that too, is that there was this dynamic that happened, and I'm curious as to both of your thoughts on this. Last year, when the economy was obviously such a big issue for people, where the numbers were showing that those economic indicators were largely going in the right direction, and yet, and I was out there and I did a bunch of, talking to voters on the ground, people felt like the economy sucked. They felt like the economy wasn't working for them, despite what the numbers show. Here you are, and I hear you making the case that some of these economic indicators are good. By the way, gas is going down, right? The price of gas. Inflation has ticked down. The stock market has been hitting record highs, right? Like those things are true, and yet people don't feel it. They don't feel good about that. We talked so much about a vibe session over the course of the last year. And I just think it's interesting now that you're seeing people, choose a different direction in Virginia, in New Jersey, and in New York City, or in those two states on that.
Yeah, but like I said before, one of the most offensive things you can do as a candidate is try and tell the electorate what they are feeling and what they're experiencing isn't true. We just saw this in the last election when Democrats said, no, the border's closed. What are you talking about? No, you're not paying more for gas and groceries. No, what are you talking about? The crime isn't high. What do you mean?
And
then we fixed all of those things.
Actually, final point, then we're going to go out to
I guess I'm confused because the point is the voters tonight have spoken overwhelmingly with one voice, and they've all said the economy is horrible. It's abysmal for them.
These are interesting sample sizes as we talk about. And what's this going to do into the 26th? These are all Democrat blue states. These are all Democrat blue states.
And we should note, as we're seeing also in these exit polls, that the economy is the biggest issue for voters, as you see right there in that New Jersey exit poll.
Taxes, healthcare, all.
Let's pause this fantastic conversation. I want to head out to Sam Brock, who is back with us at the Mamdani headquarters. Sam, what are folks saying there? Are they celebrating already?
You know, it's interesting, Kristen, there was almost like a delayed reaction. NBC News called the race for Zohran Mamdani. And then about maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, all of a sudden there's just this huge wave of applause. And the room behind me is just filled up. It's packed. No insight as of this moment as to when we're going to hear from Zohran Mamdani. But look, if I told you 5 months ago, Kristen, 6 months ago, before the primary, that this 34-year-old, the youngest mayor in New York City, or he will be in more than 100 years, was going to be on this supernova rise, many people probably would have said you're crazy, partly because of the fact that his known quantity element was basically non-existent. He was polling at around 1%. We were talking about around the roundtable the idea that the Democratic Party in the 30 states that track registration has hemorrhaged Democratic voters in the last election cycle, all 30 of them. What has Zohran Mamdani done beyond just the affordability messaging? He's pulled in people that either weren't part of the process or were not aligned with the Democrats in the last couple of election cycles. And I'm talking about first-generation immigrants, younger voters, educated voters, Southeast Asian, Muslim, some Jewish voters, people that felt disaffected from politics. Kristen, you know, there's this great video that he's posted online. He went to the Bronx right after the 2024 election, and he was talking to people and just asking them how they felt about politics in general. And they just felt so disappointed in the state of affairs. None of them wanted to get involved. A year later, he comes back, and some of the folks were recognizing Mamdani, giving him high fives, and saying how inspired they were by his messaging. So I know a second ago you were describing comments about whether or not people perceive him as authentic or inauthentic. When it comes to the empathy and the care about people, as he says, the human dignity component of being a democratic socialist, feeling that did resonate, right? He's approaching right now, and I haven't checked the latest numbers, it looks like on your screen around 50%. Okay, that was not where Zohran was for most of his campaign. Even the most optimistic polls generally had him at 46, 47, Cuomo in the mid to high 30s. So he might be overperforming here, or perhaps Sliwa is underperforming after Trump's endorsement. Either way, he's close to 50%. It is a new day and age in New York City because this is a democratic socialist platform, although let's be very clear, Mr. Mamdani has distanced himself from the national DSA on some issues, and it is going to be fascinating to see how they work through that dynamic. Because while he has absolutely talked about using wealth redistribution through taxation on wealthier New Yorkers, he has said, I'm not completely convinced I have to do that, especially if Governor Hochul isn't going to go along with it. The DSA platform at its core, part of that is about taxing wealthier Americans to provide services to others. We'll see how that plays out. As far as what he's actually proposed, the biggest linchpin is going to be his universal child care. It's got a $6 billion estimated price tag, Kristen, but so many Americans and New Yorkers have been paying tens of thousands of dollars worried about their families. Could be a game changer if he's able to pull it off.
You're absolutely right. You talk about the fact that he meets Americans where they are. That was one of the keys to former President Barack Obama's victory, who, of course, called him to offer to be a sounding board to him in the final days of this campaign. Sam Brock, fantastic reporting there. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Let's head back to Rahema, who is at the headquarters of Andrew Cuomo. Rahema, look, Andrew Cuomo thought perhaps that last-minute overnight endorsement by President Trump could help him peel away some of Curtis Sliwa's supporters. He did, in fact, but it just wasn't enough to get him over the finish line. He, by his own acknowledgement, was a flawed candidate.
That, and you should hear the music. I don't know if you can, but the song is Don't Go Breaking My Heart. The mood here is kind of heartbreaking. The people are not, it's not a jovial mood here at all. When they saw on the screens that Mamdani is chosen as the next mayor of New York City, this is the music that came up on the loudspeakers. This was a time when there's so many people who were thinking that Cuomo might be able to pull this thing out, because there was when Curtis Sliwa came up on the big screens and he was talking, the entire room that's filled with people, they booed in disagreement with Sliwa and even the fact that he was on that screen. And then there was a moment when the numbers came in about how Cuomo was doing in terms of New York City, and it looked like he was up. A roar of cheer went up in this room. They were hopeful. Their expectations was that maybe he could pull it out. As the former governor of New York said that he thought that the polls were closing. And one of the things that may have prevented him is that Curtis Sliwa did not drop out, as Eric Adams did in terms of mayor, and endorse him. But what will happen now, I think that people are still lingering here, thinking that their candidate will come out and address them. What he will say to them certainly is yet to be determined about the support that he got from this crowd. He had tried to do this. This was a moment for Andrew Cuomo to try and reinvigorate his political career after he had left the office of governor in disgrace only 4 years ago. He was campaigning on the same kind of issues that Mamdani was, and that was affordability, that was about safety, and he was saying that he had a record of doing those things and creating affordable housing, hiring more police. It resonated with the people who were filling this room tonight, but apparently it did not resonate with all of the New Yorkers, and the majority of them who went out to the polls and cast their ballots. So it was an effort that he said he thought he could win at the rate that the polls were closing. We talked before about how the numbers of people who turned out is history making in this city in terms of the numbers who turned out for a mayoral race. But it was not enough for Andrew Cuomo to turn around his political fortunes.
It certainly was not. Rahima Ellis, thank you so much for being there for us tonight. We really appreciate it. Appreciate your reporting. Joining me now is Faz Shakur, political advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders and founder of More Perfect Union. Thank you so much for joining me, Faz. Really appreciate it. Want to start off by getting your reaction to this win by Zohran Mamdani. What are the broader implications and lessons you think Democrats should take from tonight?
Well, overjoyed for Zohran. It's a huge win. He made the case and then demonstrated that he could expand the electorate and draw people in who didn't vote in 2024 and who've sat out previous elections. So I think that's a great win. I think he comes in with the mandate to govern. That said, I will be honest with you, Chris, and I harbor some anger and resentment towards the billionaire class who decided to relitigate the primary. I mean, he won by 12 points in the primary. They spent $30 million plus against him. Then they go into the general. I think he's coasting really to a place of 75, 80% support in the city to win with a huge mandate. And they say, let's go spend another $15 million. Let's go get more billionaire support. Let's go drag this through another primary. We see essentially the relitigation and result of it all over again. But I do think that at the end of the day, Zohran's win is a huge mandate for him, and in a hopefully an argument to a lot of Democrats that you can campaign on an aspirational vision and try to demonstrate that there are certain solution orientations, not just merely being opposed to Trump, that are very popular.
And how does Mr. Mamdani put his proposals into action? There will be a lot of pressure for him to show that these are realistic proposals, because, as you know, Andrew Cuomo ran a campaign saying that he was offering pie-in-the-sky proposals.
He ran it twice, Kristen, and he ran it with a bunch of billionaire backing. I mean, there was no Andrew Cuomo campaign without a bunch of billionaires, whether it's Bloomberg or Ackman or whomever else, spending a ton of money on the outside to try to damage the argument that Zohran Mamdani has both positive solutions that are addressing New Yorkers' needs. And I think one of the things that got lost in the fact that Zoran, when he's offering his ideas, whether it's fast and free buses or the municipal grocery stores or freezing the rent or taxing the wealthy, that each of them is tied directly to mayoral authority, that he had looked at what are the possibilities that the mayor could enact some of these ideas. Obviously will require the support and assistance of others within the state, but they're not pie in the sky. They're just simply authorities that most prior mayors had not wanted to use, that did not want to take on the wealthy class, did not want to take real estate developers on. And here comes Zoran saying, you can and we will. And I think the integrity that he showed during the campaign should hopefully build confidence in people that he will do it. He will build more support and he will be able to accomplish many of the things he talked about.
Hey, Faz, it's Hallie. Good to see you, and thanks for being on. So when you talk about like stepping back and pulling back out of just New York for a second here, when you look at Mamdani and this victory that's projected by NBC News, you look at, for example, first-time voters. 17% based on the exit polls of the electorate in New York City said they were voting for the very first time. And of those first-time voters, you can see it here on screen, 6 in 10 went for Mamdani, right? So he was able to pull out a lot of these, not just pull out first-time voters, but get them to break for him. With that data point, with the other data points that we've seen on affordability, on the messaging here, is there, and I think this is risky, right? Is there a lesson that Democrats can learn more broadly beyond New York City? Because New York City, people who live in New York City will tell you it's a real special place, right? And so how do you think about that as you're looking ahead to next year?
Allie, one of the ways you might want to think about, and we all should think about what happened tonight in New York City, is it turned out to be a primary within the Democratic Party. And it gives you a sense of where are Democratic voters when given choices, in my view, a choice of a corrupt kind of pro-billionaire establishment candidate in Andrew Cuomo, and then somebody who's offering bold, new, positive solutions that energize, to your point of the graphic, new voters and excite people about a type of politics. And what we've been told for a long period of time is that kind of exciting kind of politics doesn't sell well, it's naive, it's pie in the sky. Obviously, lots of billions are spent to try to send that message. And yet, mandate of majorities of Democrats, strong majorities of Democrats saying, that's it. Give me more of that kind of politics. And I think if you're in a different part of the country, whether Nebraska or California or Arizona, I hope you're taking away, let's be aspirational with specific, concrete, affirmative visions to address cost of living. It doesn't have to be exactly what Mamdani did in New York. It has to be some vision that tries to aspire to the same specific objectives of giving people concreteness about the ways we can address their problems.
Faz, we have about a minute left here. President Trump has threatened to cut federal funding to New York. What are the implications of that? Would that complicate Mr. Mamdani, Mayor-elect Mamdani's tenure?
There is, for now Mayor-elect Mamdani, I think some lessons to learn from Trump, which are that every day President Trump comes in with a ball of fire and it's a whirlwind of action. You know this better than most, Kristen. Just every day there's 4, 5, 6 things that this administration is doing, and it keeps you off kilter. And I think there's a way to do this in a positive, affirmative way. If you're Zoran Mamdani, you don't get sucked into the places where Donald Trump wants you to troll you and say you're going to react to everything he does. Stay on your front foot and be a positive, action-oriented Democrat who shows that we can do things on housing. We can do things on setting up grocery stores. I think you could think culturally, standing up compelling musical concerts in Central Park, be community-oriented, make this a place of a destination again that international travelers want to come to. Tell people New York is open for business, please come back. So many people have decided not to come to New York City because of the tariffs and all of the immigration actions. I think he can send a different message.
Faz Shakur, thank you so much for joining us. We do want to go to Mikey Sherrill's headquarters, where the governor-elect of New Jersey is about to address her supporters who are cheering and celebrating her victory over Jack Ciattarelli. The third time Ciattarelli has run and made a play for the governorship. Tonight was Mikey Sherrill's night. She ran on a message of affordability, on a message of bringing down people's property taxes, and she becomes the second woman governor of New Jersey tonight. And there you see her waving to the crowd. Let's listen in to Mikey Sherrill.
Wow. They always say we're loud, but man, with this vote,
rooftops. And people around the country have heard you. I hear you too. This was a tough fight, and this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey, and I love you. I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Ciattarelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up. And all of you know, I love our history, and our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward, because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akeem's team, who worked their butts off, knocked over 60,000 doors. Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases, to everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families, to my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great...
You have been listening to Governor-elect of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, deliver her victory speech. Hallie focused on her platform of the economy, affordability, making New Jersey safer, bringing property taxes down. This is a former Navy helicopter pilot. She's a former prosecutor. She's a member of Congress.
Former roommate of
That's
Abigail
right.
Spanberger.
Former roommate of Abigail Spanberger. And tonight, both of them making history.
That's right. That's right. Both governors-elect in their respective states, if you will. And let me go back to that conversation. You and I started this night talking about what our key takeaways that we were looking for would be, right? Our biggest questions. And one of them for us was the margins, right? If Democrats did as they're, as the polling suggested they may do and pull out victories in New Jersey and Virginia and New York, as we have now projected tonight, what do those margins look like? And what's so interesting here as we listen to Governor-elect Sherrill speak there, are the numbers that we're starting to see, and I defer to King Kornacki over there at the big board when it comes to where the margins are here, but it's super interesting because in my conversations prior to election night with strategists on both sides of the aisle, a good night for Democrats would be her winning, +7 they would feel great about. She's certainly on track to do that, if not way exceed that, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got 83% of the vote in right now. Sherrill's winning by more than 13 points. Now, again, we've said it is the vote that was cast today that's still coming in. It's more Republican friendly, so expect this to come down. But if this lands in double digits, that's entirely conceivable right now. And I think one of the stories coming out of New Jersey is, the floor absolutely fell out for Jack Ciattarelli for two reasons tonight. If you remember at the start of the show, if you were watching, we said that there was sort of a dream Republican coalition that Ciattarelli was trying to put together in New Jersey. And it would have, if successful, combined what worked for him when he nearly won the state in 2021, and what worked for Trump when he made such big gains in New Jersey last year in 2024, because they each had very different constituencies. Citarelli was trying to bring those together tonight. So we have two counties that really kind of epitomize this. Number one, this is where Citarelli did great in 2021. Hunterdon County, I'm going to put it up on the screen right now because we basically got all the vote in. Now, Citarelli has won here. Hunterdon County, this is genteel. This is farm country. This is folks with money. This has the highest concentration of voters with a college degree of any county in the state. This has the second highest median income. These are voters who, by and large, aren't nuts about the Democrats who run Trenton, okay? But they also, there's a lot of voters here, and we talk about these voters nationally who fit that profile, college-educated, upscale, professional class voters who don't like Donald Trump. So check this out. 5-point win for Citarelli tonight in Hunterdon. That is basically, in fact, it's a point or two less than it was for Donald Trump last year. Now go back to Citarelli's campaign in 2021. He ran up the score in Hunterdon County. And we're seeing this in places like Hunterdon County all across New Jersey tonight, where, you know, college-educated suburbanites, where Citarelli was really able to do well in 21 when Trump was an ex-president. And when Citarelli kept his distance from Trump, we saw that their antipathy to Trump remained in place in 24, and it seems to have attached itself to Citarelli. Those voters seem to be saying, if Trump's in the White House, I'm not voting for a Republican, even if it's a Republican I voted for 4 years ago. So Citarelli failing to replicate what he did in those places 4 years ago, that's one piece of it. The second piece of it, we talked about this again, this was a New Jersey story. This was a national story in 24, Trump's massive gains with Hispanic voters. And one of the places to look for that, right here, Hudson County. We don't have all the vote, but we got most of the vote in Hudson County. And again, Jersey City, Union City, West New York, you know, some of these cities are 80% Hispanic. And again, you see a 48-point margin for Mikey Sherrill here. Compare that to what happened last year. This was a political earthquake when Donald Trump only lost it by 28 points. That represented some massive, massive gains for Trump. So it goes from 28 to 48. And what's 48? 48's back where the Republicans started. That's what Citarelli lost Hudson County by in 2021. That's 46 points, essentially what Trump lost it by in 2020. So you got one outlier in the last four big ones in Hudson County. It was Trump last year. So again, we said coming into the night, we said if Citarelli's going to pull the upset, he needs to keep those suburbanites who were okay with him in 21 when Trump was next president. We wanted to see, are they still okay with him with Trump in the White House? Answer, no. Hispanic voters in places like Hudson County, they were not with Trump entirely, but more than expected. Yeah. Would that happen with Citarelli? Answer, no.
Steve, can you show us what happened in Passaic County? Because that was obviously one of the other big counties that we've been watching for that very question. Would Jack Citarelli be able to hold on to the coalition that Trump built in 2024? The answer, obviously, no. But what did we learn in that county?
Yeah, and I expect it. You see, it's about half the vote. Yeah. So I'm a little hesitant here only because we do have the same day vote still coming in. So I do expect this number to tighten that you're seeing here right now. But again, the form that we've seen all night in New Jersey is it tightens, but it's not tightening nearly to the degree that Citarelli wanted it to. So again, put this in some perspective. Trump outright won Passaic County. Again, you're talking 40% Hispanic Passaic County. This is where the city of Patterson is. You know, Passaic really is. It's Patterson. It's the city of Passaic. These are two heavily Hispanic cities. You got a bunch of sort of big blue-collar, middle-class towns, places like Wayne, New Jersey, if you know it well. And there's some rural areas, actually, believe it or not, up here. But anyway, it's a mix of those things. Trump was able to win it, and no Republican in a presidential race had won Passaic County in decades when he pulled this off. Now, there were some signs when Citarelli was running in 2021 of Republican life here. This was a decent performance for Citarelli to come close and miss, but Trump outright won this. And again, I expect this to get closer tonight, but based on what we're seeing around the rest of the state, I think Passaic's likely to go back to the blue side tonight.
All right, Steve, thank you for that deep dive. Hogan, let me turn to you because I have a Republican strategist reaching out to me saying, what's surprising about New Jersey are the margins. That, as Hallie was setting up, the hope was that they would be able to keep this to single digits, maybe 6, maybe 5 points, that would be a good night for Republicans if they couldn't have an outright win. I know that you're saying, look, this is a blue state, so let's not overread what happened here. Sure. At the same time, are there some lessons for Republicans as you turn your sights toward the midterms.
There are always lessons to be learned in campaigns, especially when you lose them. What could you have done differently? Listen, I don't know how strong that coalition was for other people. I know how strong it is and was for Donald Trump.
So is that the key?
So I think Trump being on the ballot obviously drives turnout. And I'll tell you, I have long said if the RNC, the NRCC, and all these Republican groups don't work to capitalize on what Donald Trump was able to accomplish by himself, it's going to be very difficult moving forward because no one is able to turn out voters on the Republican side and, quite frankly, somewhat on the Democrat side as Donald Trump is. And when he's not on the ballot, you see a way different margin of turnout across all of these demographics. So the why, I think, is important, but Donald Trump not being at the top of the ticket matters.
Can I just ask a question, though, as we're talking about the Republican messaging here? Because I'm thinking back to a conversation that I had, was it today? Yes, very recently, right, about these races here. And I had a smart Republican, very involved in Republican politics, whose name was not Hogan Gidley. Say, listen, if this is, in fact, if these are smashes by Democrats, if we are seeing like big, muscular victories by Democrats, if Jay Jones, wins the Attorney General race in Virginia, like if this is a huge, big night for Democrats, which by all accounts, it's shaping up to be that way, then perhaps, and if these affordability, economics, cost of living messages were effective, then perhaps President Trump would need to think about pivoting how he is talking about the economy, would need to be pivoting his own messaging on the economy. And I wonder, do you agree with that? Do you think this is something that the White House should take a look at?
For a sec? I have some reporting from a couple days ago that I reported, talking to someone close to the White House, that the White House is planning to repivot on the economy toward the end of the year, beginning of the year, really focusing on these cost issues. They're extremely confident that next year the economy is going to turn around. They're going to get some of these costs under control. We'll see how that plays out, but the White House is aware of this. And these plans are supposed to come about food, potentially even healthcare, even though we all know that's a meme now since it's been 10 years. But also there's the question of energy prices, home energy prices. We know that gas prices are low, but home energy prices have skyrocketed. And then there's the housing issue too. And so, one of the things about the Donald Trump of it all and all of this, when you compare it to someone like Jay Jones, who did have a scandal with these text messages, one Republican texted me to say, maybe we all need to recalibrate how much people are willing to be okay with, considering what is acceptable to voters these days and who they still elect, regardless of what is in their background.
And I will say the last poll I saw showed 67% of Americans did not know that the largest tax cut in history was in the One Big Beautiful Bill.
2/3 of Americans also say President Trump is failing them.
If they don't know that, that's going to be a problem for a lot of reasons. And of course, I think the White House is keenly aware of this. If anyone is in tune with the American people, it's been Donald Trump, and I expect them to recalibrate and message this much differently in the new year.
Ashley, very, very quickly, could we see what happened tonight push Republicans, push Democrats to the table to end the government shutdown?
I mean, that's my question right now. I think that's a solid, fair question. I think Democrats are definitely going to try to use this to their advantage to make the point to Donald Trump, the Republican Party, you lost big, not just among Democrats, but among independents. That coalition that Trump built, it's now weakened. It's now bottomed out. And so I think they're going to use that as much as they can to gain leverage on the president. But I've also said that he's the outlier. I'm not so sure that he wants to open up the government again. He continues to weaponize the shutdown. Even just today, he's going to defy the courts and say that he's not going to feed 42 million people and 16 million kids that are on SNAP benefits. So I think Democrats are going to use it, but the question is how Trump's going to respond to it.
Hogan, the fact that a majority of Americans are pointing the finger at Republicans, blaming them for the shutdown, is tonight one more data point? And could they wind up giving some concessions? Do you anticipate there will be some concessions?
There are some conversations going on Capitol Hill, as you've talked about and reported as well, on the Senate side for sure. I don't know what Republicans will do with the Freedom Caucus and other things. A lot of plans, though, I think will be kicked around in the next 24 hours, and you're going to hear a lot of movement.
All right, guys, I want to pause this for one moment. I want to go out to Sam Brock, who is at the headquarters of Zohran Mamdani. And Sam, you are joined by Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of the biggest names to endorse Zohran Mamdani. What is the Congresswoman saying? What's her reaction tonight?
For sure. So let's start right there. Congresswoman, thank you so much. Kristen just said you were one of the biggest names to step out and to support Zohran early on in his political career. First of all, he becomes the youngest mayor in 100 years plus in New York. Are you surprised by the reality of this situation?
You know, I have to say that I'm not. I think that people across this country are really hungry for public servants that are going to put them first, for public servants that answer to them above special interests and who are laser focused on making life affordable for everyone.
We spoke with a member of the National DSA, Kareem El-Rafai, who said it's not radical to expect people to have a roof over their head and to be able to pay for groceries. This doesn't sound like a transformational idea, and yet it is connected with so many people. What do you think Mr. Mamdani's ability was to sort of relay that message, and why is it developed in a city like New York?
Well, I think it speaks to how far everyday people have been pushed in this economy and in this environment. We have record high levels of young people that are unemployed, of people who are unemployed who are being paid very low wages and can't afford life. And so I think people are receptive to a new path and a new story, and I think Zohran Mamdani really spoke to that and organized for it.
Congresswoman, it's no secret the Democratic Party has struggled in recent years to attract voters, whether it's first-generation immigrants, younger voters, educated Asian voters. I mean, these broader coalitions that we've seen attracted to Mr. Mamdani's campaign. How does that potentially provide a blueprint for other Democratic candidates?
Well, I think what we're seeing in tonight's results and in many of the communities that turned out for Zohran Mamdani tonight were many of the same communities that Donald Trump won against Democrats in November. And so this shows that there is more than one path to win and persuade independents and Trump voters. And it's not just by running in a more conservative fashion, but it can also be through a different and new message.
It's so interesting to hear you compare it to Trump in that sense, right? That brand of populism almost inverted. Do you see parallels between the bases of what drove out voters for Trump back in 2016 and what we're witnessing right now?
Well, I think we are laser focused on the working class. We don't take voters for granted. We don't take Latinos. We don't take young people. We don't take many of the communities that are historically taken for granted in our political system.
The bar is now high, right? Because he has promised voters he's going to work on free buses and rent freezes and universal child care, which we know is the most expensive part of that platform and would likely require the cooperation of the New York State legislature to raise tax revenues. How high is the bar, I guess? Do you see that becoming something that will manifest?
I think people are mobilized by this vision, and what is so important is that I think New Yorkers are pragmatic. I think New Yorkers are practical. I don't think they expect that we're going to come in on January 1st and press a button. But I do think that New Yorkers are very motivated to vote for someone who has those goals and wants to move in that direction, as opposed to no direction at all.
Well, so that's another thing that Mamdani has said, is there wasn't an affirmative message for Democrats. What's the takeaway, right? People around the country are looking at this race and saying a Democratic socialist, just one office, sure, that could work in New York City. It's never going to work in other places around the country. To them, you say what?
Well, you know, I have to say, so I'm a millennial. I'm 36 years old. And people my age, my first election was for Barack Obama when I was 18 years old. And we've been hearing Democrats be called socialists our entire voting lives. I think that as time goes on, this is not a threat that is really resonating with the majority and large pluralities of the electorate, and that this kind of name-calling doesn't really have the weight that results do have.
Can I ask you, because that's an important point, what does it mean to be a Democratic socialist? Because I realize there are so many nuances with the national organization and the local chapters and who they'll endorse and who they won't endorse and what issues are driving those decisions. What do you see as the definition of a Democratic socialist?
I mean, to me, it's this radical idea that working people have economic rights. And when you read the Constitution of this country, we have beautiful, incredible freedoms of speech, and we have so many liberties and due processes. But should we not also have the right to housing, the right to a livable wage, the right to attempt to provide health care and child care to the best that we are able and capable of providing in this country?
I would have the right to stay in communities where you've lived for years.
That's
because
right.
The expectation now is that President Trump has sort of forecast what he's going to do in New York City as it concerns potentially National Guard troops, more ICE raids. How do you see this playing out in the months ahead?
Well, we know that President Trump operates through threats. He operates through criminality. He has been convicted on 34 different criminal counts of felony. The Supreme Court has essentially authorized through their rulings his ability to commit crimes in office. And so we know that he will step outside the bounds of what is acceptable to society. But I think that our choice is, are we going to respond with fear, or are we going to respond with unity and courage?
What does that look like? I know he said he's going to be withholding funds from New York City, which I'm not even clear if he has the constitutional authority to do that. But what does the resistance look like under this administration?
I mean, of course, President Trump doesn't have the authority, but that's not something that he really cares about. But let's just say that New York City is not a place that gets pushed around, and that we have our own cards up our sleeve as well.
What is your lasting message, I guess, as we look around and we see how many hundreds of people are here right now, but millions that are watching around the country? What are the takeaways from Zohran Mamdani's ascendance from someone no one had heard of as of about January to winning the primary and now the next mayor of New York?
That as dark as this time is, as challenging as this moment can be, anything is still possible in America.
We appreciate your enthusiasm and your optimism and your time. Thank you so much, Congresswoman. It was great to talk with you. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kristen, I'm going to send it back to you. And of course, I think, again, the working class themes here, right? The Congresswoman really sort of drilled upon that. These aren't crazy ideas necessarily to provide people with a base level of services, making them actionable in cities where there might be resistance, and what the cost structure of that is going to look like is very much at the heart of conversations right now around the country. But it was interesting very much to hear her take.
Well, Sam, it was also interesting when she said that we've been called socialists our entire lives. She said she's a millennial, too. They are used to this. It doesn't pack the same punch that it used to. It was a fantastic conversation, Sam Brock. Thank you so much for bringing that to us. We really appreciate it. I want to get reaction here at the table. Hogan, let me start with you, because you heard her lay out the argument about affordability, but also the argument about reaching voters. She said we didn't take any voters for granted. And I'm a millennial. I've been called a socialist my whole life. That doesn't scare us, basically.
Yeah, I think one of the things when Biden was in office and they was passing that big bill they were trying to do, I know that we were calling it a socialist bill. Polling didn't move the needle on that topic or that title at all, because no one really cared about the socialism. You had big government socialism, and everybody freaked out, and the thing went into an 80% negative. What you just saw and what you just witnessed is the front runner, I believe, for 2028 on
Polls
Democrat
don't necessarily
side
bear that out right now.
for
But
president. I am telling you, she is as charismatic as anybody else in that party, and she, just going to her tonight, proves to me this is the party of Mamdani. It is the party of AOC. They're the ones leading the torch. And you see people like Bernie Sanders doing interviews with her, kind of giving her the go-ahead to be that person on their side. So I expect to see a whole lot more of her. Her messaging is something that I think resonates with the Democrat base. I, for one, think it's a disaster, but I also want more of it. I want her to keep going.
Actually, is this the party of Mamdani and AOC? Does Hogan have a point? And do you see her? I mean, she's obviously gotten a lot of buzz. Could she be a Senate candidate? Could she be a presidential candidate?
No, I wouldn't say the Democratic Party belongs to any one particular candidate or elected official. I don't believe that. I think what AOC's been saying is a consistent message she's saying since she showed up on the scene, which is that, again, life is unaffordable for too many people. And that is the part that's resonating. But each one of these candidates, run to their local districts or to their local state. You look at somebody like Spanberger. Spanberger is not anywhere close to AOC. And so one could argue, as well as she performed tonight, it could be a Spanberger party. I mean, like, why wouldn't it be? So I just think that, you know, the party is as diverse as it is. The question, though, I think where Republicans are going to have to start examining is why did they lose those Latino voters in those counties? Is it the immigration issue? Is it the deportation? I mean, they've got to start to unpack why they're losing that coalition.
Well, Hallie, you have the first post from President Trump.
Don't you set me up with hot reporting. It's a truth social.
It's a truth
I'm going to be honest about that. It's publicly out there.
He's got his own take, though.
He has an answer to that.
He has an answer to that question.
His thoughts on this. The president has posted online now, to your point here, Kristen, which you're totally right about. And he thinks that the president has suggested there's two reasons, Ashley, to your point, as to why Republicans didn't do better. Number one, because his name was not on the ballot. And number two, because of the government shutdown. And so, you know, that as I think insight into where the president's head is at here, he was not on the ballot. And I understand the president's always on the ballot. Physically, his name is not on the ballot. You know, this isn't a presidential year. And this has been exactly to the point that we're talking about here. If his name is not on the ballot, what happens to that quote-unquote Trump coalition, those first-time voters, those independents, et cetera? Because to all the discussion here around what is the brand of the Democratic Party, I'm struck by something that our darling friend Steve Kornacki said just a couple days ago when that new NBC News poll came out, this sort of under-the-radar thing that he was watching, which was about what our poll showed on the Democratic brand. Only about a third of Democrats view socialism favorably. Now, fewer view it negatively than they did last year, but 35% is not, you know, an overwhelming majority of the party that views socialism favorably. So I just think this is all sort of part and parcel of the context. And can I be sort of like, you know, whatever for a second? I think this goes back to the point that we've all been making, which is like maybe there's not one crystal clear takeaway from tonight, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe nuance exists.
And there's a lot of nuance. I think you're right about that.
Well, that's kind of the overarching question that I have, and that is, everyone talked about the political realignment that has been happening over the past few years under Donald Trump that was crystallized in the 2024 elections. So what happened to that political realignment? Is it not a permanent realignment? Yeah. Do all those Democratic autopsies that started coming out last week that are going to start continue to come out over the next few weeks about the last election in 2024, do those mean anything? Do they throw those out the door? Or have they figured out what the path is, and that's just affordability, don't talk about cultural issues, healthcare, the things that they think that they can win on in this current environment. But, you know, the Trump voter is the one that mystifies Republicans and Democrats, because Republicans need them to come out when Trump's name is not on the ballot. And Republicans haven't been able to figure out how to get them to the polls when his name is not.
It's a really important point. I do want to head out to NBC's Julie Sirkin, who joins us from the Chitterelli headquarters, where, Julie, you actually have some reporting about what people are starting to say about the campaign that was run by Jack Chitterelli. What are your sources telling you?
Yeah, well, all night long, people have been crowding around our little screen here because there was no other monitor in this room. One woman told me it's because they know that he's not doing well right after the polls close at 8 o'clock. I was struck by a conversation I had with a voter yesterday. But first, let me tell you what I got from the room today. And that is I spoke to a couple of voters who voted for President Trump who said that they are not hot on the job that he's been doing. And they told me that they think Chitterelli has been doing a good job walking a line between his support of the president, of course, trying to ride his coattails, if you will, of the margins that the president was able to eat into in New Jersey in November, but at the same time realizing that Mikey Sherrill, his Democratic opponent and now the governor-elect, made all of her campaign, almost all of it, all of her ads were about painting Chitterelli as very closely tied to Trump, as being ultra MAGA, and that voter here tonight told me that that seemed to work in Sherrill's favor. Yesterday, I was struck by a woman I spoke to in Passaic County, a Latino voter who voted for President Trump in November. She told me almost instantly did she regret her vote, as did most of the people that she knows. Why? Because of immigration, because of those deportations, the ICE raids, and that is the community that Chitterelli needed to turn out for him today. The numbers I'm just struck by. This race was not close at all, as we've been talking about, and the turnout for Chitterelli was not there. Perhaps they were less excited to come out and vote for him than they were excited about his opponent, Mikey Sherrill. But all in all here, I think there's a takeaway from voters that perhaps his alignment to the president, even if he tried to distance himself yesterday, including in our interview, didn't work in his favor. Kristen?
Great reporting. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. From the headquarters of Jack Ciattarelli, I do want to go back now to NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki, who's been following all of the key races tonight. Steve, I've been texting with some of my sources who make the point this is a big night for Democrats, not just because they're sweeping these races, but because of what we've been talking about, the margins.
The margins, yeah, and I think we were talking a few minutes ago in New Jersey about these voters who were available to Republicans like Jack Ciattarelli when Trump wasn't president and clearly are not now that Trump is back as president. And I think you look ahead to 2026, and I understand, you know, that these are blue states, but there's going to be congressional districts that are up in 2026, competitive districts, Republican districts that Democrats are trying to flip. And I think that type of voter looms large in a lot of potential battlegrounds next year. So I think this is fascinating from that standpoint. And also, we said from the standpoint of this was something that the polling was suggesting was going to be a problem or a challenge for Ciattarelli, winning over the level of support from Hispanic voters or anything approaching that that Trump was able to last year. By the way, we're saying this in New Jersey. We took a look in Virginia as well. You look at the most heavily Hispanic areas where Trump made some inroads. You know, Prince William County, Loudoun County, even Manassas Park. It's small, but it's the most Hispanic by population city in Virginia. All of those gains from Trump undone tonight in this gubernatorial election. One other thing I did want to show too, just talking about New York City. I had mentioned this before, but just check in because most of the vote is in, and it is hovering at about that 50 to 41, 50 to 42 range. Mamdani just a touch over 50% right now with these returns. We'll see if he finishes on the north or south side of that. But I think I'd mentioned it earlier, and I wanted to make sure to show it to you. We did ask this question in our exit poll of New York City voters. If this were a two-way race, just Mamdani and Cuomo, how would you vote? And this is what we found. Wow. 47 for Mamdani, 44 for Cuomo, 6 not sure. So, again, one thing that struck me looking at these results tonight was how much the voters sort of decided. There were voters who clearly were not going to vote for Mamdani and really did seem to decide at scale that Curtis Sliwa was not a viable candidate, and they did end up breaking to Cuomo and bringing him, looks like about an 8-9 point loss for him. He was staring at some much deeper gaps in polls. All of those polls that had him with those much deeper gaps had Sliwa getting a much bigger share of the vote. So again, I just think maybe there was no circumstance that Curtis Sliwa was going to drop out of this race. I know there was a lot of pressure on him from folks to do that. Maybe there was no circumstance, but I think if you're Cuomo and you're looking at this, boy, that one might haunt you a little bit. If there was any way you could have pulled it off, any more gestures you could have made or something, because a two-way race here, we got a lot of evidence here, would have been a barn burner in New York City.
It would have been an absolute game changer. Steve, let's go back to Virginia since we haven't talked about it in a little while. Just remind folks of the margins in that race, with Abigail Spanberger becoming the first woman governor-elect of Virginia, and the margin hugely significant there.
Yeah, I mean, when you looked at, we talked about Virginia in 2024 as being a state. It was still a blue state, but Donald Trump had made some real gains in Virginia last year. He got the margin down to 6 points. He lost it by double digits in 2020, so he made gains in Virginia. The story for Trump's gains in Virginia was really, it was a story up here. A lot of it was up here. A lot of it was in Northern Virginia. A lot of it was in these very blue parts of Northern Virginia where they stayed blue, but Trump did a lot better than he had done, a lot better than Republicans had been doing. Had that continued across the rest of the state, Trump might have actually put Virginia in play in 2024. It actually didn't around the rest of the state. So take a look at what's happening tonight. We mentioned Loudoun County earlier. I showed you that enough. Let me show you this one, because this is another giant county here, Northern Virginia, outside D.C., Prince William County. Now, this has been a Democratic county for a while here, but the margin tonight, this is basically a 34-point victory for Abigail Spanberger. Just check this out. This is what it looked like in the presidential race a year ago. It was a Democratic win, but it was only 18 points. Spanberger has essentially doubled Kamala Harris's margin in this gigantic population-dense county outside Northern Virginia. We saw that in Loudoun. We see it in Prince William. We see improvement in Fairfax County. These are giant, giant population centers. So all of the losses, all of the sort of underperformance that Democrats had in 2024 in Northern Virginia, gone. As a matter of fact, you might say this is overperformance even for Spanberger. Does raise the question of the shutdown of federal employees, the importance of the federal government to the economy of Northern Virginia. It does raise the question if that played a role here. And then the other thing that happened for Spanberger, now again, she did represent this area in Congress, but I want to show you Chesterfield because this is big, growing suburban county right outside of Richmond. Now, this is a county last year. This was one of the few big counties in the United States of America that, as the whole country pretty much was becoming more red, became more blue. And that trend continued tonight. So Kamala Harris won this by 9 points last year. Abigail Spanberger wins it by 13 tonight. You take a look. When Glenn Youngkin, the Republican, got elected 4 years ago, he was able to win this county. Again, we're talking about suburban voters who were comfortable voting for a Republican when Donald Trump wasn't president, who aren't comfortable voting for Republicans with Trump back on the scene. So again, the Democratic trend just continuing there.
All right, Steve, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's head out to the headquarters of Andrew Cuomo. He is about to address his supporters. Let's take a listen.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. You're taking my time. You're taking my time. First, let me. I love you too. I love you too. Let me acknowledge part of my special campaign team. We have from the right, Telef Lundaval, the new son-in-law, husband of Mariah. We have Mariah, Cara, Michaela. I want to thank our campaign chairman, Bill Mulrow, our great campaign manager, Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive, and that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions. And I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots. And I am proud of you. This campaign was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. $2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977. It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy.
You've been listening to former Governor Andrew Cuomo deliver his concession speech after NBC News has projected that Zohran Mamdani is now the mayor-elect of New York City. Leanne Caldwell, this is someone who has served decades in public service. Of course, he did resign as governor amid a swirl of various scandals, quite frankly, that he just could not shake in this campaign. So yes, Zohran Mamdani had a message of affordability. Yes, he had an incredibly robust social media campaign, tried to reach voters, younger voters, where they are. And yet, Governor Cuomo struggled with all of those challenges.
Yeah, he absolutely did. I think that a broader theme throughout this election night is actually this generational change. The Democratic Party has been talking about this, as we all know very well, for at least a year, potentially longer. And this is an instance where Democrats in New York City voted for a newer, younger candidate, someone who was less experienced, but they wanted to give a shot. They were done with the old guard. You have Abigail Spanberger, the first zillennial governor of Virginia. She and Mickey Sherrill were the class of 2018, this like young, upcoming class in the House of Representatives. And so there's a lot of movement in the party in this election that the party has been grappling with for quite some time. And a Democratic source texted me when you're looking at the bigger picture of the Democratic Party, making the point that Abigail Spanberger and Sherrill won by bigger margins than Mamdani did. And so when the party is trying to figure out what to make of this, and is it the more moderate, pragmatic faction of the party that is going to be the path forward, or the more liberal, progressive, Democratic Socialist wing of the party, there is a lot of Democrats who are looking at Spanberger over Mamdani.
It's a really fascinating point. Hallie, Zohran Mamdani, 34 years old, has made a lot of promises. He will believe that he has a mandate to execute those. But to the point that
and Andrew Cuomo will make the argument, no, you don't.
No, you don't. Right. And the question is, he's still got to win over a lot of voters to get behind his policies.
Yeah, if he wants to win their hearts and minds, absolutely. Now that he obviously has won the election, is projected to win the election. And so he's got a road ahead that I think is going to be fascinating to watch, just from like a policy implementation perspective, right? And the way that you're looking at somebody who's staked out this progressive position inside his party, take on, the country's biggest city and try to steer the ship that way. I also think when we look at this night, and I'm looking at the clock here, 10:47 Eastern time, we've talked a lot about these three races on the East Coast. Remember what's happening in California, what arguably may have, not just in California, but this redistricting arms race that's happening across the country, huge implications for 2026. And by the way, for years beyond that as well. And so this is a fascinating one to watch as we're getting close to polls close there.
Yeah, well, you take us to our next reporter perfectly, Hallie. At 11 p.m., polls will close in California, where voters are voting on a ballot measure that would redraw the state's congressional map in favor of Democrats. California's Prop 50 is a direct response to Texas, where the Republican governor signed into law a new map targeting 5 Democratic-held seats. It comes during a nationwide redistricting tug of war, with Republicans eyeing seats in not only Texas, but states like Missouri, Ohio, and North Carolina, while Democrats look to Virginia and New York, in addition to California, for their own edge. NBC's Liz Kreutz joins us from Los Angeles, where this is the big race out there. Liz, I had the opportunity to interview Governor Gavin Newsom. He said he feels confident that Prop 50 will pass. What are you hearing as we anticipate polls closing just moments from now?
Yeah, hey, Kristen, we're about 12 minutes till polls closing here. I just got back from a polling site in LA where there was an extremely long line of people that went down the block, folks waiting to vote in this special election, where there was literally just one question on the ballot, and it is asking people whether or not they support Proposition 50, which would introduce these new congressional maps into the states temporarily for 3 elections up until 2030 that would favor Democrats. And the long line I saw there is not alone. We're seeing images coming in from across the state on college campuses of folks lined up tonight to vote. And I think, Kristen, what it is speaking to is the enthusiasm around this proposition. I think that's even surprised Governor Newsom, perhaps, and top Democrats. They didn't know 2 months ago when it was introduced whether voters were going to really understand sort of what redistricting is and why this matters. Their message seems to work. They have raised $120 million, so much so, as I was telling you earlier, that Governor Newsom's team had to put a statement out last week saying, like, stop donating. We've actually raised more than enough. But we are seeing, as you'd expect, this all down party lines. Republicans are against it. Democrats are supporting it. Here's what some voters told us today, starting with a man who is a Trump supporter. He's against it, followed by a woman who is not registered with the party and is supporting it.
The system is set up already, and it doesn't need to diverge and be something else to benefit one system versus the other. We have enough problems right now.
Why is it important to come out for this special election? What brought you out?
What brought me out? The state of the country? I've been unemployed for over a year. So I have to vote because that's the only way I can voice my opinion.
And that woman's emotion there, guys, I think is really tapping into what Governor Newsom was trying to, I should say, tap into by putting this proposal forward, which is he made the case consistently that this is about more than California, that this proposition is about being able to voice your anger with the Trump administration, protect democracy, and speak out against the direction of this country, guys.
Well, what happens in California could have huge implications for the midterms and for Governor Newsom's own political future if he does decide to run for president. Liz Kreutz, thank you for that great reporting. We'll check back in with you. I do want to go now back to NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki, who's been following all of the big races tonight. And you are watching California. Polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern. What are you going to be watching for there, Steve?
Yeah, at 11 o'clock, you get big batches of votes in these counties. That early vote, a lot of that mail vote comes in. California is a state where a lot of vote comes in fast, and then the rest of it comes in very, very slowly. So if it were a close race, it could take till December. But what have we been seeing tonight? To put this in some perspective, between Virginia, New York City, not surprisingly, and New Jersey. You've seen low approval ratings in the exit polls there for Donald Trump. You see an even lower approval rating for him in California. You see how that's correlated with the results, it appears, in Virginia and in New Jersey. And if you look in California, so much of the messaging that Gavin Newsom and the supporters of this initiative have put forward has been, hey, deliver a message to Donald Trump, fight Donald Trump. If you vote yes, you're doing that. So just you look at Trump's approval rating in the exit poll in California. We have him in the low 30s here. This is a state he lost by 20 points last year. That's a very tough hill to climb for folks who want to defeat this referendum. We do have an exit poll, as I mentioned, that's been conducted there, which we can reveal the full results from at 11 o'clock. We'll get big returns coming in, as I said, fast at 11. So I expect some clarity right away. And I just want to put this in perspective, what the stakes are exactly here. So again, this is about control of the House of Representatives in next year's midterm elections. The way things currently stand, Republicans control the House, and they can afford to lose up to 2 seats. Otherwise, any more than that, they lose control of the House. Now, they have already passed and enacted a new map that could, I stress could, get them up to 5 additional seats out of Texas. What this California map essentially is doing, again, could give Democrats a chance to gain 5 there and wipe out Texas. So essentially, that's what's being decided in the next few minutes when we get these California results. Could California pass this, enact the new maps, and wipe out what the Republicans did in Texas? What would happen then, though, is there are other states where this is playing out. Republicans have enacted a new map in Missouri. They could give themselves a new seat there. There's a potential that would go to a referendum. It's complicated. The court ordered, there's a law and court ordering redistricting in Ohio. The new maps have come into place. It could be Republican gains of 2 seats, but they are going to be competitive there. But there could be Republican gains. New maps in North Carolina could be a new Republican gain there. Florida looms as a big possibility. If Republicans are aggressive, they could get 3, maybe 4 new seats out of there. So there are other states coming into the mix. And it's also important because, again, at 2, it's hard to see Republicans controlling the House, especially when you look at some of the results we're seeing tonight. But if Republicans could succeed in a lot of these states in redrawing it, if they could ever defeat this initiative in California, that number could be 10 or more. That would give them a much better chance of holding the House.
And Steve, just to put a fine point on this, if you look at the math, and I want to make sure I understand it accurately, Republicans have a little bit of an edge in this redistricting tit for tat, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's I circle Florida here because I think this could be their biggest single opportunity if they want to be really aggressive. But there's a lot of moving parts here, because when Texas did that and California responded, a lot of other states are getting ideas. Trump and Republicans are putting pressure on a lot of states. Democratic activists are putting pressure. Wisconsin has entered into the conversation now. So who knows exactly where this is going to land? But there are more places, it would appear, where Republicans could do it for 2026.
But what's also interesting here is you've seen in some of these states, I'm thinking of Indiana, for example, these pockets of Republican resistance, right? I mean, these places where it's not as though it's unanimity among the Republican Party that this should move forward, despite the state's governor backing it. On the Democratic side, you look at a state like Maryland, Ashley, and you've got some pushback, even as the governor saying, no, we're going to look into this. You've got some pushback from state-level Democrats there who say, hey, maybe we don't want to go down this road because once this snowball gets going, we sort of lose control.
Are going to weigh in. So the could, especially in Maryland, the opposition there to the governor, the state senator is saying we could actually, if we redraw, we could gain 1 seat. If the courts come and challenge it, we could lose 2 seats. So I think that is the risk. His point is what's the risk reward with most of these things? We might vote for Proposition 50, but the courts might come back and challenge the entire map. And you may not get 5 seats. This is a moving target.
What about that point and the idea that ultimately this could backfire against either party?
Right.
It could. I think it's one of the biggest, most significant issues facing this country as it relates to upcoming elections. Without a doubt, this could shift the map dramatically. You could have some massive gains on the House side. You could have some losses on the House side. It also has presidential implications as well. Are we counting illegal aliens in these census numbers? Are we not counting them? All of these things are kind of wrapped into an issue where if they were to pass some of these things, and as Ashley pointed out, once they pass them, courts are still going to get involved and these things are going to be challenged. So who knows how much of this gets settled before we start voting in the midterms as well.
To what you're saying, Hogan, I think the other point is that it sets a precedence that we can, you can go through a redistricting process, and at any point, if I decide I need leverage to win an election, I'm going to redraw the maps. That's the challenge.
That's what it's for anyway.
Well,
pretty much gerrymandering is so you can win elections.
No,
anyway.
absolutely, but I'm saying it sets a precedence that each of these states now that are getting in the battle are now open to mid-decade redistricting at the whim of, trying to win.
One of the fascinating aspects of the Prop 50 battle, Hallie,
I know where you're going with this, I think.
Exactly
I think we're
where
mind
I'm
melding.
going with this. Yes, it's not just about redistricting, which is huge.
Who is it about?
It is about the potential future of Governor
That's
Gavin
exactly
Newsom.
right.
Now, I interviewed him. I tried to get him to tell me his entire presidential platform.
You got there almost.
If he runs, wouldn't do it. He said he's focused on this fight right now. But talk about how the two are inextricably linked.
I love that you're raising this because I think this is such a key part to this redistricting fight. It is 100% about obviously the redistricting and about the maps and where that goes. It is also certainly about Governor Gavin Newsom being in many ways the face of the opposition of the Democratic Party to President Trump. And this was, I don't know if you want to call it a risky move. I'd be curious as to your thoughts there, but it's certainly a bold one, right? Texas does its thing. Newsom comes out and says, we're going to do it. To get this ballot measure on, runs this referendum. It's a big deal for him, and he has embraced that spotlight. It was fascinating to watch your discussion with him on Sunday on Meet the Press, Kristen, which was so good. But this dynamic that, I bet we'll see him while we're on the air tonight. You know what I mean? Talking about I don't know, I might take that bet. Talking about this and what he's doing on this front. Because, Hogan, earlier in the program, you talked about AOC, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, potentially being a 2028 face. You got to put Governor Newsom right up there, as he has made his intentions pretty clear on that front as well. So this is very much, I think, about him and his future too.
Ashley, what do you make of what Hallie's saying and Governor Newsom's message, which is we've got to fight fire with fire? He said, Republicans thought we would get upset and write an op-ed, but we're actually fighting back, and Democrats are cheering him on, including those who used to be opposed to redistricting, like former President Obama.
Absolutely, who weren't fans of Newsom either. The reality is I think he's setting a new playbook on how to oppose Donald Trump. He's doing a holistic approach to it. It's really three-pronged strategy. One, he's challenging him in the courts. He's challenging him in the legislature. and with these redistricting maps. But in addition, he's turning the mirror on Donald Trump. He's modeling Donald Trump and all of his tactics and antics, and is having a fun with it, and is really energizing the base. I saw your interview, which was exceptional, by the way, and it was clear that he's really gaining his stride. I mean, he feels very comfortable, very in command. But can I just say one thing before we go tonight? This has been a big night for Democrats, and I know we are going to be pounding our chest. We're going to feel emboldened, as we should. But the reality is here, Democrats, the question is, I'm a strategist, what is the day after plan?
Yep. Yeah.
What's the day after the shutdown? Win, lose, or draw, it doesn't matter. We need to advance a proactive agenda on the economy.
And don't go anywhere, because we're still sticking around.
Sorry.
We're not
done, girl.
We're waiting for the results of Prop 50, and it is now just after 11 p.m. Eastern Time, and we have our final big call of the night. And like all the others tonight, it's a win for the Democrats. NBC News can now project that voters have approved a ballot measure on redistricting that could boost Democrats in next year's midterm elections. It's the theme of the night. Voters turning out, signaling they want change, and they are not happy with the president's party. In New York City, NBC News projecting that 34-year-old Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani, who ran a fiercely anti-Trump campaign focusing on economic issues, will be the next mayor of America's largest city. And we want to take you to live pictures of Mamdani's election night headquarters, where we are expecting the mayor-elect to speak any moment now. We'll bring that to you. In New Jersey, the governor there, NBC News projecting that Democrat Mikey Sherrill has held off a tough challenge from Republican Jack Ciattarelli. In Virginia, Democrats sweeping the statewide races. NBC News projecting that Abigail Spanberger, the next governor of Virginia. And Democrat Jay Jones projected to win the Virginia Attorney General's race despite facing major headwinds after he was forced to apologize for violent messages he sent in 2022 about Republicans in his state. I do want to go back to NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki, who's been following all of the races all night long. So let's talk about this ballot measure, Prop 50. NBC News now projecting it has passed. Show us what you've got there, Steve.
Yeah, well, I want to explain what we have here, because folks might be a little bit confused. We are calling this, you see the check mark, you don't see any numbers, you don't see any counties filled in. So what happened? What happened is we took exit polls in all of the key states and in New York City tonight. In the exit poll on this proposition, the margin for yes was so overwhelming in the exit poll and so consistent with all of the data we had seen in the run-up to the election that our decision desk is going to call this based on that exit poll. I want to make it clear that's not an unusual practice. You probably don't notice it a lot, like on a presidential election night, but a state like California will be called like this. We don't tend to pay much attention to it on a presidential election night because we're in the middle of North Carolina and Georgia and Wisconsin and showing you results from all the swing states. But there are a lot of states out there that are very lopsided states, either Democratic or Republican states. And when you get an exit poll that really just confirms that, the state will be called that quickly. So that is what you're seeing happening here. Our decision desk has made the determination based on what they've seen in the exit poll and some other data that they can call this for yes right away. And again, we will start seeing big batches of votes come in here very shortly.
All right. And Steve, Callie, go ahead.
I just want to say one super interesting thing that's coming out of our exit polls here. And I know we want to get to California, but when you talk about this redistricting, when you talk about the exit polls, as Steve does here, there was a really interesting data point because we asked, the exit pollers asked, do you think each state's congressional district lines should be drawn by the party in power or by a nonpartisan commission? Overwhelmingly, look at this, 92% of people said it should be a nonpartisan commission. And yet, look at the breakout here, right? More than half of those people who said they want to see a commission do it said they voted for Prop 8, for Prop 50, wanted to actually see California redraw these lines. What does that say? Due credit to our political unit, Ben Cameron, Bridget Bowman. Yeah. Partisanship can be a hell of a drug, right? That even as people say that they felt like they wanted this to be nonpartisan, these drawing lines, as we talked about, this has more to do than just redistricting, right? Like this is something that is going to be impactful beyond simply the lines on the map here. We talked about the Gavin Newsom impact, et cetera. It looks like California voters want to send a message here with this vote.
Well, I'm glad that you bring that up, Hallie, because it is fascinating, and it was one of the hurdles. You talked about this being a risky move on the part of Governor Gavin Newsom. It was one of the hurdles that he faced, making this argument to essentially go around the independent commission and redraw the maps of California. I want to go back out to Liz Kreutz in California, because, Liz, part of what Governor Newsom was contending with was the idea that initially some top Democrats had historically been opposed to the idea of redistricting. That includes former President Obama, who then said, no, he supports what Governor Gavin Newsom was doing here in California because the game has effectively changed.
Yeah, Kristen, I mean, when Governor Newsom first announced this, there was definitely a sense that this was going to be an uphill battle. Right now, up until now, there is this independent bipartisan redistricting commission that was put into place by former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, extraordinarily popular here in the state, that draws the congressional lines every 10 years. So this is overturning that. The big message here by Governor Newsom was that it would be just temporary. It's just for 2026, 2028, and 2030, and then it will revert back to this independent commission. He has stood by that. However, former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger says that he feels that's a scam. He has been adamantly against it. I'll toss it back to you, Kristen.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. We do want to go to the headquarters of Zoran Mamdani. He's about to address his supporters there. The mayor-elect, 34 years old, Democratic socialist, and he has not yet approached the podium. But he ran on a campaign of affordability, promising to make things like bus fare free, government-run supermarkets, subsidized preschool for children. Yeah. And Hallie, clearly that's a message that resonated not just in New Jersey, the message of affordability.
Sure, but
in these other races. But Zoran Mamdani, as a Democratic socialist, had a very specific, targeted message.
He did, and when you look at that message, young people resonated with. And then there was something interesting here. I'm going to ask our team. I know we're juggling some graphics in the control room. I'm going to call for what I'm calling the manosphere graphic, or at least young men, for example, because when you look at our exit polling on young men, so this is men under the age of 30, right? In not just New York City here, but in New Jersey and in Virginia as well. How interesting is this, right? Abigail Spanberger, plus 14 there in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, plus 10 in New York City, Mamdani, obviously plus 40. I mean, way up there. Young men, when were we talking about young men in 2024? Turning out for Donald Trump, right? Coming out for the Republican here. And so I think this is an interesting dynamic. Clearly, Zoran Mamdani tapped into it, but so did Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, and I think that's worth noting.
Hogan, what do you make of those numbers?
I mean, young Democrat men voting for Democrat candidates. I don't know what to tell you. It just seems as though...
And yet, Trump was able to win some of them over.
Trump was able to win some of them over, but we're not talking about trumping on the ballot here. I understand that they used him in their campaign ads. I understand that they wanted to try and attack him to try and gain ground with some of those voters.
But you know why we're asking? I mean, because it gets to the point of, is the Trump coalition hanging together, or is the Trump coalition specific only to President Trump?
Well, that's why I think it's the latter. I think the Trump coalition is specific to Donald Trump, and I don't know if there's abilities within the Republican Party, because I would argue we have a deep bench. I know you would disagree, but I don't know anybody can capture what Donald Trump was able to capture, just like nobody on the Democrat side can capture what Barack Obama captured. They're completely different people. No one can capture what Bill Clinton was able to capture because he was Bill Clinton. These people are just kind of singular political figures that it's really difficult to try and duplicate that, or even coalesce voters around a different candidate that isn't Donald Trump.
I kind of have more of a question than a comment, but it is Republicans have made the decision to stand with Donald Trump regardless. And because the calculation is that standing with Trump will turn out Trump voters when Republicans are on the ballot, even when Trump is not. So could that calculation start to shift from a legislative perspective, from a policy perspective, from an executive order perspective, if it's not going to work for them next year in the midterms?
Possibly so, because these people want to win elections. I do think, though, if you reject Trump, then you do so at your own peril, because you don't have that solid core base, at least to try and build upon. If you're trying to take some of these independents away, which you should want to do as a candidate, of course, and you want to be the governor of all the people and all those things, you still need to have at least a fired up base out there to get you to that point where you can say, all right, I'm solidly in the camp of all these Republicans. Now, how do I pick off other people and expand that tent? It's difficult to do.
It is. As we wait for Zoran Mamdani's speech, I do want to read, we're getting a new reaction from Chuck Schumer, who says, I congratulate Zoran Mamdani on his well-earned and historic victory. We have worked together on a number of vital issues like delivering historic debt relief for taxi drivers. I look forward to building on that partnership to keep New York City strong, fair, more affordable, and thriving. Actually, he never endorsed him. This is as far as he's leaned in to expressing support for Zoran Mamdani.
I mean, my advice to the Democratic Party is to take a playbook, a page out of Mamdani's playbook, and that is to come up with a crystallized agenda that is based on affordability. I mean, I was saying this earlier. The reality is, although we won tonight, won big, the NBC poll still shows that 53% of the American people disapprove and have negative opinions of the Democratic Party. That signals that the party has a larger issue, national, larger issue. So my point is, you have to start to give people something to vote for, not just something to vote against. And so what Mamdani did so well is he had an actual affordability agenda. So my point to Democrats is, when we come back, maybe at the beginning of the year, you've got to introduce a comprehensive agenda that everyone can buy into, that contrasts how we would handle the economy and how Donald Trump's failing to do so.
I agree with you 100%.
Oh, wow.
I do.
Well, I feel like
there's been some agreement.
That's right.
On the
That's right.
few issues.
In this way, I think Donald Trump has done a good job to this point of getting Democrats, for whatever reason, to be on the wrong side of 80-20 issues.
Yeah.
I think Mamdani comes in and says, no, here's what I want to do, right? I want to close Rikers Island and let out the criminals. I want to freeze rent control. I want to free buses. I want city-owned grocery stores. I want to legalize prostitution. I want to strengthen our sanctuary city laws. He's running on a Democrat socialist agenda, which, okay, fine. And I'm a little bit different than some of my Republican brethren in this way. It reminds me of the H.L. Mencken quote, democracy is the idea that common people know what they want and they deserve to get it good and hard. I say let him do all of these things, and within 3 years, you'll be begging for like a Giuliani 2.0.
Hey, listen, and I will say
Bring
this.
it back
Hey,
in
let
and
me say
fix
this. The Democratic Party said the same thing about Trump, and now we're saying tonight the American people are saying, I want something different.
It's a gamble, no question about it.
Leanne, to take that one step further, I mean, to some extent, and Sam Brock tried to get at this in his interview with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, which is, are there parallels between President Trump's populist message and Zoran Mamdani's socialist message in the way that it has resonated with voters? And this idea, if you think of some of Trump's policies, he's been accused by some fellow Republicans of having what they would perceive to be socialist policies. But the idea that, are there some parallels?
Yeah, there's obviously a populist string in this country that is becoming more vocal and more powerful and more demanding of policies that impact them. We saw this in Trump's election. We saw this tonight with Zoran Mamdani. This is the electorate that is feeling like they are left behind, that they are not given a chance, that they have lost their chance, that it's too hard to pay for their rent. You know, Donald Trump was asked if there's some parallels between him and Mamdani, and he said, well, I'm better looking than Mamdani. So, you know, there is some acknowledgement that charismatic people who can message really well and speak to voters win. Yeah. And that is an effective campaign regardless of who you are campaigning.
And regardless of the label. When you look at, as a big theme of the night has been, what is is there a takeaway to 2026 and what is it, right? I think that feels like, based on what we're seeing tonight, obviously it is the economic affordability, cost of living message. And when you look at the exit polls in New York, of the voters who said cost of living was most important, which was the biggest issue by far, 63% went for Zoran Mamdani. In Virginia, of those voters who said, and you see those numbers here, it's actually at 66% as we continue to get these waves of exit polls in. In Virginia, economy was the most important issue. Those voters broke more than half, 52%, for Abigail Spanberger. In New Jersey, of those who said the economy was most important, 61% of them broke for Mikey Sherrill. Taxes was the number one issue in Jersey, and those broke for Chitterelli. But it is clear that this is what voters are sort of screaming. This is what matters to them, and this is the decision that they want.
We have 1 minute left. Hogan and Ashley, your final thoughts.
I think that tonight was a big win for Democrats. I think the question always is, when you lose elections, what do you learn from those elections? And what Republicans need to do is figure out, is that coalition fractured because the candidates were bad, the turnout apparatus was bad, the non-sexy parts of politics, the door knocking didn't work, or is it a broader issue with Republicans? I would argue it's not, and I think it was heading to the midterms, we're going to be coming with a big tailwind to try and win some of these people back.
Ashley, final thought to you.
I think tonight the question is whether or not this election smoked out Donald Trump. Whether or not he'll accept and look himself in the mirror and say, I've got a problem. Whether or not the Republican Party will come to him and say, we've got a bigger problem. Because the reality is when you look at the numbers, the coalition that the Democrats have built is incredibly broad swath. Secondly, it's all on the economy. It's the economy, stupid.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here for a great election night. We really appreciate it. I do want to thank all of you for being with us tonight. As we mentioned, we're still waiting for Mamdani to speak in New York City. NBC News Now will bring you that speech when it happens. Plus, so much more. Steve Kornacki, our special election night coverage on NBC News Now, continues with Here's the Scoop right now.
Hey everybody, welcome to Here's the Scoop from NBC News. I'm Yasmin Vasugian. It is great to have you. It is a very big night here at NBC News and across the country as well. First of all, guys, it is our 99th show here at Here's the Scoop. So we thought, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do it live. We're gonna do a live show with all of you guys on set for the first time ever, and we're just gonna see how it goes.
With snacks?
With snacks.
You're feeding us?
Yeah, with snacks, with jeans, with a casual
gym
look.
shoes?
With gym shoes.
Can we brand this the Yazcast, the live version?
Exactly. But we're doing it obviously because it is election night in America. And I feel like with people at home, right, they're like, why is this important, right? There's not necessarily an election in all states. As we have heard now, there's some governors that have reached out via, X and social media saying, hey guys, the polls are closed because there's actually no election in our state. But we do have some major elections happening across the country, right? One is coming out of California, and we just had a decision come from NBC News essentially saying that California is overwhelmingly voting in favor of redistricting, essentially changing possibly the congressional map, right? Setting up this tit for tat. And then this is really, guys, the first time in which we are getting a glimpse of how voters are feeling in the first big election since Donald Trump became president in his second term, right? I want to talk about some of the results that we have in so far. So let's start with New Jersey, right? This was kind of a surprise because they thought this was going to be a little bit of a nail biter. Here's the skinny of it all. It wasn't. It wasn't a nail biter. You had almost a 13-point spread. Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill pulling out over former New Jersey State Representative Jack Ciattarelli, I should say. Virginia Governor. Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger, a 14-point spread over Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. New York City Mayor, we're actually waiting to hear from Zohran Mamdani now. We're going to go to him as soon as he comes up. Beating out former Governor Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa as well, a 9-point lead there, but breaking that 50-point margin, which I think a lot of us were focused on as to whether or not he could. And by breaking the 50-point margin, the question is this now a mandate, right? He's going to go to the voters and say, listen, you guys gave me the mandate. I got 50.4% of the vote, and it's not even in. But is this a mandate? And then California, as I mentioned, right, overwhelmingly Californians voting yes in favor of redistricting. And what is that setting up? You guys are sitting around me staring at me as I talk, so I should probably introduce you.
You're the one with the note cards.
Exactly.
We're just taking our cues from you.
Laura Jarrett, you have notes.
I have some notes. I came prepared. I've got my glasses.
Yeah,
Someone has a law degree.
I don't just play one on TV, folks.
Exactly. We do, by the way. I do play one on TV sometimes.
Same. You know what's interesting?
Yes, tell me.
When you talk about the mandate, right? Like, how many weeks and months have we been hearing Republicans talking about Mamdani because they want the face of the Democratic Party to be this man, right?
Yeah.
And he has now won handily over somebody who was once sort of thought of as the Democratic establishment, right? His name is synonymous in New York with sort of core Democratic party.
This is a guy,
and he just blasted through all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
How did he do that?
By the way, Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani is walking out now, waving to all the folks in the hall. Let's take a listen to his speech.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now, I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight, we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back.
34-year-old Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. I mean, we got to say first and foremost, this is history in the making. The first Muslim mayor ever of the city of New York. That guy knows how to communicate.
He knows how to communicate, and he knows exactly who he's talking to.
Yeah.
Not only is he talking to the current president of the United States, baiting
addressing him directly.
addressing him, telling him turn the volume up.
Yeah.
And of course, drawing an immediate.
So by the way, just tweeting or putting out on True Social, and so it begins.
And so it begins.
Yeah.
But he's also talking to every immigrant community that you could possibly think of in New York. How many did he name? The aunties.
Yeah, the
people,
abuela, the taxi driver, the bodega owner.
And every single one of them is roaring for him because he is speaking directly to them because he is one of them, right? He said it's a city powered by and now led by an immigrant.
I mean, it was interesting because he started the speech off quoting a socialist, right? Eugene Debs. And then he goes in and he says, that was a very deliberate choice. And he toppled a political dynasty. He says, basically, Andrew Cuomo, thank you, but now go live your private life. He had some major moments in that speech, but it speaks to the beast of a campaign, John, that he ran.
I mean, he's throwing haymakers when he comes out there, right? He gets out there, to your point, Eugene Debs, right? I mean, he says, you're going to call me a socialist? Fine. I'm quoting the 5-time socialist presidential candidate who was jailed for his opposition to World War I. Throws that punch. He says, I hope that tonight is the last time that I ever use Andrew Cuomo's name.
Yeah.
Turn up the volume to President Trump. He's throwing those punches, and at the same time, you hear him making concessions.
Yeah.
You hear him talking about safety and justice. Remember, he was a defund the police guy, and he basically had to overcome that in the campaign. He talks about ridding the scourge of anti-Semitism. Obviously, a lot of Jewish voters were deeply uncomfortable with some of his past and some of his policies. So you see those concessions lightly made in this speech. And then I thought, a couple of other things that just really stood out. First of all, the amazing political talent.
Yeah.
Right? It's just raw. Like, whether you agree with them, you disagree with
He had
them.
many Obama.
If
Obama, this is my thing, and everyone's going to laugh about this. If Obama and Sanders and Trump had a baby, it'd be weird. It would be weird looking, but it would be Zohran Mamdani. He's got a little bit of all of them.
I don't know if he would accept that whole premise there, but maybe some of it. But the political talent is so incredible. It's so magnetic. Republicans hope that the Democratic Party is defined by Zohran Mamdani's policies for New York. They fear that the Democratic Party will be defined by his messaging. You heard him talk. I thought this was an incredible line here. He talked about the taxi driver that he went on a hunger strike with a few years ago outside City Hall, and he said to him, "My brother, we are in City Hall now." And that, that was really, I think, a focus of his speech was the turning in power. You heard him talk about the hands that work, the ones that are bruised, never holding power and holding power now. I just thought, this guy touched every hot button of his campaign in this speech, and I think people will be listening to that over and over and over again for many years to come.
We've been talking for about 30 minutes now for folks that are watching on NBCnews.com and YouTube. And by the way, if you have comments, and if they're good ones especially, put them on and I'll read them on air. Only bad ones, I might read them too, by the way. But I haven't introduced any of you. So if people watch NBC News frequently, they'll know who you are, but it's important to introduce who I'm talking to. So I got John Allen over here, who was just speaking, a senior national politics reporter to my left. Mel Zanona, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent right next to me. And then Laura Jarrett, NBC senior legal correspondent as well. And guys, you know who else we have? We see him across the way. The man of the day, the hour, the month, the year, always.
The khakis are on.
Exactly. And by the way, he has multiple pairs, because I've asked Steve this pointedly in his office, if you have multiple pairs of these pants. Steve Kornacki, by the way, NBC's chief data analyst, who ran over from 1A and has been on all evening. We just heard from Zohar Mamdani, so can you take us through New York City first and the standout moments for you?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think honestly, this was probably in the category of closer than many people expected. The polls had kind of been all over the place in New York City, from about 4 points, 5 points at the low end to 25 points at the other end. It looks like it's going to land at about 9 points right here. I mean, one of the things that jumped out at me right away that we saw was that Curtis Sliwa's support comes in the single digits, and I think significantly lower than he was polling at. It tells you that consolidation that Cuomo was looking for of the non-Mamdani vote. He got Eric Adams, the incumbent, to drop out of the race and endorse him. A lot of the Cuomo supporters had been hoping Sliwa would do the same. He obviously refused to do so. I think clearly a lot of voters went to the polls, considered, hey, maybe they'd prefer Sliwa to Cuomo, but they definitely didn't want Mamdani, and they deemed Cuomo ultimately to be the more viable option. So he did end up, Cuomo, getting a lot of consolidation. Now, obviously not enough, and Mamdani is sitting just over 50% right now, though it was striking to me in our exit poll, we did ask the question, if this had been a two-person race, if this had just been Mamdani and Cuomo, how would you vote? It was 3 points for Mamdani, with 6% unsure. So, I mean, I think there's a world, and, maybe some of the Mamdani opponents will think about this. I think they certainly were before the election. What would have happened if Curtis Sliwa had actually agreed to drop out of the race and line up behind Cuomo? I mean, this thing might have been a barn burner tonight. So I think part of the story, I saw in these results is that, this is the Democratic nominee, Zoran Mamdani, in an overwhelmingly Democratic city. And he may, I think he'll be very happy if he does, may end up just over by a fraction of a point, 50%.
Can I cut in here for a moment? Because I just want to understand what you're saying. So is there kind of this thinking that had Sliwa actually dropped out, that Cuomo could have had a real chance?
I mean, I think you just see it in these numbers right here, because, again, when you looked at polling that had this at 12, 15, 18 points, I said 25 in one of them, it seemed to correlate that the higher Sliwa's support was in a poll, the bigger the gap was between Mamdani and Cuomo. And so what ended up happening here was Sliwa, who in a lot of polls had been at 15, 20%, comes in single digits. And suddenly that race between Cuomo and Mamdani, again, look, Mamdani is going to win this. It is 9 points here, but I think it's pretty clear that Sliwa vote then went to Cuomo, just as earlier in the campaign when Eric Adams, you can see him. There you go. There's Eric Adams. He ended up with 0.3%. Well, when he dropped out, you could see the polls tighten considerably because his votes went to Cuomo as well. So, I really think there's one way of looking at this, that, Mamdani wins this, and it may end up 50, 51%. But the other side of that, there was a lot of resistance to Mamdani here tonight.
Can you do an age breakout for us, Steve? And I asked this especially because I was at Duane Reade this morning buying some lotion. I don't know why I need to include that. But there was this cashier who I had a I voted sticker on. He's like, oh, who'd you vote for? And I'm like, I can't talk about who I voted for. But he said to me, did you vote for the guy who's going to offer affordable housing? And I'm like, is that who you voted for? And he's like, well, I can't vote because I'm 17, but if I could, that's who I would vote for. It is obvious, and that's just anecdotal, but it's obvious that he has been able to really garner the youth vote, right? He has really kind of brought a lot of young voters and new voters out to the polls. Is that being reflected in what you saw today?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so if the dividing line I've been using is 45 years of age, and we have that in the exit poll here. Voters under 45 years old, Mamdani won them by 44 points, okay?
Wow.
Voters over 45, Cuomo's going to win them by 12 points.
Wow.
So about a 56-point swing. And I'm just looking over here because this is the one I wanted to tell you. Under 30 years old, Mamdani wins them by 61 points.
Wow. That's huge.
So age was a huge factor in this.
Wow, that is huge. Mel, you spent a lot of time in Washington on Capitol Hill. They're going to use this.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Mike Johnson has already been using this.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're going to weaponize Mamdani against everybody.
Yeah, they want to make him the new boogeyman of the party. If you were on Capitol Hill last week going to some of these GOP press conferences, you would think Mamdani was a member of Congress or the Senate GOP or the Senate leader, the House leader, because they mentioned him at every single press conference. We were joking if you made a drinking game out of it, you'd have to crawl out of the Capitol.
Yeah.
But I do have some questions about whether this is actually a good strategy. They've tried to use this with AOC before. They've tried to use it with Nancy Pelosi.
Why do you think it couldn't be? It may not be.
I think for Democrats, they are looking at this and thinking, we have something we can latch onto here. He energized a base of the party that was sleepy, that was not turning out. I mean, just those numbers, the young voters
Over
is
60%.
remarkable.
That's insane. Yeah.
Remarkable. And there was one through line between all the candidates we saw tonight, between Mamdani, Spamberger, Sherrill, and that's affordability. They're all talking about that one issue that matters so much to voters right now. So if Democrats can latch onto that, I think they can buoy some of the attacks that Republicans are going to lob about them being too far left or being extremist. Republicans are still going to try anyway.
So many Democrats in Congress weren't really sure what to do with him up until recently.
Oh, yeah,
right?
including Chuck Schumer.
Chuck Schumer wouldn't even say
to the very end. Chuck Schumer hasn't
wouldn't say who he voted for.
Yeah.
Hakeem Jeffries said today he's going to win, and he eventually came around to him.
Yeah,
But it
the
wasn't
last
like
minute.
a warm embrace all along for months. It feels like Democrats weren't so sure how it was going to turn out, and now seeing how it's going to turn out, maybe now we'll get the warm
The
embrace.
two people that are most excited about this win are Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, right? And the moderate Democrats are worried that their party is going to get pulled hard to the left by Zoran Mamdani. I thought what was interesting in this speech, one of the interesting things is him actually trying to come back a little bit, him trying to show that he can be a little bit more establishment or a little bit less out on the side. And to your point, Mel, the total connection here is affordability. All of these candidates, Mamdani, Spamberger, Sherrill, all doing that on the Democratic side. And I was talking to a Democratic strategist today who said, that's the key. It's not that there's a fork in the road for the Democrats, whether to be liberal or whether to be centrist, but in fact, one path for them to continue talking about affordability.
But I think the question is that because they're not getting the answers they want on the economy from the top, right? Because Donald Trump won on economy, right? But he hasn't talked a lot about it since he's taken office. So is this a reflection of the fact that voters feel like they're not getting what they wanted, right? We're almost in 8 minutes, we're going to be in a historic government shutdown, right? The longest government shutdown we've ever been in U.S. history, 8 minutes Eastern time.
Yeah, I have an alarm about to go off, don't worry.
Right. Abigail Spamberger winning in Virginia, tons of DOJ cuts happening there, federal workers, all affected when it comes to the economy. So you can't help but think, is this just a reflection of the fact they're not getting the answers on the economy that they wanted, the voters?
Yeah, I think absolutely. This is not just a rejection of Trumpism, but it's how voters are feeling about their economic picture and the fact that the cost of living is still so high right now. That was something that Trump promised to deliver on. And according to the exit poll, people are saying he is not living up to those expectations. And so you're definitely seeing that reflected a lot.
Not just the exit poll. NBC had polling that shows that 66% of folks are not satisfied with the economy right now. And we know. I don't need a poll. I just go to the grocery store, talk to my neighbors, talk to my wife about how much less affordable things are. And by the way, one of the things we saw in the election tonight in New Jersey, in Bergen County, a lot of folks familiar with that, the most votes come out of Bergen County, more than anywhere else. Kamala Harris won that by 3 points in suburban counties. A lot of concern about the economy in every election. Kamala Harris won it by 3 points. Mikey Sherrill won it by 10.
Yeah.
There is a huge shift.
Don't take too much away from Kornacki over there. Okay?
Sorry.
Let's go into the counties.
Know
You
your
know
place,
what?
bro. Know your place, bro.
I can't feel his.
Can't
I can't
know
feel his
Kornacki,
khakis
John
as well
Allen.
as he does.
Can you give us some takeaways from when it comes to exit polling, like standouts right now? Is it the
Economic
economy?
concerns could trump everything, and that's why it was notable for Mamdani in this, on this victory speech, to double down on that. Right, his people are seeing the same numbers that we are, and it wasn't just in New York, in New Jersey, in Virginia, everywhere. It's the economy and people saying that the cost of living is too high. And what's so interesting is, even in places where they're unhappy with the Democrats. And let's be clear, there are plenty of people who came out for Democrats tonight, or who came out in the last couple of weeks, who do not like Democrats, and yet they're still breaking for Democrats. And that's where it's interesting to think about, why did that happen? And was that a rejection of Trump? Was that a rejection of the economy? Was it because now it's Trump's economy? What happened there, and what lessons can be learned for Democrats?
Well, and Steve, we had that poll that you actually broke on Meet the Press on Sunday, talking about image problems with Democrats, right? Which was sky high. And you compare that, juxtapose that obviously to how Democrats performed. It's perplexing, to say the least, a little bit.
Well, yeah, although when you looked inside that poll, one of the things you saw was that a lot of that was coming from Democrats themselves.
Right.
And their frustration, when you dig a little bit deeper in the poll, is they want the party to be more aggressive in standing up to Trump. So in that sense, you could imagine those voters highly engaged, highly likely to vote, incredibly hostile to Trump and the Republican Party, and therefore willing to vote for a Democratic candidate, even if they think the party as a whole is not sort of, up to what they'd like it to be in fighting Trump.
Which is bearing out with kind of some of the turnout numbers that we're seeing, and especially in California as well with the redistricting.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're seeing it everywhere. I mean, one way of, I was going to say, who wrote all this on the screen? I forgot. One of the
John Allen.
One of the things I think we're seeing here, I'm thinking of this for the first time, actually. Our exit poll found that Trump's approval rating in New Jersey was 43%. Jack Ciattarelli is getting 43% of the vote. Our exit poll in Virginia, I believe, had it at 41 or 42%. Matches, how Winsome Earl Sears did there. California, we had it at 33%. And they taught me how to do the initiative. I'm not used to doing initiatives in this, but let's see if we get it. Right here, and it's running at 35%. So, I mean, these results really do seem to be tracking Trump's basic standing in these places.
What has been your biggest surprise so far tonight, Steve?
I think the margin in New Jersey.
Huge.
The margin in New Jersey. Look, Republicans knew that
13
Cheryl was...
points.
Yeah, Republicans would have said Cheryl was favored to win the race. They thought they had a chance to win this tonight. I mean, this is a state that Trump only lost by 6 points last year. This is a state that Ciattarelli came within 3 points of winning a couple years ago. I mean, it's John mentioned Bergen. That's a great example. To me, the most dramatic example, I'll call this one up on the screen right here, is Ciattarelli's own home county. So take a look at this. Somerset County. Bedminster, Trump Golf Club is here. Extremely wealthy. A lot of folks with college degrees. A lot of bedroom communities. Cheryl absolutely hammered Ciattarelli here by 18 points tonight. Now, take a look at this. That's up, Harris won this by 14. This is an anti-Trump place. But when Ciattarelli ran a couple years ago,
he made gains.
Very competitive.
Wow.
There were a lot of voters in Somerset County who looked at Ciattarelli in 2021 when Donald Trump was kind of off the stage, and they were fine voting for him. But they didn't want to vote for Trump last year, and they didn't want to vote for Trump's Republican Party tonight.
What about Passaic? Because I know one of the things that we were looking at, obviously, was turnout amongst Hispanic voters, Asian voters as well, right? Who many of which went to Trump back in 2024. Where are they going now?
Yeah, this was a county, when this came in, people in New Jersey kind of gasped. They did a double take last year because last year in the presidential election in Passaic County, Donald Trump won it. This was the first time in decades a Republican had won Passaic. What is Passaic? Well, city of Patterson, city of Passaic, two heavily Hispanic cities. Plus, you also have a group of voters that Trump had done very well with, sort of blue-collar, middle-class, big towns, Wayne, New Jersey, Clifton, New Jersey, if you know these sorts of places. Well, Trump put those two things together and actually carried Passaic County. But look what happened tonight. This is a blowout again for Cheryl, 15 points. And again, wind the clock back a bit here. Ciattarelli had actually performed fairly well here himself back in 2021. Couldn't do it tonight. This number is much more in line. What you're seeing tonight is kind of like where Republicans and Democrats started the decade. It's almost like that movement toward Trump in between didn't happen.
John Allen, if you're taking a look at this and you're a Republican, you're thinking, we're doing something wrong here. right? And you know, there's folks that look at these races and go, okay, listen, Virginia and New Jersey, they're decidedly blue. We don't need to take anything away from this. But if you look at those counties where you had Chitterelli making gains in 2024, right, where you had Hispanic voters and Asian voters turning out for Trump that are now actually turning out for Mikey Sherrill, you got a problem. You got a messaging problem.
Yeah, I mean, not just a messaging problem, but a policy problem with the president right now. I mean, we're talking about, all this is about the economy. It's about affordability. What is the president came in and said, I ran the best economy before, prior to COVID. I'm going to run the best economy again. Stock market looks great. And people are saying, well, I don't feel that.
Yeah.
Well, they're having a Great Gatsby party at the White House and doing a ballroom construction.
It's as if no one read The Great Gatsby before they decided to have that party. So,
but they've seen the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio.
They may have seen the movie, but you know what? As I understand it, sometimes when you're watching Leonardo DiCaprio, the plot gets lost and the focus stays on Leo. That's what I've heard. I don't know. Could be. But I do think that if you're, if you're Republicans, and I've been talking to Republican strategists over recent days, some of them are like, hey, we have a huge problem and the White House needs to like get its head out of the sand.
Yeah.
And they're like, we've got to do something. The president needs to do something. And others say, no one will tell the president that he's not doing well on the economy.
Right, and that might be one of the biggest issues.
But we'll see how he reacts to this tonight.
Yeah.
But you're in the middle of a government shutdown, which is
we got to go to.
We got to wrap.
We got to go to a break. I know we're supposed to keep going.
This
but
is
they're
YouTube.
I know.
What are we doing?
We can't wrap on the yes.
I want to take a break so they can tell me that I'm doing something wrong.
Oh, come on.
Guys, if you're listening to Here's the Scoop from NBC News. If you like what you hear, subscribe to wherever you get your podcasts, and then comment on our YouTube page. If you have a question for me, for anybody on the panel, you want to know where Laura maybe gets her highlighting pens. You have a question for Steve Kornacki over there as well. Put it on our YouTube channel. We'll read them out live on the air. Will name you. You can talk directly to the Kornackster. I just came up with that one.
What are we doing?
It's really lame, actually. I shouldn't say that again. We'll be right back, everybody. Hey, everybody, we're back from our break that Laura Jarrett wasn't going to allow us to take.
This is YouTube.
For Here's the Scoop from NBC News. Standing next to me, or sitting next to me, I should say, is Sahil Kapoor, a senior national politics reporter, joining us because Mel Zanona has cycled out. Sahil has cycled in. What is your takeaway from the night so far?
So first on the Zohran Mamdani speech, a few things struck me. He had a not so subtle indictment, a pretty brutal indictment of his own party. Talked about how you'd have to open up a history book to see the last time Democrats dared to be great. Talked about basically the Democrats, in his view, have become too mediocre. I was also very struck by when he said the party has lost touch with working people and they've, as a result, moved to the right to look for answers. You know, that is a common feeling that many Democrats have, and he's presenting himself as someone who is the answer to that, which is certainly raising the stakes for his tenure at City Hall. Can he deliver on the big things that he's promising? Yeah. Because he's won because of affordability. You know, a lot of the national conversation, if you listen to it, you would think he was running to be U.S. envoy to the Mideast or Secretary of State. That is not the case. He won because voters believed he was offering something different and new on affordability, that he was listening to them. But can he deliver on child care? Can he deliver on lowering rent?
That's been kind of the overarching question is you can make all of these promises. You know, you can't help but think back to like the 7th grade president, right? Class president who was like, no study hall, right?
Like, you can't more study hall, more study hall.
And say, okay, can you actually get it? Are these the things that you can get done? But people would have made the same criticisms about then candidate Trump, right? With certain things that he was promising.
Yeah, I mean, that's a caricature that you're hearing from the right. And this is the only thing Republicans are excited about all night, literally the only thing, that they want to tie every Democrat to Zohran Mamdani. They've had this theory for a while now. They've been preparing for this moment. I don't know if this is going to work. I mean, they have tried the same thing with AOC, with Nancy Pelosi, with a whole host of people in the past. That remains TBD. But yeah, that's the caricature, that he's offering free everything and he's never going to be able to deliver.
Right.
It's on him now. He won this race. And by the way, all this talk about, you know, strategizing and consolidating, and maybe if Curtis Sliwa wasn't there, Mamdani has over 50% of the vote. That had nothing to do with it. He would have won either way.
Yeah. Steve, we're getting some comments in. One from Shrek07 who's asking, what's the biggest bellwether for midterms?
The biggest, well, what I keep coming back to in New Jersey are kind of two different things here. We just mentioned it in Somerset County. It's just these places that were open to Jack Ciattarelli when he ran 4 years ago, when Trump was not the president and was sort of a bit off the stage, and just were absolutely closed off to him tonight. And a lot of these places, I mentioned Somerset County a minute ago. John had mentioned Bergen County, Morris County here. Now, this is Mikey Sherrill's home base, too. But again, you know, this used to be the kind of county Republicans, if they were going to win statewide in New Jersey, the name of the game was run up the score in Morris County. Now, it's transformed politically in the Trump age, become much more Democratic friendly. Although it was, you know, a strong Ciattarelli County in 21. Ciattarelli's not going to win there tonight, so we're seeing it. Hunterdon, Somerset, Morris, Bergen. We're seeing it in all these suburban places. And I think there's a lot of congressional districts and sort of battlegrounds around the country next year where we're going to be talking about these same sorts of voters who are, you know, open to Republicans under some conditions, not open to Trump. And it was Trump back in the picture. Maybe that makes them pretty much straight party Democratic voters. The other thing here that just jumped out again that could have midterm implications and beyond is just we were talking about non-white voters. Trump made huge inroads, especially with Hispanic voters, Asian American voters. I mean, two places that stand out. We mentioned Passaic County. Hudson, I think, is even more dramatic. Hudson, you know, it's a core Democratic county. You got a bunch of cities here, mid-sized cities that are 75, 80% Hispanic, where Trump made massive, I'm talking like 30-point gains in 2024. I mean, just look at this. It's a 50-point win for Sherrill tonight. It was only 28 for Harris last year. That was a disaster for Democrats. But now, look, we are back to the level we were seeing in this county when Ciattarelli lost 4 years ago, back to the level that was seen even a little bit above it, you know, in 2020 when Biden won there so resoundingly. So, again, none of those non-white gains attached themselves to Ciattarelli in Hudson County. You could even look down in Middlesex County, Edison, New Jersey, Woodbridge, New Jersey, places with large Asian American populations where Trump had made big gains. I mean, again, Trump didn't win this, but he made it pretty competitive. Yeah, I haven't seen too many Republicans lately do this well in Middlesex County, and tonight the floor just absolutely fell out for Ciattarelli.
Can we talk Virginia a little bit? Because Abigail Spanberger pulling out with a 14 or so point spread over Winsome Earl Sears. And I think also, you know, we're concerned about wanting to know about the Hispanic vote, the Asian vote, how that went. And we're getting a question in as well from YouTube in which they're asking how concerned should Republicans be about the Hispanic vote and wanting to know how non-college educated voters voted in Virginia and New Jersey as well.
Yeah, well, okay, so take a look in Virginia. Where do you have the single largest of all the cities and of counties and independent cities in Virginia? It's tiny geographically. It's tiny, but this is the largest share of Hispanic population in the state, Manassas Park. And you can see here, Abigail Spanberger wins it by 51. Again, this is a place where Trump, you just wind this back a few elections here. This is what we had been seeing. And again, Trump brought it down to a 20-point deficit here. Again, this is a small number of votes, but this is the most Hispanic by a share of the population anywhere in Virginia. And for Spanberger, that's up to 41 points tonight. But throughout Northern Virginia, in much bigger areas than this, for instance, Prince William County, large Asian American population, large Hispanic population, 33-point win for Spanberger, basically close to doubling what Kamala Harris did here last year. Loudoun County, again, gigantic county, large Asian American population here, too, where Trump had made gains. He cut it down to 16 points. A lot of people, when they saw the Loudoun County result in 2024, watching the presidential results come in nationally, this was one of those holy cow moments where a lot of people said, wow, if Trump's doing this in Loudoun County, he's having a good night nationally. Well, this is this is beyond what Democrats had come to expect, as a matter of fact, in Loudoun County. Look, in 2020, this was a 25-point win for Joe Biden, almost 30 points for Spanberger tonight. So those are those sort of diverse, big, densely populated suburbs outside D.C. And on the blue-collar front, I just draw attention to this one in South Jersey. Okay, Gloucester County, south of Philadelphia here. These are blue-collar sort of suburbs, maybe you'd even say exurbs of Philadelphia. I single this out because when Chitterelli ran, let me wind the clock back here. When Chitterelli ran in 2021, look, he won here by double digits. Chitterelli almost won the governorship in New Jersey 4 years ago because there was a red wave in South Jersey in places like Gloucester County. If you're a political junkie, you might remember the state Senate president in New Jersey, longtime entrenched Democrat, Titan of Trenton, was taken down because Chitterelli had run so unexpectedly well in Gloucester County and South Jersey. And some of that carried over with Trump carrying this as well in 2024. Now back to a blue county here in this Trump as president election.
So John, when you're looking ahead to the midterms, right? California has just voted resoundingly yes, with a 30-point spread at this point in favor of redistricting, right? You have a Democratic governor in Virginia, you got a Democratic governor in New Jersey, you've got this Democratic socialist up in New York City. There is certainly some momentum behind the Democratic Party heading into the midterms, which is a year away from now, right? Democrats have now they now have these 5 seats, right? They've gained these 5 seats with the California redistricting. What are the tea leaves on this thing?
So, I mean, I think the first thing I would think about if I was the Democratic Party is I'd be pretty excited that I'm not dead, that the party is not dead.
Right.
Because for the last year, the obituaries of the Democratic Party have been written. And sometimes, like, an obituary is too nice of a way to say how that was being written. And as Steve was talking about, so many Democrats don't even like their party anymore. They don't want to be identified with it, right? They're still going out and voting.
People in New Jersey saying, listen, I'm not really into Mikey Sherrill, but I'm going to go vote for her anyway, right?
Right.
The analysis was she wasn't the best candidate, but nonetheless, she's winning by 13 or so points.
So big signs of life here for the Democratic Party, or at least for a group of people who will vote for a Democratic candidate. And I think that's important for the Democrats headed into the midterms. I think, I've been talking to members of Congress on the Democratic side. I've been talking to party officials, former party officials tonight. And I expected there to be a big fight between the Mamdani crowd, the progressives, and the centrists tonight, and they're not fighting. They're all talking about how this is a good sign for them, how tonight's elections are a good sign for them. I talked to Brendan Boyle. I'm going to read the text message here.
Yes, please do.
Brendan Boyle, congressman from Philadelphia, just outside of New Jersey.
Yeah.
He said, after tonight's results, any House Republican in even a somewhat competitive district should be petrified of next year's congressional elections. Any Republican in the district Trump won by single digits is highly vulnerable. Now, we'll see in a year whether or not that's
exactly.
true.
A lot can
but
happen
just
in a
that
year.
excitement, just that level of energy, I think is a good sign for the Democratic Party. Just a few elections tonight. Don't overread into it. But better for the Democrats to have won some seats, won some elections tonight than for them to have lost those elections or lost the redistricting.
But by the way, so if we're talking about Democrats first, and then we're going to talk Republicans, who should they be looking to right now, right? If they're like, that guy did it right, And that is how we have to engage with voters. My answer would be Zohran Mamdani, right? I mean, everybody should, or that woman, I should say, as well. Everybody should be engaging with voters, whether you're Republican or Democrat, the way that that guy has, right? He went to Trump voters and he said, what is it that attracted you to Donald Trump? He went to influencers. He went on Fox News. You know, he went on every single platform he could go on. He was willing to talk to and talk about anything.
Absolutely. Well, the neat thing about this election night is that it gives all the different wings of the Democratic Party kind of a Rorschach test to look at their own candidate, how they performed, and say, this is the way.
Yeah.
I think the populist left can look at the way Zohran Mamdani won this race against what he correctly described as, against all odds, and say this is the way forward, that working class affordability issues are the focal point. But there are also moderate Democrats who will look at Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill. They're much more moderate Democrats with a national security background who have been supportive of compromising in Congress. They're a class of 2018. So I think that debate will go on for quite some time, and I think we don't know how it ends. I also think it's very notable that the Democratic Party's horrendous brand image is not translating at the ballot box in ways that hurt the party. A lot of the reason that the Democrats have such a bad brand right now is their own voters see them as an ineffective opposition to President Trump. They're still mad about what's going on, and they're still willing to turn out to vote against Republicans. So to your point, who's going to be the leader to take that forward? Last thing here, and just building on what Steve was saying, tonight suggests that a lot of the demographics that President Trump made gains with in 2024 were on rental. The Republicans are doing much worse with black voters. They're doing much worse with Latino voters. The way the Democrats are doing right now in Virginia and Jersey, these are more like Obama numbers with black and Hispanic voters.
The president actually put out on social media a couple hours ago, he said, they're saying that Democrats won because I wasn't on the ballot and because the shutdown. So the question is he now going to negotiate on the shutdown?
Well, that's an excellent. I don't think he will. I think it's actually true.
But then he also, I think, recently put out, let's go for the filibuster.
Right. He wants them to nuke the filibuster. I think the president sees it as beneath him to negotiate with Democrats after defeating them in the 2024 election. I don't think that's going to change. He'd rather Republicans nuke the filibuster and do it alone. I just found it very striking that he is saying the shutdown is part of the reason that Republicans are losing. It goes against everything Republicans on the Hill are saying. It goes against their entire sense of self.
But that's also because the messaging that he's told them to put out there, right? I mean, the Republicans on the Hill are only, correct me if I'm wrong, they're only doing what the president is telling them to do. If the president tells them to negotiate, they'll negotiate. If the president tells them to stand strong, they'll stand strong.
I think that's absolutely right. I think some of them do want to negotiate, but they don't.
But wait a second.
But they don't feel like they have the green light from the president. Let's put it that way. You know, some of them do want to negotiate, but they're not going to do it without a green light. Also, by the way, Trump saying Republicans are losing because I'm not on the ballot, he's right about that. The only time Republicans have done well in elections for the last decade are when he's on the ballot.
Is he right about that, Kornacki?
Yeah, I mean, you think about, 2016, Trump won. 2018, blue wave midterm, no Trump on the ballot. 2020, he didn't win, but he did, I think, end up doing better than folks thought he would do. I guess 2021 would be the one time Republicans had a good, nearly winning in New Jersey, winning Virginia that year, but then 2022, underperformed. I think you could say the Republicans did in the midterms that year. And 24 Trump wins, and here we are in 25.
But what does that say about the strength of the Republican Party if the only reason they're actually going to be able to win races is if the president is actually on the ballot, who can no longer be president after this term?
It says none of them are as effective as candidates as Donald Trump is, and it says that they are not able to bring that coalition together, Brian. I mean, we saw it. Steve was talking about some of the demographics. I was talking about some of the demographics. You see that recession basically from where Trump was with some of these groups. Basically, low propensity voters, people who never voted before, who are like, I like that guy Donald Trump that showed up. They're not showing up for Chitterelli. They're not showing up for Winsome Earl Sears.
They're showing up for Mamdani.
Anybody. They're not. They may show up for Mamdani, but they're not showing up for any of the other Republicans. I think one just quick thing. There is a logic to what Donald Trump put out on Truth Social in terms of saying that the shutdown is the problem and that he wants to nuke the filibuster. He wants to end the shutdown by nuking the filibuster, right? So it's not that he wants to negotiate an end to the shutdown. It's that he wants Republicans to nuke the filibuster. They're not going to do it. The ability to block legislation in the Senate is a huge advantage to the big red states that each have 2 senators. That is not something that they want to give up.
I know
Small red states, you know.
So, well, physically big, small in population.
I know with our questions, our exit polling, we didn't ask specifically about the shutdown.
No.
But we asked about the economy.
Yeah, we asked about the economy.
In Virginia, how did that fare?
People are very troubled by all things cost of living and affordability. And in Virginia, they're also worried about the fact that all those federal workers are fired, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of them are living in Virginia. Now, it may not have been as over-indexed as we would have thought, but still, there was a majority of people who were affected and who were worried about the fact that they're either lost their job or know somebody who lost their job in Virginia, and that there's no signs of life in Washington when people keep leaving to go on recess every week, that there's going to be any relief in sight.
Can I give you the numbers on this one?
Yes.
The economy thing. Virginia, I just wrote it down here. 2021, economy was the #1 issue. Those voters preferred Glenn Youngkin by 11 points, the Republican at the time. Again, today, Virginia, economy is the #1 issue. Those voters voted for Spanberger by 20 points. That's a 30-point shift. We saw something similar in New Jersey as well. The economy issue is boomeranging against Republicans in a way that could be very devastating for them.
Steve, do we know the types of people that were saying that the economy was something that they were being affected by?
Unfortunately, I don't have a great breakdown beyond what we have in the exit poll, but we just match it up with what we're seeing, you know,
So what do we have from the exit poll that's how is that being broken out? Like, is it being broken out by age, by who they voted for?
To tell you the truth, I've got the numbers, and right now, from where I'm standing, I can't go deeper on that. We could go. We could look up a lot of that stuff afterwards and do
you
sort
know,
of
Laura?
like.
All we know for sure is that she won over voters who expressed concerns about their personal financial well-being.
Right.
One of the most important issues in the race, not just obviously in that state, but all the others. And she also won over groups that were typically less locked in, Steve, which is sort of interesting. So moderates, independent voters, those who have an unfavorable view of both major parties, which is interesting as well.
Okay, so you're hearing this, right? You're the president of the United States. You're Donald Trump. You are Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. You are in now 35-day government shutdown, the longest government shutdown this country has ever seen. You got to do something.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
you're bleeding out.
The House is not even in session. It hasn't been in session for about 6 weeks now.
Okay,
it's an extraordinary thing.
Are they going to do something?
I don't know. I think they're going to wait for the Senate to do something.
Can you call someone and find out?
Well,
Can you call anyone?
Let's put it this way, the House is in a holding pattern right now. I think they're waiting for the Senate to move.
Yeah.
But they're certainly feeling the pressure. One of the reasons the Speaker is keeping the House out is that he doesn't want his members around speaking, exposing the divisions within his conference.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I mean, if you're Donald Trump, your MAGA voters are sticking with you. You don't have any disincentive to keep the government shut down, particularly when you basically said the government stinks and it should be shut down and it's terrible and should be shrunk. The Democrats don't have a disincentive to keep the government shut down from a political point of view because their base is enjoying this fight and thinks that they just won an election based on that going on. So there is an incredible disincentive for both sides to open the government from a purely political standpoint. Now, from a policy standpoint or from a caring about human beings standpoint, you got workers that aren't getting paid. You got people that aren't getting SNAP benefits. You've got Americans not getting services all across the board. So, at some point, cooler heads may prevail, but that has not generally been Donald Trump's
That's the part that's never made any
MO.
sense to me. There are plenty of people in red states that depend on SNAP.
Right.
Like, there are plenty of people in red states that depend on Head Start. Why is that not part of the political calculation?
I have a theory on this, because the Republican antenna of the folks who have been in Congress for a long time, they're thinking about the old coalition where low-income voters who depended on these programs overwhelmingly voted for Democrats in President Obama's second election by about 20 points.
It's not true.
But that's not happening anymore.
Narrowed that. He eliminated that gap entirely. He made ground of about 20 points in the exit polls of 2024. Working class voters making under 50,000 are dead even between the two parties. So yes, it's a lot of his voters. It's a lot of the new Republican voters who put these guys in office, but that's not where the antenna of the old line Republicans go.
But these people are talking to us. Like, we go out and talk to people all the time who say, like, I voted for him and I'm hurting. So how does that message not translate?
But this is also part and parcel of the way Donald Trump's base works with him, right?
They're relying on him figuring it out.
He frequently says to them, effectively, the more you suffer, the more it shows you really care.
Yeah, and the more
right?
we
yeah,
gain.
I think that's the song lyric.
No, but it's the more you suffer, the more we gain, right? You suffer through it, and then we gain.
So with tariffs in the last administration was like, look, you guys are proving your love for me. You're being very patriotic by taking it on the chin. So, look, what we've seen in the course of recent presidencies is the public will say, I'm mad about the economy, I'm hurting, please help me. And presidents of the United States will say, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. We heard it from the the parallel with the Biden administration with, they kept saying that there was transitory inflation and it was all going to go away. And they didn't listen. They didn't listen and they lost in the midterms. And so it'll be interesting to see whether Donald Trump adapts. But he doesn't care about the congressional leadership as much because of the executive power.
Can I just say, we're all saying, oh, it's about the economy. It's always been about the economy. Yeah. It's never shifted. It's always been about the economy. Can we talk California? Because we've been sitting here for a while and we haven't even talked. I mean, this is a huge night, not only for the shifting of the congressional maps and walk us through what this kind of means overall, especially as we look ahead to the midterm, Steve, but also for Governor Gavin Newsom, and we'll talk about that too. So what happened in California, Steve?
Yeah, so let's call up the results here. And again, 2/3 in, and we always say in California, we get a ton of vote right away, and then it takes forever to get the rest of it. So the 100% vote sometime in December around Pearl Harbor Day, we'll probably know exactly how this, but you get the sense here. It's about 2-1 in favor of the yes side on this. So a resounding win for Newsom. He and Democrats tried to tie this to a referendum on Trump effectively. I think we'd mentioned a minute ago Trump's approval rating in our exit poll in California right about where the no vote stands. So it looks like Newsom and Democrats succeeded in doing that. Now, what does that mean? Let me see. I believe we have this graphic in here, and I hope we do. Great. Okay. So we're looking at redistricting for next year. This is all about control of the House in 2026. As things currently stand, Republicans can afford to lose no more than 2 seats, or else they'll lose control of the House in the midterms next year. Now, they've already redrawn and enacted a new map in Texas that doesn't necessarily mean they will, but could net them 5 additional seats out of Texas. So if they were to get that maximum number out of there, suddenly it's not 2 seats that they can afford to lose. It would be 7 seats that they could afford to lose. So that's a big thing Republicans did in Texas. This map in California, a couple different interpretations, but let's say it's about 5. It about cancels out. Democrats, with their map here, their aggressive gerrymander, can effectively cancel out what Republicans did with their aggressive gerrymander in Texas. So it's all a wash, right? Well, no, because this is happening elsewhere now. Look, the courts in Utah have ordered a new map there. That could actually end up netting Democrats, a seat out of Utah. Republicans in Missouri have got a new map that could get themselves a new seat there. There's a lot of drama there about whether that's going to be a referendum for the voters. Ohio's redrawing. This is a very complicated backstory to why they're doing it. The districts aren't too aggressive. Republicans could potentially, pick up 2 new seats here. It's by no means a lock they're going to do that. Another one for Republicans in North Carolina. I think a big wild card here is Florida. Ron DeSantis and Republicans, just given the size of that state, if they're very ambitious with this, they could get 3 or 4 seats for Republicans out of there. So it's not going to end with California and Texas. And I think there are more states on the map, just given the way power is in those states and the way things are structured. There's more places where Republicans could do this for 2026. There are some places where Democrats could do it like in 2028. This might be a longer term story we have in politics. But again, California, with this passing for Democrats, does basically probably wipe out what Republicans did in Texas. And that's very significant in terms of how many seats Republicans can afford to lose. But look, again, I think you're talking about it. It's what we're seeing in New Jersey, what we're seeing in Virginia, whether it's 2 seats, 4 seats, 6 seats, that may not be enough of a pad with results like this.
I think one of the biggest complaints I think that Democrats have within their own party is they feel as if that their lawmakers are not, willing to fight on their behalf. And I'm wondering if not only did you have, turnout in California for this redistricting fight, but also why they were turning out, right? And some of this exit polling, how they're faring on, for instance, immigration, especially with what happened with the ICE detention in California.
And the National Guard. And
Yeah.
I think you can see the results from our exit polls showing that a sizable majority of voters who came out said that the Trump administration has gone simply too far on immigration. And I think this is one of those times where television is a powerful tool in telling that story, and the amount that we have documented and what has gone on with ICE and the situation in California, which is still sort of an active situation, has clearly moved people there. Now, you can say it's California. Maybe if it had been Texas, it would be different. Yeah. But
also, it's good. It's interesting to remind people, like, California is a politically diverse state.
Yeah.
Right? I think we classically think of California as being a liberal state for folks that don't necessarily know the political makeup of California, but it is a pretty politically diverse state.
But what Newsom is doing there, what the governor has done in a political calculation there, is something that is sort of a first mover, if you will, right? Yeah. Classically, Democrats have said, nope, we don't want to engage in the same type of redistricting gamesmanship. We're too good for that. We're not doing that. And Newsom has come along and said, wait a minute, we're about to lose if we don't start doing what Republicans are doing.
A couple really cool points on that, by the way. Just one of the things you have to do in order to do the redistricting, generally speaking, there's this huge friction between the idea that you're going to pick up new seats by drawing lines and the greater vulnerability that you're creating for the incumbents of your own party, because they have to give up vote share in order to make those other districts. In California, that wasn't a problem. Gavin Newsom had influence. Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, this may be her last sort of crowning political achievement. She's going to make some sort of announcement.
You think she's going to retire?
I don't know what she's going to do. It would be stupid of me to assume that I know what Nancy Pelosi is going to do, because every time someone thinks that they know what she's going to do, she's 3 steps ahead. That said, there are a lot of people in California, in the California congressional delegation, who believe that she is going to not seek re-election. And she has been saying that she's been super focused on this drive. And one of the things she was able to do was to get the California congressional delegation to agree to go forward with this plan, the first mover plan that may get some of those other states to move. So I think that's fascinating. The other fascinating political thing here, Gavin Newsom gets out there, gets a victory for his party. When he goes to run for president in 2020,
that guy has remade his image, honestly, in the last 5 years.
He's going to be able to take a lot of different policy paths if he wants. Or let us put it this way. He has much greater latitude in 2028 because he has pelts on the wall now, because he has taken action that tangibly will benefit the Democratic Party.
This is the guy during COVID who went to French Laundry, right?
He's Teflon.
Yes, with the receipts coming through at 12:31.
With the gel in the hair.
Can we do that? Can we all go to French Laundry? It sounds like a nice restaurant.
It's a hard reservation again. I don't think
If these 5 seats end up saving the House majority for Democrats, imagine the argument that Gavin Newsom can make to voters in 2028. He correctly identified that this was a moment where Democrats were ready to throw some of their old precious norms into the trash can in response to what President Trump is doing. And of course, it was a direct response to the president asking Texas Republicans successfully to kick this off. So we are fully in a race for a race to the bottom here.
Can I make
Maryland is talking about it. Illinois might
and
do
then
another
I have to go to
gerrymander.
break.
No more breaks. Can I make a super nerdy point?
Yes.
Pennsylvania managed to maintain its Democratic Supreme
they
Court.
retained those 3 seats.
All the redistricting fights that Steve has up there, these are fights that go to state courts. We don't pay any attention to state court because we're just always focused on federal courts.
Yeah.
These redistricting fights get played out in state courts all across the country. And so that's why the Supreme Court makeups matter in these fights, because these are the courts that are actually hearing fights on abortion rights and on immigration and on all of these things. That Supreme Courts matter a lot in the states.
You also have this Prop 2 at the Supreme Court as well, right? That could feasibly affect redistricting.
Well, that's a whole big issue. There is a sleeper case in front of the Supreme Court right now.
You say nerd like it's a bad thing. I feel like you just nerded in a pretty good way.
Now,
Steve sometimes nerds in a good way.
He's going to break. He's going to break.
We have a comment. Why is Steve Kornacki so cute? Let's start.
Is this Leslie Jones?
Is
Leslie Jones on YouTube right now?
Which family member got into
Kornacki's mom writing in. I'm serious. They told me that in my ear, and I didn't want to say it, but that's what the comment was. Guys, if you have a comment, put it on our YouTube page.
Leslie Jones, we want to hear from you.
We'll be right back.
Leslie Jones made fun of me once. It was it was awesome.
everybody, we're back with Here's the Scoop from NBC News. You see some new people at the table. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves today? Go ahead.
I'm Alan Smith, politics
Look at
reporter
me.
here
You don't
at
have to
NBC.
look. Just pretend it's not there.
Alan Smith, politics reporter at NBC.
Jane Tim.
I'm a senior reporter at NBC.
Can we talk California? Because so we were just talking about California, obviously, and redistricting. But you've actually been doing some really good reporting on California, and how there's actually some Democrats that feel like we shouldn't be doing redistricting at all, right? Republicans as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you
Coming out of Maryland, too.
When you talk to voters across the board, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, they all say we don't like gerrymandering. But what we're seeing in California, I'd say, is Democrats willing to get their hands a little dirty, willing to gerrymander because they've been gerrymandered against in other states. This is the pitch that Governor Newsom made to California voters, and they turned out. I mean, you have really big turnout for a proposition about redistricting. As an election policy reporter, like, I'm usually explaining redistricting, not seeing 7 million people turn out to vote on this one thing. But they're seeing it as a way to push back against Trump. They're seeing it as that argument. But there are still divisions in the Democratic Party. We see states where national Democrats want to redistrict and can't get the votes, at least yet. Maryland is the one that comes to mind. But you also see it on a little bit on the right, where Indiana, the state Senate there, says they don't have the votes either.
But aren't there some that don't want to do it at all?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what's the argument?
Well, the argument is it's bad for democracy. In Maryland, the argument is also, well, it might not go the way we think. They say it's actually risky to redraw the maps in Maryland because the courts are a little bit more conservative. And they think that if they do a big Democratic gerrymander, the courts might step in and say, actually, this violates our state law. Let's redraw the maps. It might be what they call a dummy-mander, failed.
But if we're going off of the map that Steve was walking us through, right? Texas already gaining possibly 7 seats, California now 5. I mean, what is the suggestion from these folks that are against redistricting as to what, for instance, Democrats and or Republicans should be doing if, in fact, this is what the fight is, right?
Yeah, this is the question that I pressed the Senate president in Maryland on Friday night. I talked to him for a long time, and I said, okay, I get the ideals. I get the sort of big ideas of, protect democracy and, everything's so brittle and we can't just fight to the death every election. That's what he told me. And he said, nothing's inevitable. So everything that you say is inevitable, it's still politicians making a choice. And they say they're going to stand by this. But it doesn't mean that they're going to stand by it without a fight. And it also doesn't mean, are they willing to lose their jobs over it? I mean, push comes to shove, the stakes get higher the longer
Lose their
people
jobs,
stand out.
i.e. what, lose elections?
Yeah, lose elections. So in Indiana, you have Republicans who say they don't want to gerrymander the state. Okay, what happens when Trump campaigns against each and every Republican who didn't give him a seat that he wanted? In Maryland, you have sort of the reverse. Governor Westmore called a redistricting commission today and said, we're going to talk about redistricting. We're going to have hearings in all 8 congressional districts. We're going to have public input. If those hearings are all full of voters saying, redraw the maps, I want more Democrats in Congress, do they keep their seat in the next primary? Does that become the next issue?
As a Maryland native, I would just say there is a huge risk, though, for the Democrats in that
there is.
If a court ends up drawing the map of Maryland, it will not be a map that has 7 Democratic seats and 1 Republican seat as it currently does now. So there's a huge risk for them in that backfiring. Crab cakes and football. That's what Maryland's about, to borrow from Bradley Cooper. And mid-decade redistricting would be what those Democrats would be about. It's possible to draw an 8 out of 8 Democratic state, but it's very difficult to do it. And the political morass that you would get into if a court said you can't do it or ended up drawing it itself, you might end up with a state that looked more like 5 Democrats and 3 Republicans or 6 Democrats and 2 Republicans. That's a real problem for them. I think Westmore saying he wants a commission is a way of showing that he's interested in doing it and also delaying what he knows is a difficult process.
Is it fair to say that the California race, that the California decision on redistricting was probably one of the most kind of pivotal, possibly, of the races that we've been watching tonight?
As someone who covers the election system, as that's the main character for
Yeah.
me, that's what I cover. That's maybe one of the biggest races of today, if not, it's the biggest race. Let's be real. Because at the end of the day, the midterm elections are a year away, but control of the House might well have already been decided.
Yeah.
It might be decided in this. But let's be real. Republicans are running ahead when it comes to the gerrymandering wars.
Alan, I also want to talk New York because you've been spending a lot of time with Zohran Mamdani. We heard from him when we came at the top of the show because, you know, he was kind of taking his victory lap, given his victory speech. And as we think about pivotal elections, this seems to be one, history in the making. And history was made in a lot of races, we will say, right? Abigail Spanberger, the first female governor in Virginia. Mikey Sherrill, there's never been 3 consecutive of the same party governors in New Jersey since, I believe, 1961, the first Muslim mayor of New York City. So that's history in the making as well. Does Zohran Mamdani see himself as the future of, or a part of the future of the Democratic Party?
I mean, he certainly sees himself as the future of the Democratic Party, and I think a lot of folks also see him as a big part of the future. I think to tie together California and New York and a couple other things we saw tonight, you know, Donald Trump remade the rules of American politics. And I think the big story tonight is that this was the night that Democrats really seemed to adjust to those rules. Zohran in New York, I mean, you think about during the course of this election, how many people in his own party came out and said, you know, he is too extreme to elect. Andrew Cuomo, the longtime Democratic governor, was running against him on a message of this guy's way too extreme to elect. Democratic voters said, no, he's not. We're electing him. In California, Gavin Newsom changed the entire game here in terms of redistricting. They said this couldn't be done. He did it. And Democratic voters overwhelmingly supported it. And in Virginia, you had a candidate for attorney general who had text messages out there, essentially where he said, you know, if the children of his opponents died, it might be helpful in getting certain policies passed. Democratic voters just elected him too, even after people were saying he should drop out of the race entirely. So we're in a totally new landscape now, for better or worse. But it seemed like if you're really thinking ahead to the midterms, you know, the story of tonight of Democrats adjusting to the new reality of American politics, I mean, that's going to have a huge impact next year.
John Allen made the point that he felt as if Zohran was Mayor-elect Mamdani kind of made some concessions in his victory speech, specifically when it came to addressing Jewish voters. What was the other concession that you felt as if he made?
Yeah, I mean, his talk about safety and justice.
Right, because at one point he was saying
together.
defund the police.
Right, he was a defund the police guy. Now he's talking about let's do additional things, community representatives and things like that.
Having spent time with him, did you feel as if those were concessions, or that was always kind of part of his campaign and he was being misrepresented?
I think that was part of his campaign messaging, especially in the stretch run. I think what was so notable to me about the speech is that for months now, as this general elections dragged on, he has tried to be very, very careful and come across as super conciliatory, bring everybody in, and not be someone who came across as too much of a, let's say, a fire breather. And tonight he gave that fire breathing speech, where it seemed like he wasn't trying to hold himself back. You know, there was a line where he was talking about now he feels that folks have the ability to breathe, that he is one. And I could tell in the speech that was almost a parallel to how he himself felt. Now that he is one, he is able to breathe and deliver the message that he feels passionately about.
Steve, we haven't talked about, I'm jumping around a lot here, but it's because so much was going on. We haven't talked about the Virginia AG. And as we talk about how the Democrats had a very big night, that was kind of one of the races that we were watching to see, okay, that might be a loss, right? Especially possibly because of the controversial text messages that had surfaced recently after the killing of Charlie Kirk, in which he basically targeted a political opponent years ago in this text messaging, and children as well. And yet he pulled out. He won, right, tonight. Not by a lot, but he won. What is that saying about the state of things?
Well, it says, you know, I can leave the more subjective questions to others, but I think one thing it says is Spanberger won the state by that much.
Right.
Because that's what Democrats needed. I mean, just take a look right here. This convoluted path back to Virginia. Okay, we've made it. Here's the governor's race. Spanberger leads by just over 15 points right now. You take a look at the attorney general's race. So Jay Jones, this is the Democrat we're talking about, who's won. It's about 6.5 points. So he underperforms by about 9 points, does about 9 points worse than Spanberger did. I think a lot of folks thought he was going to do something in that neighborhood worse than Spanberger. And the question was, could she win by enough that it wouldn't matter for Democrats? And the answer is she did win by enough. I mean, some of the places, at least earlier, we were tracking this pretty closely where you saw some pretty big drop-off. Let's take a look here. 19 points. That's the margin that Jay Jones wins Loudoun County in the Attorney General's race. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's a 10-point difference there. Again, that's about consistent with what we had statewide. 33 points in Prince William, down to 25. Okay, yeah, I mean, earlier I thought there was a bigger gap there. That's why I was looking. Yeah, to me, it just says that Spanberger won by a very big margin tonight, and it was enough to carry over a candidate who was badly wounded. And there's broader questions there about the political universe we live in now, where that probably would have made your candidacy unfathomable in the past, and now it doesn't. But I'll leave that to you.
Because there was a real possibility that had Spanberger not won with the spread that she won, Jay Jones could very well have lost this election.
Yeah, there was all this discussion heading into the election about how he might bring her down.
Right.
Obviously, that didn't happen, and in fact, he rode her coattails.
Right.
She
brought him up.
46% said that in Virginia, 46% of people said that his comments were disqualifying. And by the way, I'm willing to say something subjective here. You shouldn't talk about killing your opponents or hoping that they die or that their children die in their mother's arms. I'm perfectly happy taking that position. He did that. 46% said that those comments were disqualifying. And like 9% of the people who said they were disqualifying voted for him anyway. Which tells you a little bit also about jerseys right now, about the red jerseys and the blue jerseys, and the willingness of Democrats to vote for Democrats that they find objectionable in the way that Republicans have been voting sometimes for a presidential candidate in Donald Trump that they find objectionable. Not obviously all Republicans or all Democrats, but some willing to vote for the jersey rather than necessarily all of the character traits that they would like.
I got to throw one other thing in there.
Please.
The state lawmaker in Virginia who released the Jay Jones text messages, she lost her reelection race.
Kornacki, I got one more question for you. Are there any poll insights on particular issues indicating existing gaps in Democratic strategies?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Are there any poll insights on particular issues indicating existing gaps in Dem strategies? In the strategies that Democrats have taken in their election practices.
I'm trying to
running.
be nimble.
Here's another one.
Think
What's
on
the
my feet
biggest
here.
data signal about Trump's hold on the GOP today?
The biggest what signal?
Data signal about Trump's GOP hold on the.
Well, I mean, look, you could go into rural Virginia and, let me call up the governor's race. You can go into rural Virginia and you're going to see numbers for Earl Sears that are pretty much on par with Trump. So the core sort of base for Republicans in places, rural, small town Virginia, Earl Sears was able to kind of attain Trump levels there. But I think the problem for Earl Sears, the problem for Citarelli in New Jersey is, these are blue states ultimately. So sort of being a candidate associated with Trump in any way, with Trump, to me, that's just the overwhelming lesson of this is just about, with Trump back in the White House, how it's changed the political dynamics again in a way that I think makes it very difficult for Republicans in a state, pretty impossible for Republicans in a state like New Jersey and Virginia.
And the punishment that Trump is going to dole out to these guys, I mean, to me, you look at Citarelli and Winsome Earl Sears, and I think Earl Sears did not run a very good campaign, but they're not allowed to have differences with Trump in states that are Democratic. Both of those states went 6 points for Kamala Harris in 2024. You would think that any candidate running as a Republican in those states would want to find a way to distance themselves from Trump a little bit. And usually a president would allow candidates of their own party to do that a little bit in order to try to win over some moderate voters. But Donald Trump will punish anybody in the Republican Party who says anything that even sounds like a criticism of him. And so to me, the hold that Donald Trump has on his party is the inability of candidates like Citarelli and Winsome Earl Sears to distance themselves at all from Donald Trump in states that don't like Donald Trump.
I have one. Sorry.
Oh, you're totally good. I was going to two things to bounce off of that, though. A lot of online MAGA influencers tonight, when they're responding to why these candidates lost the elections, they're saying they didn't hug Trump tight enough. And you also hear from a lot of Republicans who say, well, Donald Trump wasn't on the ballot, and that's why a lot of these guys lost.
And I do want to talk about whether or not the Trump hugging actually is even working for anybody. I got one other hard question for you. They're asking what's your favorite energy drink. How do you stay up? How do you keep going?
What's my favorite energy drink?
Come on,
I had,
you don't need to go to the board.
4.5 cups of coffee today, so
4.5.
Probably still feeling.
But are we talking like coffee, like cups like this, or like
Dunkin'.
a venti, or
Dunkin'.
Dunkin'? Oh,
Extra
well,
large Dunkin'.
So we know what.
America and Steve Kornacki run on Dunkin'.
We know what he's getting for free now. We know
The
Dunkin's
Starbucks
gonna
stuff is
come
too dark.
flowing.
It's too. I can't deal. My digestive system can't take it.
All right, we're taking another quick break. If you like our podcast, you like what you're hearing, subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, and put your comments on the YouTube channel below. We'll try and get them answered for you, and questions as well, and we'll try and get them answered for you. We'll be right back. You gotta love that behind the scenes look of the control room while we're in our 2-minute break. just working away, yelling at. There they are, giving us the. Hi guys, are we doing okay? Okay. Well, they wouldn't do thumbs down if we weren't, by the way.
Party out there.
Exactly.
They're an honest crew.
Exactly. We don't have a ton of time left, Laura, but...
What do you mean? This thing with the time, I don't get.
Really do.
Limitless.
But here's the thing. You're used to being on the Today Show. You should know about breaks, my friend.
I thought we had the beauty of just endless time here. Do you want to talk about Dems?
Yeah, well, because I think, and it goes back to, I think, a conversation that Steve, you and I were having earlier, which is the poll that came out on Sunday that was talking about the image issue that Dems were having within their own party, right? Dems saying they have a problem with their own party, and yet Dems had a huge night tonight.
Yes, although there were not that many races, to be clear.
Right.
And you can, make arguments about the candidates themselves.
Right.
But what the exit polls are showing on the favorability of the Democrats and how they view themselves, I think is pretty interesting. So in New Jersey, 50% unfavorable. In Virginia, 50% unfavorable.
Wow.
In New York, 44% unfavorable. Wow. In California, 41% unfavorable.
Wow.
There's something going on there.
Yeah.
Now, they still came out and they still voted for Democrats, but holding their nose. What do you do with that going into a midterm?
Yeah.
How do you leverage what the Democrats did well here
Or how do you-
on issues of affordability and cost of living
But then
and the economy.
change because you have an image issue,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. But is the I mean, I would like to know more about, like, what is the unfavorable thing? Is it that you're not going at Trump hard enough? Is it that you're not talking about the economy enough? Is it that, like, what
not
is the
fighting
thing
on voters' behalf?
What is the thing that's making the Democrats unfavorable to Democrats?
It's that they're not winning.
Yes.
But
I
they
mean, at
won
the end of the
tonight.
day, and everybody's got a different idea of what it
But
is
they
that
won.
they should
Yeah,
do.
they won
But
tonight.
they won tonight. So is
Yeah,
that
right. So I think that will probably make it a little better for them in the short term. But also, they do have a much deeper disaffection with the leadership of their party, with the people who have been in power. They listened for years about how Joe Biden was fine and how he should run for re-election, and they trusted the people who were close to him.
It was like PTSD a little bit.
100%. I mean, they listened to donors that wanted them to give money, or fundraising arms that wanted them to give money, and then they watched this debacle last year. And there's no other way to put it. I mean, you could put it in worse, more profane language, but Joe Biden fell apart on a debate stage, and the reality that a lot of America saw, that wasn't just listening to the Democratic leadership and repeating its talking points, suddenly was aware that it had been lied to for a long time, and it hurt. And then Kamala Harris comes in, replaces Joe Biden, and loses. And the Democratic voters are looking around going, how can I trust Chuck Schumer? How can I trust Hakeem Jeffries? How can I trust any of these people that were close to Joe Biden and lied to me about this and told me everything was fine, and by the way, took my money? I mean, I think it makes absolute sense that a lot of voters are angry at the Democratic Party. That does not mean that they are not Democrats. Doesn't mean that they don't share values with the Democratic Party. And it certainly as hell doesn't mean that they're not going to show up to vote against Donald Trump Republicans.
It's also, it speaks to the poll that I brought up a couple of times, but I don't know why I'm obsessed with it, is I believe, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, it was 57% of voters feeling as if, or people that were polled feeling as if every lawmaker should be replaced in Washington, right? That came out on Sunday. Was that the poll? Was that the number, I believe?
Yeah, it was in
that
exact
range.
number, but yes, it was, yeah.
Yeah, it was in that range, which is kind of startling to think about, that every lawmaker in Washington needs to be replaced. That's 50.
Well, we are in the middle of a shutdown.
I mean, I'm surprised it's not higher, honestly.
Right,
I'm surprised it wasn't like
94%.
120% of people said that they thought all the lawmakers should go.
No one there.
Members of Congress are almost as popular as journalists right now.
And lawyers.
To bounce off what John was saying about leadership, though, Democratic leaders were saying for 8 years, you need to follow our prescription to be able to beat Trump and keep him out of power. And that prescription led to 2 losses against Trump, right? So it's a huge credibility crisis. And I think something that Steve pointed out earlier that is really interesting is that if you look at the Republican vote totals tonight, like for a Winsome Sears or a Jack Ciattarelli, they line up very closely with what Trump's approval rating is in the state. Whereas Democrats were outrunning what their favorability numbers were, right?
That is a really good
and
point.
so, I mean, Steve might have some thoughts there, but like what that portends going forward, in that the Republican numbers are so closely tied to Trump's approval, whereas Democrats are outrunning their favorability slightly.
You got anything?
Well, I think one of the best positions to be in American politics is to be the opposition party when the incumbent president has an approval rating of, we said 43% nationally in our poll, or lower numbers basically in all the places you're looking at tonight. And it's a pretty good formula for success. So as long as Trump is at this level, I mean, we're seeing, there's a reason, I think, put it this way, there's a reason why New Jersey and Virginia have such a pronounced tendency to vote for the non-White House party in these off-year, year immediately after the presidential election gubernatorial contest. And there's a reason why in midterm elections there's only been 3 in the past century where the White House party has not lost seats. So we don't go into all these elections, these off-year elections, these midterm elections, saying this is a perfectly even playing field. The opposition party tends to have an advantage. So, so it's sort of one of these things. Yeah, I can think back. I'm an old person. I can remember, when Bill Clinton got elected in 1992, and the Democrats had broken the Electoral College lock of the Republicans. It was a brand new era. And then 2 years later is the Republican Revolution of 1994. Democrats were in despair in 2004 when George W. Bush got reelected. Karl Rove talked about a 40-year majority for the Republicans. It was gone in 2 years. Obama got elected in 08. World historic of 2010. So it just keeps happening.
Yeah, it's the nature of the game. It's the way things go. I want to go back to Pennsylvania, and I want to go back to California.
Okay.
Right? I want to talk first about the retaining of the seats and the importance of that for Democrats, for instance, who are invested in that.
Because
retaining
people-
of the Supreme Court seats in Pennsylvania.
Yes, I think it's particularly on the issues of voting and mail-in voting and how important those seats can be for Democrats. Again, like there's so much that happens on the local level that we just sort of discount, right?
Right.
But the state Supreme Court, if they had not retained those seats, that would have been a devastating blow to the Democrats. And it just wasn't a race that anybody was really paying
And it
that
would
much
have been a
attention
lock.
to.
It would have been 2-2 essentially, right?
Yeah,
So
and
everything would have been locked.
It would have been logjam, and particularly, I think, heading into the midterms, to have that locked up for Democrats, they have to be breathing a pretty big sigh of relief.
And then what about talk me through this SCOTUS decision that is
So
like looming out there.
It's the
and could this
sleeper-
basically reverse the California redistricting?
No. It's basically if it actually was to come to pass. It's a sleeper case that, again,
What is that? What do you mean sleeper? What is
It's
that?
a sleeper case because we're not talking about it normally.
well, now we are.
I'm only talking about it on the podcast.
We just
Yes,
woke up 1 a.m.
I haven't been on TV talking about redistricting.
As you know, I throw things at people that they don't know the answers to. Steve, I got another one for you. Just wait.
The basic gist is this civil rights, like landmark voting rights law the Supreme Court has in front of its desk right now and could potentially strike down. Will it? Probably not. Are people hand-wringing about it? Yes.
Okay.
And the idea would be that if they actually said, oh yeah, that key part of the voting rights law is just wiped out, then you're going to see a lot more of what's happening in California because it's going to set off just enormous amounts of map redrawing all over the place in ways that historically would disenfranchise black voters.
Jonathan Allen, where are you tonight? What's your?
I'm on the Yas cast. I mean, are you kidding?
What is your big takeaway from the evening?
My big takeaway from the evening is this was a better night for Democrats than I had expected, and I think that most people expected. It basically tracks with what you would have thought on the sort of big issues, like the California redistricting was going to pass, Zohran Mamdani was going to win in New York, Sherrill and Spanberger were going to win in New Jersey and Virginia. The margins in Virginia and especially in New Jersey, these 6-point wins for Harris just a year ago, now expanding into double-digit territory. I think it was a good night for all the people who don't want to call themselves members of the Democratic Party, who are interested in having energy and enthusiasm and trying to win the midterms. This is our last real test before we see that, how that's going to turn out. And if you're the Democrats, you have to feel like you're in a pretty good place. And if you're the Republicans, you have an opportunity, if you want, to go back to the drawing board a little bit. If you're President Trump, you have an opportunity to adjust what you're doing. I would just say history suggests presidents don't really do that, and certainly not based on off-year election results rather than midterms.
Do you think the wins in Virginia and New Jersey were votes for the candidates or votes against Donald Trump? And I ask this because I actually heard Mikey Sherrill on the Chelsea Handler podcast a couple of weeks ago. And not only did she group the two of them together, they were congressional roommates, right? But she said a vote for both myself, Mikey Sherrill, and Abigail Spanberger in Virginia is a vote against Donald Trump. She talked about a lot of the other issues as well. But I thought it pretty fascinating, not only that she was grouping herself with Abigail Spanberger, but she was outright saying, this is a vote against Donald Trump. This is us fighting back.
Yeah, so it's the most unifying thing anybody can say who wants Democratic votes, or the votes of people who don't want to be considered Democrats who vote with Democrats, right? So it makes sense that the two of them wanted to do that. Both of them, and particularly Spanberger, ignored a whole bunch of questions about like social issues to focus on the economy. I mean, these were two very tightly.
Well, Spanberger was asked about trans rights, and she said, "Why do I need to talk about that? I need to talk about the economy. Do you know what's happening in my state?"
Which is
it was
sort
a deferral.
which is sort of a double choice there, right? Like, number one, you are continuing to talk about the economy, but you're also telling people that you're continuing to talk about the economy, as opposed to Zohran Mamdani, who had a very clear, articulated vision for the policies that he was going to bring forward. That's not what Spanberger and Sherrill were trying to do. They come from states where Donald Trump is deeply unpopular, as Steve was just telling us. That's the binding, unifying thing. That doesn't mean that they don't have a coalition or that they don't have people who believe in them. Both of them have records. Spanberger and Sherrill, to your point, very close when they were in Congress, and they were part of a slightly larger group of sort of national security women who were more moderate in Congress, along with Alyssa Slotkin, who's now a senator, and some others. So I think basically what you've got from them is just being smart and being like, the best way to win is to make sure that people who dislike Donald Trump vote for you. I think these margins suggest it was a little more than that.
John Allen, thanks for coming up to New York from Washington.
I mean, anytime. This is so much fun.
It's been a real pleasure.
And I got ready to throw a pretzel back in the event that you threw something at me. So.
John, it's been a real pleasure. Laura Jarrett.
I didn't know there was going to be a food fight at the end of this.
You have the Today Show tomorrow morning, I believe.
I do, indeed. But
Okay,
I'm always happy to be with Yaz After Dark.
I adore you. Thank you. It's really awkward. Thanks. Alan Smith, you're staying with me a little bit longer, and so is Steve Kornacki. If you like what you hear, subscribe to Here's the Scoop, and put your comments and your questions below on the YouTube page. We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome to Here's the Scoop from NBC News. I'm Yasmin Vasugian. It is good to have you back. We got a full cast of characters. It is election night here in America. And yes, it is an off election year, but it's an incredibly important election. We're talking about redistricting, and we're talking about the first time that we're hearing from voters in a major election after Donald Trump is serving his second term in the White House. I got Alan Smith on my left. He is NBC News politics reporter. Mel Zanona to my right. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent. And then I got Steve Kornacki sitting down, everybody, because I know a lot of folks were a little bit worried about you standing for so long, and then they saw the lean. Steve is NBC News chief data analyst, and he is now seated and resting.
I appreciate it too.
Let's talk through these results. A very, very big night, Steve, for Democrats.
Yeah, no, and I think surprisingly, the scale of it, especially in Virginia, I mean, in New Jersey, I think if you had said at the start of the night that Abigail Spanberger in Virginia would win by, 15 points or so, I don't think that was crazy. The polling had been pretty solid for her. There were all sorts of issues, I think, with Winsome Earl-Sears, the Republican, in her candidacy from the beginning. But to be honest, New Jersey was a state when you talk to Republicans, they said, yeah, we're underdogs, but they thought they had a chance to win. They came into today believing they had a chance to win there. Jack Ciattarelli, the nominee, the Republican nominee there, had come very close 4 years ago. He only lost it by 3 points. There was a sense, I can tell you, that was shared by both Republicans and Democrats in New Jersey that Mikey Sherrill had not run a good campaign and that she had made herself vulnerable to attacks from Ciattarelli. There was an ad that ran that was simply 30 seconds of Mikey Sherrill doing an interview with a CBS affiliate in New York City, asking her the question, what's the first thing you do as governor? And she hems and haws for 30 seconds. That was the entire ad that the Ciattarelli campaign put together. I know that might be an effective ad. And when you look at these results tonight, I mean, this is going to be probably a 12, 13-point margin here for Mikey Sherrill in this race. And I think to me, there's no avoiding it in these results, the Trump factor. I think there was just a combination here of voters who were already dug in against Trump, who are super motivated to vote, and then voters, I think, reacting to a president who had a low 40s approval rating in New Jersey.
So you have Abigail Spanberger with this 13 or 14 point spread. You have Mikey Sherrill with a 13 or so point spread, both Democrats winning their races for governors in New Jersey and Virginia, respectively. You have Zohran Mamdani winning the mayor's office in New York City, breaking that 50 percentage point mark, which is a very big deal. And then you have the redistricting win in California for Democrats there as well, I believe with a 30-point or so spread voting yes. What did you see specifically in New York City, Steve, and California as well?
Yeah, I mean, look, California was interesting to me because when this first became an issue over the summer, Newsom made this play and it's going to go to the voters. I actually thought it might be close. Because California voters had passed the redistricting reform just over a decade ago. Newsom himself was not the most popular in polling in California. And I thought maybe this is a chance, maybe voters are going to see this as a chance where they could vote against Newsom, in effect, without electing a Republican, because California is still a very blue state. They didn't seem nuts about Newsom. That's not at all what happened here. This just became a referendum on Donald Trump. That's how Newsom conceived it. That's how Democrats campaigned on it. And you looked at Trump's approval rating in our exit poll in California, and it almost perfectly matches, how if you approved of Trump and you voted no on this, that's about 35%. If you disapprove of Trump, you voted yes, that's about 65%. The New York City one ends up being the closest race of the night. Yeah. And it is, it's not a nail biter, but it was 8 points. It's probably 9 points.
And you were surprised by that? You thought it was going to be more?
I think so. There was more consolidation. I mean, look, we talked for a long time.
Do you think that was the Trump factor? Do you think it was the president's endorsement of Cuomo overnight? Last night?
So I think it's possible that further consolidated it at the end. We do have the benefit in New York City, the way they released the vote. The first 40% of the vote that came out instantly is vote that was cast well before Election Day. And you already saw in that Curtis Lee, where the Republicans' number was significantly lower than it had been in polling. It came further down. Yeah, in other words, he was running at about just under 10%. I'd say 9.5% in the pre-Election Day vote, and he's going to end up somewhere around 7%. So I do think potentially that Trump thing, along with all sort of the anti-Mamdani energy, might have resulted in a little more consolidation on Election Day. There was more consolidation than I thought there'd be. And yeah, I mean, it is a solid win for Mamdani. It's high single digits, and I think he's going to be just on the north side of 50%. But there's a lot of opposition to him here, too, for a Democratic nominee in an overwhelmingly Democratic city.
And I think there's this question of, does a candidate like and now Mayor-elect Mamdani only work in a city like New York, for instance, or San Francisco? Or can this type of candidate work elsewhere throughout the country? You've spent a lot of time with the mayor-elect. How does he view his candidacy, and what do you think Democrats are going to take from his win?
So I think he views himself as someone who's a huge part of the Democratic Party's future, and so do his progressive allies. Yeah. I think the interesting thing is when you think ahead to the midterms and you think about the kinds of districts that are going to be contested, fewer of them after redistricting, those are the kinds of districts where someone who's more on the center left or center right tends to win. And those are the kinds of districts where Republicans are going to be trying to insert Mamdani as a wedge issue. So how does he play in those districts, I think, is going to be a huge part of the story going forward. But, talking about the results in New York, I think the bigger thing for Mamdani wasn't the amount of points that he ended up beating Cuomo or Sliwa by. It was the fact that he topped 50%. So if you take Cuomo and Sliwa's totals and combine them, it's still not greater than what he got. And it was the 50% number that he was going to take as the mandate to enact the agenda. If he was at below 50%, that opposition would have been much, much stronger to be able to say, well, you know, look, Cuomo and Sliwa, they split this opposition vote. It was greater than the total of people who voted for you. You don't actually represent what New York wanted. So as the 50% plus one was just such a huge thing for his ability to govern moving forward. It's very similar to why Donald Trump wanted to win the popular vote, right? He was able to take office and say, I have a mandate because I didn't just win the Electoral College, I finally won the popular vote too.
Who was Mamdani taking a page from? Did he tell you at all who he was looking to as his North Star? I mean, because and I asked that, Alan, because you spent so much time with him, but also because he seemed to be a combination of former President Barack Obama, current President Donald Trump, Senator Bernie Sanders. You know, he took a page from each one of them.
You know, he, I think, definitely would say Bernie Sanders. He would definitely say AOC. I think it was so interesting in his speech tonight, the first politician he referenced was Eugene Debs.
Yeah.
The, you know, prominent socialist from the 19th and 20th century.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to repeat the politics of another politician. You know, you listen to his speech tonight, he wants to be creating something entirely new. He's asked on the debate stage, the NBC debate, you know, who's the greatest modern president? FDR. He references Fiorello LaGuardia, but that's just in the sense of being able to accomplish huge things. So he's thinking about creating a new politics rather than, you know, emulating someone else, even someone like a Barack Obama or a Bernie Sanders.
If we're talking about Virginia, Steve, with the exit polls, what was the most important thing to voters?
Well, the economy.
Yeah.
You know, tops, and we saw this in New Jersey too, and we've seen this, frankly, in a lot of exit polls now for the last few years. So it's nothing new. It's just that I think the sense of the blame that voters have changes with Trump back in the White House, and so Republicans are taking the brunt of it. Republicans took the brunt of it in Virginia and in New Jersey.
So if we're looking at Virginia, you're on Capitol Hill every day. We are now in the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. Economy is the #1 issue for Virginia voters, right, who have also been affected by these DOJ cuts. You have the president putting out on True Social that it's obvious that this is not only because he's not on the ballot, but because of the shutdown. Is the shutdown going to end?
Well, the suggestion there is that Republicans are getting the blame for the shutdown, which is something that Republicans have not admitted on Capitol Hill. So that was a really fascinating post for him. The question about the shutdown ending, I think going into tonight, we thought that by tomorrow, Democrats would have a pretty good night tonight and that it would help soften the ground for them to essentially cave, come to a bipartisan deal, finally reopen the government. I think after tonight, after such big wins, I think progressives are going to have a lot more to say about the idea of them caving. So it actually might prevent a opening of the government, especially after they're looking at the results
Because
tonight.
Democrats are going to say, we're doing the right thing.
Yeah, the voters are behind us. Our message is breaking through. They want us to fight, even in a place like Virginia, where there are furloughed workers right now, not getting paid, still voting for Democrats. And if Republicans are getting the blame, they want Trump and Republicans to come to the table, not the other way around. So it's an open question of whether this is going to force an opening or prolong it even more.
And Steve, the spread in states like Virginia and New Jersey speaks to kind of the enthusiasm with the Democrats right now, right? Because there was an expectation, if we looked at New Jersey, for instance, that if Mikey Sherrill had a smaller win, maybe 4 or 5 points, Republicans could feasibly see that as a win, that they had made gains in New Jersey. Maybe New Jersey would feasibly be up for grabs in the next presidential election. But in fact, not only did that not happen, she had a pretty big spread, as did Abigail Spanberger, which is even more messaging to the Republicans.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, the last 2 elections before this in New Jersey, where Trump losing by 6 points last year, that was actually his second biggest improvement in any state in the country. He'd lost it by 16 points back in 2020, got it all the way down to 6 last year. And Citarelli had only lost it by 3 points back in 2021. And what was so interesting about it was in Trump getting it to 6 and in Citarelli getting it to 3, they each had basically not totally, but they had very different coalitions coalitions, very different strengths that allowed them to do that. And so the Chitterelli campaign was premised this year on trying to combine those two things. And what was that? Well, Chitterelli's strength in 2021 was the suburbanites who the Republican Party had been losing since Donald Trump had become the nominee, the face of the party back in 2016. Chitterelli did very well with them in 2021. And the other thing that he wanted to get were the non-white gains that Trump made in 2024, particularly with Hispanic voters, but also with Asian American voters. That's how Trump got it down to 6 points. And if you could combine those two things, you win New Jersey. So that was what Chitterelli's campaign tried to do. And you're just looking at these results and you're seeing, well, first of all, those suburban gains that Chitterelli made, now that Trump's back in the White House, I don't think a Republican's going to be making them. He was able to make them when Trump was the ex-president. And I don't think people were not sure at all he was running again in 2024. And the non-white gains, was this a Trump-specific thing that happened in 2024, or was this a broader movement toward the Republican Party? Well, let's see. Here's a candidate not named Trump, with no Trump on the ballot, running in the same state, in the same place. And we see a complete reversion to the pre-Trump level of Republican support.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to toss in for a second. I mean, Steve will have a better sense of this than me, but the historic nature of, a statewide general election, you're a candidate like Chitterelli, you're entering election day thinking you have a chance to win. The polling's 2, 3, 4 points, and he's now going to lose by 13 to 15 points. I mean, that's incredibly rare to see a polling miss that substantial in a statewide general election.
But do you think that's a polling miss, or do you think that was a judgment miss by Jack Chitterelli and his team?
Democrats are surprised. I've talked to Democrats.
Oh, really? Democrats are surprised.
I mean, they're now going to tell you we had this all along. I was talking to Democrats before this, and again, the thing you would generally hear from Democrats is, she's run a terrible campaign.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, you heard this from, and they would say she's run a terrible campaign, but I think the Trump factor may be in save us. That's what you would hear.
Okay.
I think most Democrats I talked to, if you pushed them, thought she would win, but they thought she would underperform.
Right.
And Republicans were hopeful they would win.
Yeah, I mean, they were even looking at the state saying, if we have a good night tonight, Republicans in New Jersey, this might be competitive in 2028. I still think that was probably a fool's errand for them, but that's how they were thinking about New Jersey heading into tonight. And by the way, Republicans have really tried to spin this as, well, in Virginia, it was a bad candidate. She ran a terrible campaign. That's a lot harder to say with Chitterelli because he's someone who
was endorsed by the president.
Was endorsed by the president, who was up against a candidate that they thought ran a bad campaign on the Democratic side, and someone who came up short very closely, though, in a past governor's race.
The president put out on True Social just hours before polls closed in the state of New Jersey that there's a big turnout in New Jersey for my guy, Jack Chitterelli. And of course, I'm paraphrasing here. There's a lot of enthusiasm. Republicans are going to take it. And that's exactly not what happened.
Right.
So if you are in the Capitol, you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, how are you seizing this moment and what are you learning from this moment? So let's start with the Dems, right? How are you seizing this moment and this momentum to take you into the midterms? What are they going to do, especially if some of them thought the way that Steve just talked about, which is Mikey Sherrill wasn't a very good candidate, but maybe we can bank on the fact that people just don't like Donald Trump.
Yeah, I do think that is probably going to be the message that Democrats take away from tonight. That being said, I think there's also a risk for Democrats in only running an anti-Trump campaign. When they won back the House in a blue wave in 2018, that was the first midterm after Trump's first election, they ran on an issue. They gave voters something to vote for. That was healthcare. You see them trying to replicate that now with the shutdown fight. But I do think the affordability issue is something that was the through line between Mamdani, Sherrill, and Spanberger. I think that'll be the big takeaway for Democrats. For Republicans, there's a split right now. Some of them see this as a 5-alarm fire, especially in some of these swing districts.
I mean, are they thinking we hug the president more or we back away?
That's exactly the debate. Do we hug him more, hug him less? You had some of these, Alex Bruchowitz, he's like a far-right influencer, conservative online guy. He says it's the reason why Republicans had such a bad performance this night is because they didn't hug Trump enough. So that just really shows the split in the party right now.
And Trump's not going to let any Republican hug him less tightly.
That's the problem, right? That is the sort of existential crisis for every Republican.
Can we talk California exit polling and how they see Governor Gavin Newsom right now in California?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's actually improved his standing, in the course of this campaign. And again, I thought when this began that this might actually hurt him. I thought that it might open him up to the charge that, hey, California's got all of these problems and you're busy worrying about congressional maps and control of Congress. But I mean, part of this, I think one of the lessons here is the degree to which, I mean, this is nothing new, but I think it's just accelerating even and deepening even more the nationalization of politics. I mean, we can have an election in California, an election in Virginia, an election in New Jersey, but national politics shape it just so much now. I mean, it's hard for me to look at all these results. We're talking about this and not see Trump as the common thread, talking about who's going to run Trenton, who's going to run Richmond, whether maps are going to be redrawn, in California, even playing into this New York City race as well. So ultimately, yeah, I mean, voters are national politics minded.
Gavin Newsom has remade his image, right, on the national stage with this win in California, but also the way in which he's been communicating, I would say, over the last year through his podcast and the people that he is willing to speak to, right? Is this now a turn to 2028?
Oh, absolutely. This is a moment.
I mean, it already was.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, he's not only positioned himself now very effectively as the face of the Trump opposition, he's also expanded his donor base. He has 100,000 new people who he has their
mailing list.
Yeah, a mailing list.
Yeah.
So this is definitely a turn for him where he can now say, I led this fight successfully against Trump and make a good case for 2020.
Is he well liked in the halls of the Capitol, Gavin Newsom?
That depends. Nancy Pelosi is one of his top allies. There are some other people who he rubs sort of the wrong way, but
Like
everyone.
who?
Mel? I can't reveal that information right now. But I will say he is someone that a lot of Democrats are looking more and more to, especially with that communication. What he's been doing on Twitter, for example, punching back at Trump. That is something everyone wants to see in their Democratic leadership right now.
How much are we going to hear the words Zohar Mamdani, socialist Zohar Mamdani, coming from Speaker Mike Johnson?
Too many to count. If I'm going to go to the GOP leadership press conference tomorrow, I'm going to bet 20 times.
I mean, are they going to use this between now and the midterms? Is this going to be part of their politicking?
This is going to be their chief strategy, I would say. I mean, this is probably the only good thing that happened for Republicans tonight is Mamdani winning. They're going to try to yoke every single Democratic candidate to Mamdani. I don't know that that totally works. The NRCC did have some internal polling that shows Mamdani has an 80% name ID and that he has really low favorability. So maybe that does work. But they're certainly going to try in the Republican Party.
Steve Kornacki, what is your biggest takeaway from election night as we look ahead to the midterms and beyond?
So we had a finding in our poll on Sunday, our NBC News poll, that I think a lot of people, I know there was a lot of skepticism about, and that is we ask about the generic ballot. Which party do you want to see control Congress in the 2026 midterm elections? We had the Democrats leading by 8 points on that. There are some other polls that have the Democrats up, but generally not by as much. One of the stories this year has been in a lot of the polling in the spring and summer, the generic ballot was staying pretty close, and Republicans were taking a lot of heart from that. Because if you went back to Trump's first term, early on, the generic ballot opened up in 2017, 2018 for the Democrats, and it stayed there, and there was the blue wave in the 2018 midterms. So into the fall of this year, the generic ballot was pretty tight, and Republicans were saying, see, it's going to be different in 2026. The generic ballot is tight this time. The Democrats have this massive image problem. And we saw in our poll on Sunday that Trump's numbers had fallen, that Trump got very low marks on the economy, and that Republicans and Trump were blamed more than Democrats on the government shutdown, and that the generic ballot margin had opened up. When I see the results in Virginia tonight, but when I really see those results in New Jersey and in parts of New Jersey that were supposed to be politically competitive and were politically competitive in the last election, they are entirely consistent with a generic ballot that has the Democrats ahead by 8 points. So I know there might be a tendency to look at this and say it's just Virginia, it's just New Jersey.
Yeah.
And it is. I mean, there's caution is always warranted with these things. But these are the kinds of results when you look inside these states to the more politically competitive sort of bellwether parts of these states that you could say there's a lot of places, a lot of swing districts next year that have these same characteristics. And I think that +8 Democratic lead in the generic ballot, I'd say that looks like an accurate finding right now.
Steve Kornacki, it's been a long one. Thank you.
You got it.
Alan Smith, thank you. Mel Zanona, thank you as well. It has been quite an election eve. We thank you all for joining us. And Here's a Scoop from NBC News. We'll see you later on today, everybody, because we're bringing you another pod dropping this afternoon. If you like what you heard, subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. We'll see you then.
2 breaking news stories as we come on the air. We're tracking results of key elections across the country and the major plane disaster in Kentucky. A UPS